faster than the other one. All right, we will be coming to you with very low-grade Wi-Fi.
Low grade.
I've got a very expensive setup with very low-grade Wi-Fi here, so maybe Bruce can get the antenna set up. He's got an antenna that he can climb onto that roof. Hey, Bruce, can we do the antenna? You know, it's so funny. I got it. Get the antenna set up for it. Will that help? We're already buffering, so yeah, this is power outlet. Yeah. So anyhow, we are here at Maricopa County Courthouse, and how's security today?
Well, this is pretty interesting news. Security is unbelievable. There is a tactical team of officers here. I would say there's about 6 or 7. We're walking around behind us. You'll see dogs sweeping the area. I did ask them, is this normal behavior for the Maricopa Superior Court? They said no. This is for high. I don't know. You could try.
Yeah,
What
so,
hotspot is it? AT&T or that's the hotspot?
I don't know. We use an AT&T. If anyone's in Arizona and can loan us
A hotspot.
appreciate it here. I might go with mine. Let me check my internet speed.
Ours are pretty high.
I'm Sprint. God knows that's not those.
I did find out though there is going to be an overflow room.
Really?
Yes, and they don't normally do that. The
No,
sergeant told
overflow is what God is here in the first place. Overflow room is what God is here in the first place. So they're going to have like a monitor set up?
they're going to have an overflow room. So there's 30 allowed in the courtroom, and then anybody who's overflow, they have a monitor.
Oh my gosh! Thank you so much.
In another room.
Wow. Yes, the coffee's cold with a very strong creamer. There it is. No, it's good. This is
I
nice.
love cream.
My internet's pretty fast. Oh, I'm at 5 uploads per second. So, Bruce, if you can beat 5 uploads per second, we'll do it. I think you're going to beat it with that. So.
Is that a Wi-Fi booster?
We have a Wi-Fi booster.
Bruce has a Wi-Fi booster that's going on the roof.
Bruce from Oregon is going to be strapped to the roof of this thing, and we are just going to. So the chat room is open.
Bruce may not have wanted to have worn his suit today. He may be. He needs his short shorts on.
I was talking. I don't want any reason. I've been with full clothes, all sock. I even considered ankle. I said, "Well,
geez, you're even wearing closed-toe shoes."
Yeah, these are my wedding shoes.
This is the desert, dude.
Yeah. Well,
Feet
I
are
mean,
gonna be sweating.
no one needs to see an open toe.
You didn't get a pedicure. I got a pedicure.
They won't do a pedicure. I've been denied pedicures.
Denied?
Yeah.
Why? Are your toes that bad?
Yeah, I got pitcher's toe.
I don't know what that
That's
is.
from. It's not a good thing. No one's like, oh, look at his pitcher toe. No, it's not a good thing. So.
Ooh, the cold brew is tasty, guys.
I've actually got Bruce set us up with a full docket of all the pre-trial reference, but I kind of feel like we're pretty good right now from the standpoint of knowing what to expect today. It's going to be kind of just a battle of efficiency, it seems.
I'm going to be pretty interested in what happens in the pre-trial meeting with the judge. So before we go in, before there's going to be court, they're meeting with Judge Mata, just the lawyers, and Judge Mata, where she may give them some direction about what she wants to hear. So sometimes when it's a bench trial, judges will say, all right, I've read all your stuff, and it would be very helpful to me, and I could hear more from this expert, or I could hear more from Laura, or I could hear more from Clayton. So that's, I think we'll know what they talked about when it comes to courtroom, and it begins, and we see the direction.
I'm looking forward to Woodnick law kind of minimize actual words from the standpoint of Bruce, do you need an outlet? Did you find one?
I found one.
You found one? We've got
Yeah, she's good at
Bruce is
time
scaling man right now. Yeah, she's good at time wasting. We don't have the time. So if it's a yes or no question, I'm expecting Deandra will lay down the camera and expect a yes or no answer.
I can't wait for that. I don't have time for this bitch face on Deandra.
No, it's triggering. Really.
It's
I've had yeah. I've had this one. You're not accepting. I mean, every man.
Scones.
Blueberry lemon.
I'm gonna wait on this. They look beautiful. Holy cow!
Love to get a
Those
photo.
look amazing.
Thank you so much. I'm doing a blueberry.
Is that lemon, blueberry?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Tara's on roof. This is a whole thing. This is some real media shit, Dave. This is some real. Did you ever
I
think you
woke
would
up
be
at 5
doing
a.m.
this?
so we wouldn't have to do this now. But I'm not gonna judge you.
Thank you.
Imagine arriving for your trial and seeing women scaling. This is true feminism playing out right now. We've got. Were you in cheerleading? I feel like she was a flyer.
She may have been a flyer. Yeah.
This can get our internet up. Ladies and gentlemen, Bruce is going to be instant nominated Hall of Fame. If Bruce's Wi-Fi can go ahead and bend around, or it melts. Wi-Fi is either going to do well or it's going to melt.
Yeah.
Oh God.
But,
well, how much was that thing? Is it expendable?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we will spare no expense here for justice.
Well, all right. So, did I tell you the van story, Dave?
I sent Meg. I was in Vegas, floating down the lazy river. And
All right. Anyway, and we're back.
that was the funniest thing I've ever heard. And that's the way the cookie grows. Bye, everybody.
So I'm like, I'll go pick it up. No problem. No problem. I get the address to this thing, and I'm like, I've never heard of this town.
The town was called like Buckwheat.
Buckeye.
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 The town's named after a type of like meat.
Yeah, I'm like, Buckeye, Arizona. Where the hell is that? So I'm like, okay, it's 45 minutes away. All right.
That's how I trap big conservatives.
I'm-
Send you to some random town and say, see, these are your people. These are
Out there, and it is rural Arizona. I mean, it's the desert. Literal, no roads, Dave. Unpaved roads. And my sister is going the whole time going, don't tell Dad that we came out here.
I love that you guys are fully convinced that we're in a
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, yeah, because if his tires got popped or something, it was hysterical. Stephanie was like, Dave's buying new tires. I'm like, I
Yeah.
go out there.
I have bad luck with rentals too.
You know who was on the road out there? Literal Mad Max characters in dune buggies.
Yeah.
I sent you a picture. Did you get the
I
picture?
did, yeah. This is where they live. This is Big Bud. This is Mad Max.
It's Mad Max. It's unbelievable out there. I was so worried. I'm like, he sent me to like the desert ghetto to get this van.
I know.
But then it turned out there was actually a rental place in the middle of this desert.
Well,
And he was a very nice
was
man.
it just like a lot? Sorry, I'm not. I'm just checking all the different.
Was it a lot? You know, he had a beautiful house in the middle of this nothing.
Oh, he lived there.
I think so. But he also has like a bunch of rentals and it's like his business.
700 people watching on Megan Fox. 1,400 here. on
Wow.
my channel.
You're more popular than I
I'm
am.
hearing audio is low. Can I get a few? Can we hear this from? I don't know. Can you boost up the channel 1 and 2? Just throw it up like a little bit.
Generator noise.
Check. These are really good mics, so they should actually do it.
How's that?
I think it's okay, folks.
Getting better?
Let me get in the way for a minute.
Are we still low? Let's wait. Any chatter about the stream freezing is going to be useless on our end. Come live. We're in 4K in person. Mike needs to be close to your mouth. Thank you, Carrie. Oh, boy, this is hard.
This is as close to my mouth as I can. We're getting.
No. Like people saying, oh, do this, do that.
Now you're
you know?
infuriated.
It's like
Yes.
30 seconds delay. So, no, now you're good. Back then you weren't. What does that mean?
Ah.
So, Angie said it didn't sound like the mic's working. I don't know. Okay, let's here. You keep talking.
All right, I'll keep talking. I'm gonna keep check. All right. Anyways.
Mike.
Dave's checking the audio.
Oh, no shit.
I can hear audio.
Can I?
You want to get in here?
I just need to kind of get in there. No, you're okay there. Actually, yeah. Can I just jump? I'm so sorry.
No.
No wonder.
All right, Dave's working on it.
I need. Tell him it's coming, and it's like.
It's coming. Dave is working on it. He's getting the microphones boosted. We're gonna be.
We weren't even connected.
We weren't connected.
No, I don't know where the right cord is, but I got another one.
We weren't connected properly.
All right, let's do this. Let's see if this does it. I don't know if that's going to do it.
Check. Are we better now? How's this? Audio is great now. Tug says we're pretty pixelated.
All right, we were
okay.
we were actually completely disconnected. When everyone's like, "Well, if you try this," no, I'll tell you what. I just needed to plug it in.
Plugging it in would help.
So we plugged it in. I brought extra cables, and Bruce says we're sounding good. I got the thumbs up from Bruce. Bruce, are you on mic now? Can I hear you? Oh, Bruce is going to plug into 3, and yeah, don't worry if we're pixelated, folks. I mean,
we're doing the best we can with the Wi-Fi. We've got a booster going. Bruce brought the booster.
How's our frame? I think it's a pretty good frame.
Yeah,
Booster.
it's not bad. I don't like the lighting. I hate the lighting.
Okay.
I know.
Lights behind us.
I know. And as the light's going to move,
No, nobody wants to go into the sun. That's a terrible idea, Dave. That's a terrible idea.
My
Arizona
idea
in June.
was to keep everything under the air conditioning.
Yes.
And as we get going, we'll
That
close
makes
this door a
sense.
little bit. But for right now, we might close the door and just have a little sliver open.
Yep.
So 2 hours, maybe. I've been
Should we
told.
go over what we kind of already talked about since they didn't hear us?
Sure.
All
and,
right,
and check your comments if you're in the.
Yeah.
One thing really funny. Even good things for Jane Doe, and we have blow pops.
Oh
my
gosh.
goodness.
Oh boy.
There's blow pops and
Blow
Monster
pops
Energy.
and Monster. Can I see the Monster real quick?
Yeah.
This is good. This is a nice ice cold Monster. Not a sponsor. Although, boy, did they miss that opportunity.
Yeah, everybody says it
Amazing.
sounds great. So
All
we're
right,
good
good.
now.
We are good. If you were there before the audio went on, you got a chance to hear how bad it sounds without the pro setup. And now we're back.
And now we're back.
So how do we get to where we are today is the question. A complete misuse of the justice system
Totally.
has led a bunch of strangers to an otherwise harmless courtroom that probably never has more than 3 people here, right?
Right. This place is never like this. So we did speak to the sergeant in charge here who is in charge of all security. Very nice man. He came up to help us set up our cameras and where to go and was giving us some information. They have an overflow room today. They're expecting a big crowd. This is a very
Here, one second.
big deal. People are coming to see this trial, and so they've set up an overflow room that will have a monitor. There's a tactical team here. There's at least 6 to 7 police officers in full riot gear with dogs that are sweeping the area, that are sweeping the entire parking lot. They're sniffing everyone.
They're actually.
I hope everyone changed their underwear this morning.
They're trained to sniff out silicone bellies. That's what they're looking for. It's a new class of dog that's because did you know that bomb sniffing dogs, they're actually trained to smell one thing. So
Really?
So they're good at smelling one thing, and that's what I've been told. If they have too many things, they don't know what they're looking for. But if there's one scent, they can kind of hone in on it. That's why if you're like and again, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. They're like a missing person. They'll have a piece of cloth of that person to try to like hone in on what they're trying to smell there.
Well, we should train them to get silicone.
Yeah. So we'll have. I mean, not that there'll be any today. We're gonna have Clayton Echard's accuser was horse jumping yesterday. Is there a way this trial happens if she doesn't show up?
No.
Right? Because I mean,
No.
sometimes
I mean,
sometimes the it's just a lawyer shows up for some trials. So
she has to be here.
she has to be here.
She has to be here. If she wasn't going to show up, her lawyer would have already made some kind of announcement to the court. So I believe she is coming. I believe she will be here.
Of all the court cases you've covered, what's unique here for us we don't really bathe in the world of true crime and
I'll
law.
tell you what's unique, that this is a family court case.
Yeah.
I've never, in 20 years, I've never seen a family court case go this nuts.
And how great that I'm here with the sister I never asked for. we just met for the first time in January?
Yeah.
And here we are. So
And here we are.
all
And I'm
bonding
driving
together.
Dave's car and
Yeah.
yeah.
You did
It was
okay.
good.
I
If
mean,
you guys are on Locals, meganfox.locals.com, I uploaded a video of me driving this van and terrified on a 6-lane highway because something was flapping on the side. It's a funny video. You should watch
the little
it.
outlet thing flaps on
Yes.
the left. Yeah. This
It doesn't
fan,
close all the way.
this thing's got personality. We've
It
got
does.
a chilled cooler, which we might be putting camera gear into.
Yeah.
Depending on how the day goes. Bruce, are we all set? How are we doing on the Wi-Fi? It looks pretty good on my end.
It's not spinning anymore.
I think it's looking good.
Bruce has good
We
Wi-Fi,
have green lights.
full green lights.
Tori went up on the roof of the van.
Bruce sent a lady up to the roof. Like I said, we're all about inclusion here.
I mean,
And why should a man go to that roof when a woman is fully capable? I think she was in stilettos.
I just got to use
climbing-
my ASMR voice.
I'm calling
these on the
Alex.
roof,
Oh,
My
wait.
photographer's falling down on the job. I want her to get pictures of the security
Is she? Oh yeah, she needs to make
sitting
sure.
over there chatting.
Oh yeah,
I-
no.
I'm gonna
We
have
need
to
bomb
lay down
sniffing
the law.
photos. So we've got 3 mics happening, and we've got about $1,000 worth of mics that are not plugged in. And this is why. I mean, what are we doing here? I
It's
want to get this
incredible.
mic going so when reality
Yeah.
Steve shows up.
we're probably going to need to put a power
It's
strip
incredible.
over here because we need more outlets.
Oh, we do.
Yeah.
I can't believe that's the only outlet in there.
But
I guess I just thought there would have been more. But
yeah,
either way,
we're
fantastic.
going to power strip it up.
I remember one time in college, I saw one of these vans in the parking lot shaking, and there was a couple having sex in it, and the window was open, and I stopped. I stopped to see what was going on. Have you ever not in college? If you walk, that's not on me.
Dave.
If I'm walking by and I can see into a publicly available area, that's not on me. Do get the better 70s style curtains, is what I'm saying. It's like some stupid, like they were at like a Kings of Leon concert or something. Anyhow, so I think we're good. I think all
Tug
of the
says
kinks
that
have been
the
worked
sound
out.
is perfect now.
Oh, good. We've got perfect sound. Thank you all so much. That I had to check an extra bag, which, by the way, was the last one to come off the plane last night. So I didn't get out of the airport till close to 10.
I'm so glad I got the van.
I would
You
have been
would've
so fucked.
Oh my God, out there at night, that place was a little scary. I'm telling you, it was like the middle of the desert.
This is
Dave.
how paranoid people are. People thought maybe she created a van company to sell me a van to take my $250.
That's hilarious.
But I actually found this van company through a van lifer forum on Facebook. And I kind of said something like, hey, because, my pitch was I'm not going to be sleeping in it, or I'm not going to be going to some crazy place. I just need it for like a creative event. So immediately people are like, are you doing porn? What are you doing in there? And I was like, yeah, no, that's not it. This is
Did you ever consider that you'd be setting up a media van in front of a courthouse and reporting from the ground, Dave?
When I say this, I'm not kidding. I truly don't want this life. Like, this is not what my guidance counselors said was a possibility. I'd prefer to be doing way less serious things. I'm under the impression that I'm probably getting sued after this.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be, but again, it doesn't mean it's going to be something a judge signs off on. I don't know the process, but I don't think that this is going to be the last chapter in her story. I'm going to go on and live my life, but look at this. Look what's flying in here. Can we look at this? We've got
breadsticks with some sort of like vodka marinara sauce
Wow.
loaded with this.
We're all gonna have gluten belly by the time this is over.
Yeah. So
Unbelievable.
if you're
Look at the
celiac, you're going to
breadsticks.
be triggered to hell when you see the level of carbohydrate here. So you're going in at what time? Tell me your plan
I
for
have
the
to
day.
go set up at 8:15 inside the courthouse. So it's 7:30 now. At 8:15, me and Alexandra, my photographer, we will be headed into the courtroom to set up. Hopefully, I'll get somewhere near a plug.
What are you looking for photography-wise?
This is going to be a little difficult, and I've never done photography in a courtroom before, and so there are rules. There are rules, and the digital camera that I have does have a mechanical shutter, so it goes.
Yeah.
And they want it to be silent. So I brought them a couple options.
In the film world, they have a giant box they put the camera in.
Right, and
so
I
you
don't.
can, no,
Yeah,
you
I don't
want that.
have that. So I'm going to ask and see if it's okay, if the shutter is bothersome, and if it is, we can always put an iPhone on a tripod because I have that too, and take pictures silently.
You can take photos one shutter at a time. Do you have it on sport mode or something?
No.
So it's just ding,
But
ding.
it's a mechanical shutter, so it's all the mirror flips, so you're going to have that
Oh,
noise.
look at this camera expert over here.
I did a
Wow,
lot of
you
research on it
just-
because
when
I
it-
was trying to turn it off.
Really know so much.
I don't really. I just learned it on Google yesterday.
No, but you talk like an expert.
Oh well.
Whenever you
that's
start,
my job.
I go nuts when you start reading things in like expert voice and your emotions. And I'm like, oh, you could be reading the phone book right now. Domino's closes at 10 p.m. Whoa, chill out.
You
so-
mean this voice? We're standing in front of the Maricopa County Courthouse in Phoenix, Arizona.
That's right.
Where Laura Owens is on trial with Clayton Echard.
You
that
know,
voice? Is that the voice?
It's a good voice. I feel like my name's being written on the wall at school. That's what I feel like. Like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Speaking of getting sued, though, and I think there is a good possibility that she'll sue you or me or,
we're really going to
whoever.
find out who she likes the most.
We're
here.
going to find out. It's going to be a
if
popularity
this ain't class
contest.
action and she comes after me alone, I'm going to be like, come on.
But that actually would be a good protection for you, because if she sues you and not me or not other people.
You would just block me and I never hear from you again. Hey, Megan!
No,
Megan!
let me tell you what's going to happen. Let me tell you what's going to happen if that happens. We will cover that. Every word, every emotion, we will write more songs. We will, it will never stop. If
Yeah.
you want it to stop, it should stop today.
Yeah, it should. This should be the end. And I made a plea yesterday that the smartest thing to do is not just admit all of your lies, but really, there's nothing more interesting than finding about, the mastermind behind it. Why? Throw your mom under the bus. You know?
Throw
How were you
somebody under
treated?
the
Throw
bus.
someone. Throw your
You know
mom
what? She
and
could
lawyer.
throw her dad under the bus. Who knows?
There she goes.
I mean,
who's cutting the checks in this thing? Can you take someone off the will? You could, right?
yeah.
I think that's what it comes down to is there's financial control, it seems, and there's a tight-lipped family. That's a bad pun, but there's the reasoning why there's been such silent treatment coming from anybody in her camp is perplexing. I come from a family that talks so much trash at the dinner table. I couldn't imagine a cousin that wasn't immediately willing to throw me under the bus. You know what I mean? I could not imagine. But
my cousins would bury a body for me, Dave.
well, they would bury it and while they're talking trash. That's
Well,
what my
yeah.
family is.
In fact, I have an uncle who lives here. When he heard I was coming for some court thing, you know what he said?
What was that?
What, did Megan get in trouble?
He was ready to help
He
out.
thought I got in trouble. He thought it was me going to court.
I mean, maybe we'll have to see.
That makes me laugh.
Yeah, the level of financial windfall that would come from getting sued by her.
Yeah.
Would be something that would not help her out.
It would not
You know
help
what I mean?
her out.
And I say that
And she
before,
can't win.
it's the only defense I have is by draining people to the point where they would just want to quit and walk away.
Yes.
That's it. They take a loss and for the most part, in most of these trials, she hasn't had a burden of a big bill to pay. This is probably the first time she's really had to open up her bank account to pay a lawyer, it seems.
Well, in at least one of those cases, and I think it was Mike Maricini, she had, I believe, free lawyers. That is the theory.
Yeah.
that she had pro bono lawyers,
Possibly ACLU, possibly women's rights groups.
Harvard lawyers.
Yeah.
Like,
And meaning well.
yeah.
Meaning well.
Believing her.
And also, a lot of law firms, it's like, all right, well, we got a tax write-off, we'll help you out. And now, there's no way her lawyer's doing the only way her lawyer is doing her a favor is if he just is bored and wants some publicity. And clearly he's shown an appetite for that. I was told he commented on my YouTube yesterday.
Did he really?
Yeah, he said, I have that same shirt that I was wearing. So I burnt the shirt, and which is really a bummer because I like that shirt.
That Hawaiian shirt, was it? Because the one you got at the gas station?
No, not a gas station shirt. No,
these
are all these are home good. These are TJ Maxx purchases.
I like the linen.
This is
I got this at TJ Maxx.
There you go.
Too.
There you go. That's nice.
I was just
what's the style? What do we?
I don't know. I don't know what you call this, but I was at TJ Maxx. I was all excited about the Scottsdale shopping because every time I come here, I go shopping in Scottsdale. But I gained 5 pounds and it looks like 20. So everything I tried, I wanted to lay down on the floor and cry.
Okay, well, maybe.
So then I had to buy.
We're gonna sweat it out
Spanx.
today.
God, the Spanx, you got to buy Spanx. Women have it so difficult. The tyranny of being a woman. Let me tell you.
And it's self-imposed. You ladies do this to
yourselves.
yourselves.
Up under here.
No
like
guy has ever been like,
turkey.
I was going to take you home, but those Spanx are bunching up. No guy's ever been that way. Well, I don't know. You've smudged your eyelashes flapping off. We rip it off and throw it on the wall. Get that on the way out. All right. So it looks like we've been cooking. Very nicely. There's a crowd of 15 or 20 people hanging out. And we're up to 2,000 people in my live chat. As far as super chats go, boy, it's going to be very hard. I'm going to try to get to them. I'll definitely get to them, whether it's right now or another time, because actually on my chat room, I can only.
Hey, Joe sent me a 20 for breadsticks, scones, Monster, and iced coffee. Oh, my. # justice for Clayton.
We got it all here. We have it all here.
Breadsticks, scone. The scones look amazing.
You know what's tough? It's tough to dive into a scone when you talk. I need to wait for an epic Meg Fox rant to try to digest a little bit. Now, we're not going to have too much to report on until you're inside, and we're going to get some body language. We're going to see what might be going on. Is that a Roadrunner? Is that a Roadrunner?
Yes, it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have
a Roadrunner.
Roadrunners. Here it comes. It's coming. Hold on. Let's see if we can get it.
It's going to come right behind us.
Oh, boy.
There it goes.
Here it comes.
Okay, we're back.
All right, I can take a quick pinwheel if that's what we're going to have here. Hit the like button, and the more eyeballs we can get on this stream. I hate to say it, but the better protection we have for anything that might come from the day. I can't imagine being served with papers live on camera. That would be the easiest fundraising. How did you get to the super chat on your?
All right, so Dave, let me teach you how to do this.
Okay, so
you go to
live
settings.
Then
you go to chat filter.
And
fan funding.
All right, let's do some inventory.
Let's do some super chats.
Nothing like it with $2. Thank you so much, Wendy. Much better. All the best, says Wendy. Vicky, thank you so much. And Cindy, rubber belly with truth numbs. Oh, that must be like a emoticon or something. Amy with $10 says, because I know you care and we were just giving you feedback. Good luck today. Thanks so much. So much better. And I appreciate the feedback. It's my own inner rage when the audio doesn't work. So people were sending me super chats when the audio was bad. Maybe I should put the bad audio back up. Dog Tamer, $5. Good luck and thanks for the coverage. We can barely hear you, but lots of other noises. Can you piggyback your iPhone? All right, we're back now. $5 from B, Shay, Loveless, Catherine, Van O'Marin, and Dog and Sandra. Thank you guys all so much for the super chats. Much appreciated here.
I got Unhung Hero with a 2, says Ron Paul meme. It's happening. Thank you for that. And Mag in Florida, Mike's in picture are gargled. We know, we fixed it. Gargled, just kind of like Laura.
Hey now.
We got Wendy A. Thanks for the 2. The video is lagging. We know we're on the road, Wendy. Rayson Murphy, thanks for the 2.
So when you hit the heart, does it go away?
It just tells you that you did it already.
Got you.
Wow. Mary Thurston, thanks for the 2. Much better. Best of luck. Yeah, it's like my Wi-Fi. Yeah. Exactly. My chat's used to it. My chat shouldn't be complaining. Wendy A says all the best.
All the best.
Thanks for the 2. John H2004, thanks for the 5. Hello, everyone. Nathan C, thanks for the 2. Signal took a hit again. Laura is jamming you.
Oh, maybe a signal jammer from a Jane Doe. Jamming.
Laura Owens sent me a $5 super chat. She says, I'll be there, but I'll be late. Had a hot date, probably pregnant again. Kissed a lot.
Wow. I can't believe she's in your chat. That's incredible.
I know. She's in my chat all the
$20
time.
super chat. You've got rich funders here.
Okay.
Holy hell.
Jola
You've been
says-
pulling in $20 super chats this whole time?
No, just one.
Wow.
But I appreciate you.
No,
Hey, Joe.
no offense to my people here.
Jola, thanks for the Canadian 7. Thanks for the coverage, Megan. Well, this is a lot of fun. I've always wanted to do this, and I finally got to do it with you.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to be here. I think you got to do it right. And we were worried about overheating and all the sort of issues that could come today. And I think this van is quite literally the answer to all of our
It's
issues.
perfect.
It's
the air is
perfect.
working now. We got the generator.
We've got a full-blown combustible generator going.
Yes.
If we blow up, I don't know what the insurance covers. I paid for it though, so
You paid for it. I saw the coverage.
you saw the coverage.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a whole
I
$50.
checked that before I got behind the wheel.
Good, yeah, I got you on it. I was like,
don't worry, Dave. I learned how to drive on a full-size van.
He
Then
didn't-
I got in it and I was like, oh shit, I can't see behind me, can
yeah,
I?
that's the mom in you. You're just ready to go. Were you ever a minivan?
I learned how to drive on a full-size van, and then now I have a minivan.
What? Wait, when did you have a full size van? As a mom or?
No, as a teenager, my mom had one.
So you were the
I
chaperone.
learned
You
how
were
to-
Uber back in the day.
I learned how to drive on a big van.
Yeah.
And then I think it's a good
Like a
thing.
van that has seats in it, or just like a?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then my dad had like a couple of restaurants and things, and I was doing delivery. I did a lot of driving.
I crashed my moving truck.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I backed into somebody's brick mailbox.
Oh, no.
Pulling into my own
Oh no.
home.
Did it destroy the van and not
It
the mailbox?
obliterated the mailbox.
Oh, it did.
The van didn't get a scratch
Wow.
because I had a 40-foot moving.
a brick thing.
Yeah, but that's how
Wow.
massive the moving truck was, and it was
Wow.
during a snowstorm, and they came at me with. I'm assuming they were packing guns, but they came after me, and luckily the $800 Penske insurance covered the full claim. Got to buy the insurance, folks.
Yeah, you gotta.
So Meg's being infiltrated with super chats here, but don't worry. I'm sure we've got 50s. No, we don't need your money, folks. We're just happy to have you. Kelly with $10. Thank you so much. Oh, look at that. Aries 37 gave a 20. We've got a
Perfect.
bidding war happening.
Oh, we're gonna have battling super chats.
The,
You know what? I think I can beat Dave.
we'll have to
I can
see.
beat Dave.
We'll have to see here. Yeah, we need a Spanx fund for Megan Fox. Thank you for the super chat, Aries.
I
And
almost doubled up on the Spanx, but I decided it's too hot for that.
Stephanie gave money for more of Bruce on the mic. I tell you what, if we see a $50 super chat, I'm doing one button is coming off for every. Elaine with 20 pounds, 20 for you, Dave, so you don't feel left out. Thank you for the 20 quid. Leah, 20. Oh my gosh, we actually got a litany of 20s here. Justice here for Justice with Australian 20. Staying up late, watching from Australia. No. Susanna with 10 in support of van life and truth. Jackie with 20. I don't know how to do 20, so I'll take a rain check on the penny. Andy with $2. Good morning. Stay cool. Thank you guys so much. And seriously, all joking aside, we are fully funded, but I do appreciate those with the generosity. But it is not necessary. We will be. I will be donating. I will be buying the catering for those that came today. We've got breadsticks.
I need to get my cold brew.
Breadsticks, cold brew. We've got Monster Energy and a couple dozen blow pops, which we love a good blow. What do you prefer, a blow pop or a Tootsie Pop?
Oh, blow pop all the way.
And boy, if they could find a way to increase the gum quality within the blow pop, you get like 7 chews out of blow pop gum before it turns into cement.
But you have to admit that those are 7 great chews. It's really good gum.
Yeah.
But you're right. It gets very hard very quick.
Yeah. So we're expecting reality.
My sister
Steve.
is speaking to someone who looks very official. Stephanie's over there in the parking lot with a man in a suit doing her lawyer thing. She's communicating with other lawyers. Oh, here she comes.
A lot of people going
Here
into
she
the
comes.
courtroom right now.
Come here.
I was told by security that we were A-OK. We got about half an hour before
People are going in now? All right.
There it
Welcome,
is.
Stephanie. Who are you just
Will you
speaking to?
step forward so you're in the shade here? I don't want you to get burned.
Who's the guy in the suit?
An attorney locally.
Yeah.
I don't know his name, but
Was he like, what is this?
yeah, he's like, what the heck? What's going on? So,
Is he here just for he's not here for this trial?
He's here for something else, probably.
I'm going in
Look
right
at
now.
Alex.
I'm
how
going right
cute
now.
She looks. Alex is wearing her short shorts today, folks. Alex is in a jumpsuit.
She's cute.
She's adorable.
Boy,
My
these
family
photographers
is-
are foxy.
My family is so beautiful.
Seriously, good. Oh, she's your family?
Yeah, she's my cousin.
Oh, there you go. Oh, we have a Megan Fox cousin.
Alexandra, she's my photographer today. She is my spoiled horse girl expert. because she is a horse girl.
Oh, that's why.
She's my spoiled rich girl, horse girl expert, but she's not actually spoiled. She came from a rich family who rides horses and all that, but she doesn't behave badly. So it is possible to come from a wealthy horse riding family and not be, nuts.
We've probably talked about this before, but the idea of horse riding, the industry really is predisposed to crazy wealthy people.
Yes.
So you have to have
nothing
money.
else to do.
Right.
Because
This isn't
it's
like
very expensive.
a couple guys who in the neighborhood can play tennis or basketball on the communal courts. It is expensive, and horses.
Do you know that boarding a horse? So Alex has she still has her horse, but she doesn't ride him. He's retired. Her horse costs over $1,000 a month just to be stabled where he is.
Yeah.
That's a mortgage payment.
And can you imagine? Not where I live. Can you imagine the heat for having a horse this time of year in Scottsdale? I'm not here to call PETA on anybody, but does she keep her horses in Scottsdale
Yes.
year round?
I don't actually.
This is
I don't
not.
I don't
safe.
know if it's year round, but look. All they have are those little covers. I don't know. It seems very hot.
They buy. I mean, she's buying horses, and I'm not here to judge.
I don't know anything
She's buying them from
about
like
it.
kill shelters.
Which is a really noble thing to do. I mean, Alex talked about this on my live the other night. She said it is really sad. There's a lot of these horses that end up going to, and they're perfectly good horses, but they end up going to these basically glue factories in Mexico, the slaughterhouses.
Which they
So
should just set them wild. Horses are meant to be wild.
We don't, like, why can't
They
you
were
just
just
take them to
recently
Yellowstone?
domesticated.
Take them to Yellowstone and let them go. I don't know why, but it would be really great, Dave, if she would take all this energy she has. Laura has so much energy to do lots of things. Why doesn't she put it whole hog into a horse rescue operation?
Yeah.
Because she loves horses. She's been doing this. This is a really worthwhile thing for her to put her energy into. And I encourage her to keep doing that and stop trying to force men to love you, because that's not how men work. They need to chase.
I mean, imagine.
You need to chase, don't you, Dave?
Yes. We need to be out there, much like a horse. We need to be out there galloping around. We don't want to be pinned into the corner until we do. But with her, I have a lot in common from the standpoint where I've got a senior dog who wears diapers and who has to be carried around, and he's nothing but a mess, and we love him unconditionally. And it seems as though one of the things she was known for in her San Francisco apartment was that her dogs were kind of like old and peeing everywhere, and she was actually known from multiple people I've talked to about having their dog waste at like the front door. Like she wouldn't just take it to the trash, she'd like leave it in the hallway, which if anyone's ever lived in an apartment building, you can't be like leaving your Indian food out in the hallway. It's non-ventilated. No one wants to smell your food for 3 days straight. But I can relate to her on that stance that like she clearly has a compassionate bone for animals.
Right.
For like
she could channel all this energy into something really good.
Yes.
And I hope that she will, instead of constant litigation.
I'm a believer in redemption, but it doesn't come until you put the brakes on the ruse.
Yeah.
And the ruse has not ended, and we don't see an ending in sight. And it'll help with what the judge has to say. If the judge validates a lot of the things that we already know, which is massive fraud, massive manipulation, and if the judge validates all that, I don't see a story where she has a way out. But what we already know is she's still sending people the expert doctor claiming she was pregnant. So she's got that. She's got that bought and paid for.
Yeah.
She basically, the only pregnancy tests she paid for was an expert to say she must have been pregnant, which of course involved no actual science.
Well, the one thing that would have ended this case a long time ago was an actual OBGYN provider who had seen her and verified a pregnancy, which is the easiest thing in the world to do, folks. It is not difficult. I know we all feel very gaslighted by a lot of her defense. We're right now waiting for, I wonder if this is the door that Clayton and Laura will use. Alexandra is at the ready waiting to take photographs of them coming in.
By the way, how romantic is this? We have what appears to be a woman with her boyfriend here. And I just love that he got suckered into this today. Steven, you need to come with me to the court. What are you doing? It's my day off. Steven, we get there at 7:40. There's limited seating. But hey, do what you got to do. Oh, no, maybe he was just escorting her.
There's a couple of boyfriends here today.
Yeah.
I've met a few.
Yeah.
Who are like, my girlfriend dragged me into this. I've been watching all of it now because she made me.
It's better than anything The Bachelor's ever put out there.
It's true.
Unbelievable the
It's true.
the gatekeeping that existed in the Bachelor subreddit, not telling the story. We were on the ropes, Megan. We were done. We were the story was being silenced on the Bachelor subreddit. Justice for Clayton had been shut down multiple times. Apparently, the Instagram is now shut down,
I heard that.
and apparently they were violating a lot of things. I don't know. I mean, maybe they were going really hard, but yeah, it was not looking good. I mean, for whatever reason, I guess I was on the platform that had the most security, which is YouTube. Has a lot more security than Instagram and then some of those other apps, especially if you've been doing it long enough. They tend to value the creator. Even though I still had a stream shut down, it was kind of on a sort of a loophole
Temporary
issue.
thing. Yeah.
No,
I
they
had a
shut down
couple-
one stream because I accidentally shared her old address in San
Oh.
Francisco. So they got me on that. But everything else has been A-okay, and it looks like we're
Looks like we're
thriving
good.
right now.
Yeah, we're doing good. We haven't had any spinning or anything interruptions going on, which is great.
2,500 in my chat. We've broken the record for the most people in my audience. Dana with $20. Thank you so much. Dana says Spanx in Arizona. Appreciate you. Vicky with $10. Good luck. Love the matching outfits. We didn't plan it. This is
didn't.
just yeah, I was thinking just like scatter them maybe by
We're
the
just,
crafty or something.
Dave and I are just in sync. It just is what it is.
Oh, we got a
Apparently-
sticker. DNA, Justice for Clayton, right there. There's buttons that are staying in pockets because we're trying to keep all visuals of the very polite mind. But
Persnickety, thanks for the 5, says your court attire is making me want to go have brunch. Did you see the hat? I do have a hat.
yeah, Gingras is going to be eyeing Megan Fox here as fellow ASU alum.
See,
I'm convinced you and Gingras must have drank at a bar back in your day.
I'm convinced of it too. In fact, I think it was a freshman party, to tell you the truth.
Seriously?
There were a group of seniors at the freshman party that I decided to play cards with.
Was he a senior when
He
you
was.
were a freshman?
He was.
Oh,
He looks way too familiar to me.
You
I
gotta
gotta
get some
tell you.
photos.
I know. I know.
Oh man, what I would give to find out that there was some backstory between you two.
It's very possible. Let's
Was
just put
he
it
your
that way.
type?
He was definitely, yeah.
You know, lawyers have to
he
have
was.
a
I gotta
lot
tell
of
you.
lawyers have to have a sort of charm to them, especially if you're like in a trial. You need to get your point across in a way that's like
Right.
very. I mean, a lot of the same skills that go into being a lawyer would go into just being a charismatic person. My worry with him is that he can probably turn the charm on, but the private emails that have been sent are just, I was going to read them this morning, but I could pull one up, but I don't think it's worth our time. But it's absolutely insane, the level of sort of I don't like the term bullying, but of
bullying.
coercion.
It is. It's bullying and intimidation. I've actually spoken to people who have worked with him who have said he's incredibly charming in person. And then he'll do these weird things that will throw you off kilter. And whether it's a strategy or whatever, it's a really bad one. I wish you would stop it.
I think what's scarier, if it's a strategy or if it's just survival, like personality, because that's pretty scary if that's the case.
Yeah.
Now we're talking. So I know when Gregg Gillespie got on the phone with him, Gregg Gillespie, of course, victim 2 or 3, depending on how you look at it, or 4, depending on how you look at it. But Gregg Gillespie from the 2020 era of fake pregnancies was on the phone with him, and he said, "Yeah, it sounded like a really good guy." And I said, "Listen, he's not your friend. You know, he's just trying to mine for whatever information he can to use against you." We've seen that with Mike Maricini, where he's completely ripped open wounds for his own joy. And in some cases, things that he didn't even plan to take into the courtroom. The only problem with Gingras is that we were already warmed up with Laura's shenanigans, that by the time Gingras tried to do his magic tricks, we were just done with the illusions.
Yeah. Right. Right. Because we already knew the game and he didn't. I will tell you that his most impressive strategy, really, the genius thing he did, was get all of the internet to do his research for him. He didn't know this case. He didn't have enough time to read up on it. So what he did was start posting stuff online about, oh, this is what our defense is. And then the entire internet would say, no. Here's what we have. Here's the evidence we have. If no one had done that, he would have been so lost in the woods, Dave.
Yeah, he would. Yeah. And it's a real
It's a
conundrum because
catch-22.
it's like, I'm loving the content.
Yeah.
I'm not that tall. I don't get to dunk. in the court of basketball, but to
You're taller
dunk
than
on
me,
him,
though, so that's nice.
he, I mean, was just real. I mean, the kink shaming that he enjoys.
He does like.
He
to
really
be
wants to be
humiliated.
bound and gagged by the truth.
You know, we can raise money to just send him to a dungeon,
Amsterdam, lock
you
him
know?
up, ball gag him,
and he would enjoy that, and
and
not
then we'll just
bother
read his
anyone.
own Twitter responses. But the annoying part is that here's what's annoying to me. And this is the same thing in comedy when you have to deal with a heckler. If a heckler comes out, you slam them and then they get mad. I go, I thought we were partying. I thought we were having fun. I thought we were doing this dance. And he, when given irrefutable evidence that throws him in the loop, ignores it and goes on to the next person. So he's just pissing on campfires and walking away.
Right, because then he realizes, okay, next argument. That one's not going to work.
Yeah.
Because that's what he was trying to do. He was crowdsourcing his legal strategy. And it was a brilliant move. That was the only thing he's done in this case that was brilliant.
Brilliant. Hey, how are you? Brilliant specifically for this case, but what damage does that do to whatever brand he might have had from anyone who potentially would want to work with him?
I think he doesn't care. I think he likes the notoriety. And even like kids who behave badly and they like the bad attention, the negative attention, even it's attention. And, you know, David Gingras successfully got his name out there, whether or not it was negative, or I think for him, the kind of people he's defended before, he's not afraid of negative attention. He's defended revenge porn guys.
I'm a big, and again, as far as free speech goes, it is telling, like, some people really do have a backbone with free speech. And obviously he doesn't, because he, you know, jokingly said, oh, we have, okay, so we have,
Who's
oh, well,
here?
should we, where?
Oh,
right
David Gingras has arrived.
All right, geez. Well,
Should
anyhow.
we ask him to come over?
I'd rather not, sell his charm after the sort of, we're going to be losing the sunlight. Maybe we should move to the left a little bit. Just
left?
no, you're left a little
I'm
bit,
left.
and then let's go right there.
Oh, and Laura Owens has arrived. She must be with David.
Where are they? Are they over there? Okay, so they'll probably be passing by us here, but
I've got Alex at the ready. She's taking photographs.
very nice. And timing wise, it's about 8 o'clock. So they've got 45 minutes here. 2,500 people in the chat. Winks with $20 says we got Tug, Tilted Lawyer, MG Law, Expert, Liz Neptune, and of course Lauren in all different chats. We appreciate all of you. Thanks, Dave and Meg, for everything you've done. Thank you so much. Now, how are we?
Oh my God, Dave, I'm
What's that?
winning. Tina just sent $250 on
Holy
Venmo.
hell.
Tina.
Look at that. Oh, Nick O'Brien with $50 said more Bruce. We'll get Bruce in here by all means. I'll
Holy
be reading
cow,
the super
Tina.
chats as
Thank
we get
you so
going.
much.
So at 8:45, I'll probably maybe turn cameras off on my end, keep the live stream going, and then we'll go into the van. My goal is that by the time the trial is over, we have all of our gear cooled and ready to go, because it could be a scorcher. But I do want to give a public shout out to everybody who has donated their time and energy, from donating food, waters, cold brews, and all of that. It's pretty wild to see how many people would show up here to get. Did they walk by yet? We have a line outside the courtroom.
I believe that they're still over there by the. I think it's that van over there, or the truck over there. They're still over there.
You can tell by the frizzy hair. You can spot that. What does the judge? What does the
They're
judge call her
standing by
hair?
his car.
What they should do is get an umbrella. They should do the umbrella thing here.
Messy wig.
Messy wig, yeah.
Messy
Boy,
brown
that
wig.
judge was brutal. Oh my gosh, you would think he could have toned it down. So there's a line of people. What did she just say?
I don't know, but I guess I should probably go find out if I'm going to have a seat in there.
Reality Steve clearly sleeping in. He had a rough weekend in Vegas. Much appreciate you, Nick, and everyone else. I'm going to try to get to these super chats.
I'm gonna let you do that, and I'm gonna go talk to security and make sure I can get in. I might be back.
All right, Megan Fox there is and by the way, call, text directly, and you emailed me that document, right? All right.
I don't know if you can do it on your phone or not.
I thought I heard noise. What was that?
They're cheering. I don't know.
Who's cheering? To like chill out.
The sergeant is making them laugh.
Oh, the sergeant's making them laugh.
Doing a comedy routine.
Oh boy. Sorry that? Okay. Yeah, just make if anyone runs into anybody, just try to make sure everyone just stays cool. I'm sure that'll be the case. Yeah, so we've got Clayton's accuser is congregating with her attorney and her mother. Her mother is a possible witness. I guess not officially going to be on the stand. We'll have to see how that plays out. I guess she was downgraded. Initially, she was supposed to be a sure bet. But again, we'll have to see what they say. As we've already shown, she's got no problem holding up her family's, there's put it this way, there's going to be no throwing anybody under the bus today from the standpoint of whatever truth she's going to share out there. So lots of people dressed very nicely, actually. And looks like the court has finally opened. 8:01, court opens right on time. And you guys know this about me. I like to be, when I'm live streaming from my home setup, I have 3 monitors, kind of walking and chewing gum at the same time, as we say. And I don't have access to all of those faculties here. So there may just be some dead air moments, but I'm going to try my best to talk our way through it. What happened to Teresa? Hey, how are you guys? Good to see you. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. Like it's my house. Thanks for being here. So we've got a really solid setup that everyone was able to help us get going this morning. Flew in from Vegas last night. Real tough. If you listen to my content over the weekend, real tough as far as babies have been dropped off at daycare, in case anyone was wondering. Let's see, 1 second here. I'm getting text messages from people here. Steve Carbone's 2 minutes away. So when Steve gets here, we'll have him come live with me. Come on. You arrive. All right, so we'll have Steve here. Of course, Steve had his fan appreciation weekend, which was fantastic. Has a real awesome group of fans. I'm going to get my sunglasses. Let me see if I got those here. And even if I'm off air, we're going to be, what I'll try to do is open the camera up when we have them walking by. And we'll just maybe take a moment and you can see that for yourself. Lauren, our court live streamer right there. Hello, Lauren. Good luck. Have fun in there doing the Lord's work. Everyone, make sure we'll be, I think on my Twitter, I retweeted Lauren's Venmo. So she, of course, paid for her own way to come out here. And we really appreciate all the work she's doing today. So, yeah, as far as the melee in the courtroom, it's kind of funny because on one hand, it feels so hyperbolic to be here and make this into a what it is become. But on the other hand, if not us, then who? Who is going to do this? Who is going to hold people accountable with a court system that generally doesn't address perjury, doesn't address the way that people can be manipulated, and very specifically, oh, hey, Courtney, how are you? Good to see you. Courtney Robertson's here, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Power Spoiler King, the king of Las Vegas. Here, step on in to get out of the sun. We've got Reality Steve Carbone. Good to see you, man. How you doing?
Great.
Get a good sleep? Here, step in a little bit just to stay.
Where is it? Oh, there we go.
So we've got Laura's team over there.
Cool.
And we'll probably try to give the camera some space when they walk by, just so we can catch them. But
Can we wave to them?
We can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. Say hi.
Can I shake her hand. Tell her I think she's. What?
Yeah. Do you want a coffee or anything?
Oh no.
Scone?
I just had water. Yeah.
Got scones?
I'm good for now.
So we've been okay as far as the Wi-Fi goes. Bruce set up a antenna for a power booster, but pretty good setup, right?
This is way better.
You know what? I'm gonna go sunglasses with you.
Point.
Yeah, you can totally. Let me get. Where are my? Oh, here they are.
Look at this setup. We got a kitchen.
Yeah,
shower.
You could totally. This
is awesome.
My generation can't afford homes, so we have vans that we. So yeah, are you gonna go in or are you gonna hang outside?
I'm gonna hang here.
Yeah. So maybe once things get started, we'll probably close the van off.
Yeah.
And just try to stay cool inside. It'll be a little tight, but we'll have the
Oh,
stream
blow
going.
pops, Dave. That is just appropriate.
Yeah, we have blow pops. I didn't plan any of these things. I was a little worried that there would be way too much attention from people here. But the security seemed to be okay with us taking an extra parking space.
Yeah.
This parking lot is huge. Look how big this lot is. I mean,
Yeah.
there's never going to be a reason for that many people to be here.
I wouldn't. Why would they? This looks like it's getting, unless there's something else going on. This looks like it's getting a hell of a lot of coverage.
Yes, and again,
I saw like 3 cops over there. Is there a
there
SWAT team
was
here?
a bomb sniffing dog, and
Gee, I wonder who
they
called that in.
yeah, I mean seriously, and maybe they randomly do courthouses around town and they just applied that.
Yeah, maybe it's. It could be.
But,
Dave, I can honestly say, I think this might be my first time I've ever been to a court. I can't remember. I've never gone for my.
Well, let's talk about you were
I-
sued. You were sued before, and I don't know if you want
Yeah.
to talk about it.
Oh,
But
I can
what's
talk.
the feeling like when you get served papers? Like, what's that? You're sued by the Bachelor producers.
Yeah, I was sued by The Bachelor, and it was one of these things. I'm trying to remember first time or second time.
You're
I
sued
got
twice.
sued twice. Yeah, because I breached our settlement agreement. So they sent paperwork.
Did you know
again.
you breached it? Were you like, ah, yeah, you got me, or were you like, oh,
yeah,
whoops?
I kind of knew I did, but well,
Can you talk about why they
yeah,
sued
I
you in
can
the
talk
first
about
place?
everything. So this would have been Ben Flanick's season, Courtney's season.
Right.
Ben Flanick's season. They were still filming, but I knew some of the women on the season based on I had found, people had told me, hey, this girl's on the season. And what did I do? Oh, so I contacted like 3 of them, emailed them and said, hey, would you be able to possibly fill me in on what the hell happened during your filming? And they said, no, not allowed to talk. Don't want to bring, love your stuff, but I can't help you. Well, for those that don't know, when you get home from filming, you really only have yourself. You're technically not allowed to tell anybody what happened about anything.
Right.
So,
By the way, hold your story because they're going to be walking by. So hold the story, but because it's interesting.
can we wave to them?
Yeah, why don't you actually let's split the come off to the side. Yeah, let's just try to catch.
Yeah,
So we've
what's
got Laura Owens walking into court with a security, her attorney, and wheels on his suitcase here, Gingras here,
Yeah.
the tight crew cut haircut, and a boxy suit. And then we've got what appears to be Laura's mom walking in behind. You guys can probably see that right there. Not much to see other than, I don't know, pencil skirt, all black. She wasn't lying. She's very thin. Wouldn't be one to cover anyone's appearance other than it will come into play because she's talked about all the weight she's lost, whether it be due to the miscarriage or the stress or whatnot. But we don't really have an accurate measurement of what her weight was beforehand because in the they go in, they're probably escorted right in, make a whole big deal out of it. She feels special. Playing hard to get with you.
Going on.
Yeah. So anyway, so yeah, you were soliciting.
I contacted 3
info.
women, said, hey, could you help me out looking for spoilers? And they said, no, we like your stuff, but we can't say anything. Well, for those that don't know, people that come off the show, you literally are just by yourself. You're technically not allowed to tell anybody.
Interrupt. Now we have Clayton's law team walking back. So we don't expect.
We can wave to Clayton.
You can wave all you want.
Who's the?
Oh, there it is. We're back. So right behind us is the law firm of Woodnick Law. We've got Isabel on the right, Woodnick in the center, Clayton. Deandra will be cross-examining Jane Doe, Laura Owens, and then I don't know who the other person was there, but very interesting. Lady gave Clayton a hug. Very nice.
Is the dark-haired woman the one that was in the?
Yes, she cross-examined Laura Owens in the injunction against harassment. She did a fantastic job of getting Laura to essentially lie under oath.
Yeah.
She lied under oath about seeing Dr. Higley and Dr. McCool.
Yeah.
Dr. McCool's an interesting claim to see a name out of her. The interesting thing is that she had signed up for an appointment and never went to it. So Gingras said, well, she never went to her appointment, but she sought it out. That was the term, sought out. She sought treatment. She didn't receive treatment, which was the same argument Amber Heard made where she pledged to donate but didn't donate. So they tried to use the words to get out of it. But then when Gingras was presented with the video of the injunction against harassment, you clearly say, she says, I saw Dr. McCool and Dr. Higley last week. So that's perjury because she admitted to not having seen them.
Yeah.
And Gingras said all along, find me a place where she lied. You know, because in a lot of he said, she said cases, there's no hard evidence. So you can say, you can like plausibly believe.
Yeah.
So all of these lies that she saw Dr. McCool, the HCG test that we uncovered, the Fiverr log, all these things. She lied about saying, she had cancer. She says she never did that. Forensics, clearly showed. So I can list over 5 hard cases where, according to her lawyer, if she was proven to have lied, he would have dropped her. And of course he didn't. And I want her to have this representation, but it just goes to show he wasn't willing to keep his word there. He shifted the goalpost and said, well, she lied about immaterial things. Because he's not understanding, or at least is denying the argument that the reason we're here is because there is an ongoing repetition of abuse and harassment. Yeah. And that's the reason why we're here. Not whether or not we believe she was pregnant, but why she would continue to pull a hoax, a con on people.
Well, what I'm getting confused at, because obviously she's had so many lies. That appointment, I remember reading in one of the pretrial motions, stuff like that, one of the things that Gingras responded with was her saying, I made an appointment, but I didn't show up. Is that the one you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay, that's the one.
So he was unaware and clearly hadn't done his homework about under oath. She claimed she went there last week, and at that point she was past 20 weeks pregnant, claiming she was 100% still pregnant. It's one thing to use the argument, well, I might have been, I might not have been. She was adamant she still was. Yeah. And of course her story changes. Let's move in a little closer here. Just so we can just stay in the shade. We'll just keeps hanging out here.
We should be good here.
And then if I can widen this actually if I need to. So we are in the van.
Great view.
Yeah, we're in the van. So Bruce,
we
didn't see Gregg, right? We didn't see Gregg or Mike. To be quite honest, I don't. If they came from behind, maybe
I figured they would have come with Clayton.
I know. I know some were dropping off. Yep, there. Mike is here. And Gregg was dropping his baby off at daycare. These are dads. They have lives. These are dads. So apologies each time we lose you. But here we have, the beautiful Ash. Good morning.
Who's that?
Really the one in charge of this whole thing right here. Your work, no, yours. Yeah, you're the one. You're the connective tissue here. We have Gregg and Ash there. She good luck. The hair looks great.
Yeah.
Stay cool. Gregg, real beast of a man. These are the types of guys you want next to you. That's Gillespie with his girlfriend. They had a baby a few months ago. Yeah. Happy family. She I believe she was responsible for contacting Clayton. Look at these roadrunners running around. Isn't that great? That's a big bird. You see that on the curb?
Oh, no.
That's a roadrunner. Look how big tail it has.
Wow.
Aren't they cool? So we've got Gregg. I have not seen Mike walk in, but if anyone saw Clayton's Instagram yesterday, real giant men. I mean, we're talking
as I told you, when Clayton posted that, I was like, these two Gregg and Mike look like they could be brothers.
You're an above average height. Well, you 6'1", 6'2"?
6'2",
yeah. So they're like 6'5".
Yeah, they're big men.
They're
Clayton 6'5",
instant
6'6".
D1 athlete size.
Yeah.
These men can move people, which may lead to why it was so easy to believe that she was in harm's way.
Yeah.
Because you see a guy and you go, well, could he physically overpower her? Of course.
Yeah.
But these guys are docile. They're happy. Mike and Gregg both have families. and they want to move on with their life. Now, Mike has an 8-year restraining order on him that is not even close to being finished. And
How did she get 8 years
so
on him?
the things he's accused of would get my channel shut down. The things she's accused him of. I don't even know if you know this. Fans have authenticated the photo she used in her TEDx talk where she claimed she had DV and she was all that. She claimed that from him, that he was the perpetrator. That same photo that she used at the hospital was used to send to Mike when she was claiming to be getting her ovaries removed. So we have authenticated text messages from a computer science expert who I don't know will testify today, but his work is, in the exhibits. Yeah. He clearly shows the metadata that she sent a selfie from the bed. And we know that they're the same batch of selfies. You take 3 photos at a time. Yeah. The bunching up of the sheets was so unique and the hair strands were so unique that both of those photos were different, but taken at the same time. One of which used against him, the other used to trap him. Yeah. And that's why we're here.
And
because
Mike is the one that was on the flight with her when she claimed that someone in front of her said, get out of this relationship or whatever. They wrote on a napkin.
His stepdad's dying.
Yeah.
He's dealt with her at this point for a while. He knows she's faked cancer. Yeah. And at the same time faked an abortion that then didn't take and this and that. And her big fear, which is what she did with Gillespie and also with Clayton, is that once the abortion's over, she's going to have no tie to them and they can leave her. That's the big fear. And with Clayton, that's why it was kind of like dragged out so long. And he didn't play the same games. Gregg Gillespie played the game and said, no, let's go get an abortion. Let's go do it. Then she gets it. He blocks her. And then she says, it didn't work. And then he has to be brought back into it. And then finally she sues him for an abortion coercion, which is nothing. It's not real. You can't. And they kind of ruled on that. If I tell you, drink this, I'm not. Now, if I convince you to self-harm, that's a different thing. Yeah. But if I convince you to, or if you're a woman, hey, you should take, you really should get an abortion. And you do it. And then I block you. You can't sue me for that, for ghosting on you. That's what she tried to do.
That is so weird. Well, there's just so many. I mean, obviously this case is taken, like we were talking about the other day. When we first read the Sun story in September, did we ever think here on June 10th that we would be here and this story would have taken 900 turns? It's like a tree that just keeps sprouting with all these different branches and so many different branches of what has happened in this case, the things that she has said, the storylines that have come up, the things that you've unearthed. Which we never would have thought in a million years that this would have turned into. We just thought, some girl was crazy and thought Clayton impregnated her. Bingo, and that's it.
Which is why there's just no real hope that she's not going to sue after this. Her attorney has said as much. My only hope is that she realizes it's a waste of money. Like, she sees people here, she sees the donations, she sees the money that can be thrown into the truth, and realizes that it is not a winning game for her. Yeah. So let's say she does sue for $50,000 and it costs her $50,000. We raise that money in a day. It's not going to hit us. And that's kind of been what I've tried to explain in saying, hey, we're going to monetize this. It's not because we're here trying to suck the system dry and frivolously. No, it's because we need to show her that this is quicksand for her, not for us. That we're not. It's the first time she's dealt with a scenario where she's not able to punish somebody.
Yeah,
and she's going to walk out of here. My guess is she's going to lose. And there'll be a judgment and a clear explanation from the judge. That's just what I believe from everything I've seen. And then she'll probably hold on to her expert witness who said she was pregnant. She got a guy that said she was pregnant without ever seeing any ultrasound.
Yeah.
And he's a retired doctor who lives in Florida, vacations here. And it was a guy that the lawyer knew that delivered babies and said, if she had HCG, she was most likely pregnant. Yeah. I mean, what else can you say? Like, what other proof does the guy have?
Well, I think, one of the other things is, and I've stated this on my podcast, and I firmly believe that what's going to happen is when and if the judge rules against her and throws it out there that, just reading over all the evidence, Miss Dodo Brain, Dodo Bird,
yeah,
Brain Bird, that you were never pregnant and, sanctions and all this. This is going to be a woman that, because she has stuck with her lie for so long, her defense will be, look, well, that's just one person's opinion. It might be a judge, but I know my body. I'm a woman. I know my body. I was pregnant. I don't care what this judge says. Like, she's still going to carry. There is no way, if this judge says you were never pregnant, that she goes, actually, you know what? Yeah, what? She's going to stick with it.
It really comes down to where we are in society about my truth versus the truth.
Yeah.
It's, we see this, I'll make fun
It's
of
in
white
politics.
women.
This is politics
White
101.
women are the one angle I can touch where I don't sound horrible, but these white women, I'm just living my truth. No, what's the truth?
Yeah.
And in this case, the truth is, regardless of if she ever was pregnant, it wasn't proved.
Yeah.
And she seems to be on the side of, and by the way, it's a great niche for her to be in. What other thing other than and this is why people who do fake pregnancies and abort, they fake cancer. They fake both, because who in their right mind would call somebody out and say, I feel like you're faking this.
Yeah.
And we've only done it because we were able to have people like Ash, who was the one who I believe contacted Clayton and said, hey, this already happened before. I don't think Gregg Gillespie was in Clayton's Instagram world when Clayton came out with this issue. But imagine seeing on the news that there's a perpetrator here who did the same thing to your man. No one believed him. And now she's got to be, now she's hitching her, she's attached to a guy who's got a restraining order against him. On paper, that looks very, very bad.
Yeah.
And that was used against all of them. She even uses the district attorney against me. She contacted the district attorney and got them to say, yeah, this is vexing. This is confusing. This is strange that a guy would be making 150 videos about you with no understanding of the sort of specifics of this case. And she continues to use that against me in other ways. But, that's all she has, because the restraining order was not approved. If it was approved, then she can say, oh, I've got a restraining order against him. But you don't, because we've never met. And this is the closest I've ever liked to be to her.
Yeah. We were what was that? 30 yards, maybe?
Yeah.
When she walked by, about 30 yards from the.
No, I could hit her with a football in my good days.
Yeah.
I
throw
could
a football over those mountains.
Yeah, on my good days, back in my teen years.
Yeah, I'm. You know what? Now that
good luck in there. Have fun. All right, sounds good. Text me if you need anything. Let me just make sure we don't have any updates. Courtney is walking over. We have a copy. We have Dana in the courtroom. Dana's our courtroom sort of Jane Doe, like lets us know what's going on behaviorally.
Now that we're here.
Oh, I got one right here. Thank you. Do you want a water?
Oh, I'm good for now.
Thank you so much.
Now that we're here and on scene, like there is a part of me that wants to go in and watch this stuff, but I don't want.
I mean, you can go in and come out. If there is a spillover room. It's 8:23, so we have about half an hour. The pre-trial is going to be 8:45. I'm guessing it'll be pretty on time. It's the first thing in the morning, and also the judge apparently had an 11 a.m. that was moved, so they could be long. As I talked with Megan earlier, the strategy on Clayton's side is going to be trying to keep her from rambling.
Yeah.
I mean, if you only have 12 minutes.
She never answers yes/no questions.
She does not answer.
She will not answer a yes/no
Deandra is just a real beast when it
Yeah.
comes to understanding that. And no.
Yeah.
So she's and to be honest, my guess is the version of Deandra that Laura got and the injunction against harassment was the tame version. They are prepared. They have gone through their mock trial. They have done all of the theater prep work that goes into this.
Yeah.
And hopefully we're able to get the stream. If we do, we'll have it if it's here, guys. I have no idea if they're going to get this thing going.
I don't need like a media pass or pre-approved to go in there, right?
No.
Just walk in.
Look, if someone gave me this, I got a press pass. This was made here, and it actually scans to the podcast. And by the way, we do have a lot of people in the chat. If you aren't familiar with Steve Carbone, aka Reality Steve, get your phones out and subscribe to his podcast. He's got daily content, and you kind of come in with the haymakers when needed. So you're the flambe after a nice dinner.
Yeah,
you light it on fire.
I pull no punches. I've dealt with Laura. I've had emails with her from September to January. And every single email that she sent me made me roll my eyes so far in the back of my head, I could see my own butthole. I mean,
But here's
Ridiculous.
in hindsight, you were so pivotal. I think both of us really got her on her heels between what she was telling the Reddit at the time, which again, everyone has saved all records of that. Between what she was telling you, really the biggest piece of evidence was the fabricated twin ultrasound, which she only sent to you.
I didn't realize she only sent it to me. I thought that was you and
you.
Clayton.
I got it forwarded. Maybe she sent it to Clayton, but
Yeah.
she sent it to
I
you.
forwarded it to you. That's
Maybe
right,
there
yeah.
was, you don't really mingle with the Reddit folks, and you're audio based for the most part.
Yeah.
So it was my belief that she wasn't sending it to me because I would share it publicly, and she was hiding behind her HIPAA, which HIPAA only exists between your doctor and you. But it was enough to convince people that don't understand the law. All right, don't share this so that you don't want to violate your HIPAA violations, because she was threatening to sue.
And she sent me, over the course of 2 different emails, she sent me 4 things where she wrote in the email, I know you don't believe me that I'm pregnant. Here's my proof. One of them was a sonogram of twins, which you proved to be fake, found off the internet, off YouTube from 5-6 years earlier. She sent me
Courtney's showing up here.
Hey, Courtney. She sent me her notes from a neurologist appointment, which just said,
which
in
means
one
nothing.
line, she went to a neurologist. The neurologist, if you read the notes, it was just all about, patient suffers
Patient
from
says this,
epilepsy,
patient says
seizures, all this stuff. Patient is pregnant with twins. And that was it.
Yeah.
The neurologist isn't an OBGYN. The third thing she sent in that particular email, those were 2. And then the third thing was that picture of her in her mirror, sideways, with her belly out, just like, looks like she was just sticking her belly out. To me, that didn't prove pregnancy to me. And then in a separate email, the video of her dad incapacitated in a hospital bed, touching her daughter's belly, which we found out to be her sister, because her face wasn't even in the video. So that's what I'm saying. She gets you right to the edge of what something is. And then I would always respond back with, Laura, you realize how easy it is to prove pregnancy? This doesn't prove it to me. Where's your OBGYN report? I didn't know much about pregnancy. I've never had somebody that I was with that was pregnant, but everybody that tells me, it's like, look, it's the easiest thing in the world to prove. She's what, 30, 33?
You get 1
She's
week.
33 years old?
She's 33, yeah.
Okay,
You
so
might
she's
have 1
33.
week where you're like, before you go in, but then you go in.
And
We
everyone
went
was-
in 2 days. Between the test, we went in within 2 days to make sure the pregnancy was good.
With everyone that was messaging me saying, Steve, a 33-year-old woman who is pregnant with twins is considered high risk, and she would be going to see an OBGYN every 2 to 3 weeks. That's all she has to do is show you her OBGYN report. I had a listener who was following me on my podcast who was pregnant at the time. She goes, Steve, I didn't know her. She's like, here's my OBGYN report when I went in last week. And it says your new expected due date, your weight, the baby's weight, all this stuff, just the basics. She goes, I'm going in every 2 or 3 weeks right now. She goes, Laura would have this in her patient portal if she was actually pregnant and seeing an OBGYN, which she should be if she's X amount of weeks pregnant at that time, which was at that time 20 or 24 weeks. And
there's only one piece of evidence that has not been proven fake, and that is a blown out, oversaturated ultrasound, which is probably because it's 2 or 3 different ultrasounds put together. And when I say blown out, oversaturated, it is on the white scale. You can't even tell what it is. She claims she took a photo of the ultrasound, which is why there's no metadata for it, from a place that actually doesn't do ultrasounds and did admit to doctoring the top of it. So that's the level of lack of credibility we're working with. The other ultrasound she sent me, photo, was actually her sister's. So her sister had a baby June of 2023. And the amount of brazen offense that can go into stealing someone else's identity, along with the Gregg Gillespie ultrasound, which came from a lady in Texas who lost one of the babies, who may be suing after this. She's considering what sort of legal things she can do because she lost one of her babies. And now she's got
How about that?
Yep, the policeman. Probably pretty standard here. Maybe they're going to be in the courtroom. Hey, Bruce, any updates going on in there?
We're trying to get the camera set up.
Is it a problem? Is it a problem?
I don't think they were expecting the amount of
People?
gear and people and all that, so they're trying to.
Okay.
Is there still room in there to go sit and watch the trial?
No. Well,
Or stand?
I heard there's an overflow.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
You have a second.
Yeah, let me get up there.
Yeah, maybe.
What's an overflow room? I'm learning all about court.
That's just like if
things
you're going to watch
today.
a football game and there's another room with a TV on. Yeah, that's
Gotcha.
that's what I imagine it is. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are in there. A lot of people. I mean, they're easy 30 or 40.
That's Gingras, isn't it?
Yeah. We'll have to see. Must have forgotten his fabricated ultrasounds.
It's
You
possible.
ever go to trial and you forgot your fabricated evidence in the trunk? You got to go back to the trunk and get the evidence. And so we've got copies of the fabricated evidence actually here. Can I?
Yeah.
So just for sake, I will show you guys. Bruce did such a good job of getting some of this evidence here, but we have fabricated. You know, it's not like we're we have to try really hard to get this, but we have, you know, all the emails.
Do you have the email the one that I love? Yeah.
I don't know. We've got. I want to get to the good stuff here. So
they're setting up the cameras in the courtroom right now, and there's like 30 or 40 people waiting in the hallway, and it's basically a who's who of the case.
Everyone's in there, like all the lawyers and.
Yeah, Clayton's lawyers team is.
How does Laura look as far as mood goes?
They may have her waiting somewhere else. I didn't see them waiting with everybody else.
So here's the graphic.
He's handing paperwork to the cops right now.
Oh boy.
So there's the graphic of the fake ultrasound here.
Just handing paperwork to cops. They're looking.
So we need another. So we're back here. We're gonna need Bruce. If some, just to make sure.
Yeah.
If I don't know if we're getting if we were to get served with something, or if they're trying to arrest Mike, need to make at the stage. All right, so we should be good. Let me know in the chat room. Can you guys hear us okay?
Test 1 2 test 1 2 should be good, right?
So I think we're good here. We got 3,600 people in the chat, and I'm just gonna hang out here, make sure that this thing keeps working.
Don't trip.
So yeah, multiple cops here. Let me enlarge in this a little bit.
Is the camera picking up the cop cars behind us or no?
There's one cop car. I can move the camera.
Yeah, there's
although
like two
we are kind of I think that's fine. We'll keep it right there. So, as far as what shenanigans could be pulled, it's not a paranoia to wonder, because he did threaten at least twice in court documents and privately that he would have Mike arrested for showing up to this trial, which is so offensive. He's going to
make you homeless too.
He said that. He said Laura would enjoy riding her horses on my property.
That's nice. That's nice of him.
So, no surprise. And look, I'm not trying to make a crazy person crazier, because I don't need a lawyer with a vendetta against me, because that's sort of unlimited amounts of trouble, because it's like at that point they can just do their own work for free. Yeah. But it just goes to show that audiences, through his doing and through his PR work that he's tried to do for her, not one person has changed their mind.
No.
And we have seen multiple new lawyers cover the case on YouTube say, and God bless them, but I'm going to cover this fairly. I'm going to let you know, because they come into it thinking there must be this whole skew on this thing. But I think we get thrown enough random stuff in the Bachelor world that you got to take a story for what it's worth and do your own. I hate to say do your own research. It's such an overused term, but that's what the case is. And we both came to the story the same day and followed it with the same logic.
Well, the other thing is that, remember, what she kind of does is, for her side, is if, in the beginning, I was trying to get her on my podcast. I'm talking about early September, before we knew the name Gregg Gillespie, before we knew the name Mike Maricini, right? Maricini. Yeah. Before we even knew those names, but before that we found out there was a past and she had a history of lies. I was just trying to get her on my podcast, because her thing was like, well, you talked to Clayton, so clearly you're going to believe his side. You're not out for the truth. I said, Laura, then come on my podcast. And her response is, but if you're not going to believe me, I don't want to come on. It's like, that's not how an interview works.
The same way she dealt with these guys is, you don't trust me, and blah, blah, blah. And all the guys go, you're damn right, I'll trust the evidence. And Clayton tried to play that game. He said, I'll wait till I can take a proper paternity test. We'll see how it plays out. And in the meantime, she got a restraining order against him, and she played all the other games she could while she waited for that process to play out. And it led us to here, which is really an abuse of the justice system, because we've had to all show up here to see this through, in part for justice for Clayton, but on the selfish level, on part because the only way we win this game and not get sued, and me specifically, is to continue to expose it and say, look, I mean, imagine a world where someone's threatened to sue you for defamation and your decision is to hire a van to follow them to court. But that's what you need to do in order to see this through.
I mean, it sounds so simple. She doesn't deal in reality. She doesn't live in the same world that I think normal, sane people do, because she's living in her own warped sense of reality, considering all the evidence that has been presented against her timeline, against the things that she has said absolutely happened when it's been proven not to. I just think that it's almost impossible to deal with somebody like her. And as I said earlier, if and when the judgment comes down against her, she's not going to end up saying that, yeah, you know what, maybe I wasn't pregnant. No, she's going to stick by the fact that she was pregnant because she had an HCG test 11 days after they had a hookup that told her. And however many sticks there were, 5, I think, five pregnancy sticks.
Yeah, and the way I look at it,
that she's pregnant.
They use the pregnancy sticks as if the more you have, the more pregnant you are. And I look at it this way: you could take a pregnant person and pee walk across 7,000 pregnancy sticks,
and 7,000 pregnancies are going to show that you're pregnant.
And it's not going to be that you're 7,000 times more pregnant than one test. It is a complete, I've got so much COVID. I took 15 tests and they all say I've got COVID. Yeah. But how dark was that line on the test? And and Clayton called this out, in her pregnancy tests, the line never changed. It was a very faint line. And as we find out, that's because it was a level of 102, which is first week only. So when she tests in October 25th or whatever the date was in October, 5+ months pregnant at a level of 102, she is about 150,000 points off. You couldn't be more off.
And let's not forget about Ravgen and all this. So we even brought them up. The lab based out of Maryland,
I think Delaware
or Delaware. Okay,
maybe Baltimore.
Who was the first one to come out and say little to no fetal DNA, and that was the thing that Clayton went on his Instagram and. You know what you learn is that everyone avoids subpoenas.
Yeah. You see it in Congress, they avoid subpoenas.
Yeah.
So Ravgen, I believe, was subpoenaed for that medical information and never provided it.
Never provided it.
Which is so frustrating. And my belief is that it'll only make them look bad because Jane's defense will be a credibility issue.
Yeah.
How do we know you did the test right? Now, fetal DNA stays in a woman's body, a mother's body, well after birth.
Yeah.
That's something they've uncovered more recently than not, is that not only does the baby get the woman's DNA, but conversely, the baby's DNA enters the woman's bloodstream, and you actually become a part of your baby, which is beautiful. Do we have information? Boost that.
We have a little breaking news.
Okay.
So these City of Phoenix police cars outside. So I guess one of our intrepid public observers overheard them talking to David Gingras, and he was basically telling them, how terrified that Jane Doe is right now, probably in relation to Mike, and
restraining order against him.
And apparently, as they were going through security, the security guards were telling the Phoenix police that Mike is subpoenaed and is compelled to be here, and then. We have information from inside about 2 Phoenix police entering the mother's room. So David Gingras, Jane Doe, and Jane Doe's mother are in the mother's room waiting for court to be set up, so they don't have to wait in the hallway. And I guess the Phoenix police are in there with them.
Complete waste of resources. Complete waste of resources.
Is this Arizona taxpayer money going to this?
For Dave, feed him the info. So is that the info that we got from Meg? 2 Phoenix police entered the mother's room.
We have various sources.
It's coming in from left and right here. Mm-hmm. We've also got a Google document that's going to share updates coming directly from the courtroom.
Okay. I have that document now.
Yeah, that's great.
Let me open it.
And maybe I can airdrop it to the computer if that's easier for you. I'm going to airdrop it right now to the computer. It should open in a tab, Bruce. So you'll have it right there. You can enlarge that if you want to pinch the screen. You don't have to, but
that's very
live update notes.
You can read it.
Clayton is here with Gregg Woodnick and Deandra. Media is trying to get set up. Very difficult. There are no outlets, no space, no room. They're making it hard for the camera to get set up. Still photography is not an issue, but the camera setup is very dicey. As Isabel is a darling. Breaking news. Adorable Isabel, who, by the way, Isabel is like the lifeblood of Woodnick Law. I'm gonna rally Woodnick Law to give her a pay raise. I know they're not gonna like that.
So does this mean I can't go in?
It looks like there's no room for you, but you could let the police know. Maybe they're fans of Steve Carbone.
The courtroom is full, from my understanding. There may be an overflow room, but I haven't asked about that.
You know what we need is I need some tape to. So here we have. This is the most brazen. This is the most brazen. Can you believe this? Have you seen this image before? This is an ultrasound that says Owens, and then redacted is the first name. When you find out that her sister had a baby in June of 2023, people actually looked at the Poshmark, which is a website to sell clothes, and found this table being used by her sister. So imagine if your siblings having a baby. Oh my gosh, Jennifer, send me the photo. And you text a photo, and then this is then used afterwards. Gestational age 21 weeks 3 days. And what's interesting about this image is that on first look, you look at this and you go, well, it looks like a baby. And when I got the email from Laura, she said, this is the boy. They were wondering if he was healthy or not. So here she is with bad juju commenting on the health of a baby that's not even hers, but it's actually her nephew.
Yeah.
And of course, this wasn't a twin. This was a one baby. So we have that image. And of course,
we have a breaking news update.
more breaking news. Oh, I'm good right now. Thank you. If there's any painter's tape, I can use that, but I don't want to use the tape on the, actually, no, I'll take that. No, whatever. All right. Breaking news update.
Yeah, so Gingras called the police on Mike, but he has entered the courtroom without being arrested. Gingras pronounces his name like Gingras.
Well,
Gingras.
So we've been calling him Gingras for the. He's
I like my
ginger.
version better.
Let's call him a ginger.
How amazing in a world where an attorney makes his money promoting free speech. He's a free speech attorney.
Yeah.
He's promoted some dark internet companies that he calls the police and tries to cancel a man who's here to testify about the truth of what happened. And Mike Maricini.
He's banking on the 8-year restraining order. I'm guessing that's his stance. Is like, hey, she's got an 8-year restraining order against him. He can't be near her.
Sure. And the attorney I'm sure the chat room's going crazy right now, going, if you have a subpoena, you don't need this, whatever. But clearly you can't just get a restraining order on people. Now, this email is interesting. There's a redacted version of the top email and then the lower part. Here's what's interesting on the redacted version. On the redacted version, you wonder, why is it redacted? This is an email from between Clayton and Laura. And you go, wonder what's redacted about that. You would only redact emails. And like at the top there, she redacts the email, right? You go, all right, she's redacting emails. But this is redacted from Laura's end. And then he says, even after seeing it, this is what's redacted. Considering you only performed oral sex on me and no vaginal penetration occurred, the chances of you being pregnant seem considerably low. Although, again, maybe low probability. Nonetheless, it is one. So here we have the initial document that she used to convince the internet that he was the bad guy, and she redacted the part that there was no penetrative sex. She redacted the part where he admits early on there was only oral, a story she would later change to the R word, which she has taken out of her testimony. But it just goes to show, I mean, wouldn't this be evidence enough to change everybody's opinion?
You would think.
Why redact the part? The only part redacted is that he shared the truth. So she had to redact that. And maybe she was banking on the fact that as a public figure, he wasn't gonna go public because he's gonna look like a monster. Yeah. That right there changed everybody's opinion before any ultrasound fraud or anything else came out. That to me is one of the most interesting things out there. So as far as the pretrial motions, the pretrial statements, it's pretty standard what we expected it would be. But we also have here is the fake HCG test, which again, this is information that came out. She sent this to me in October, but I just didn't read it. I didn't know what it meant. Have you seen this before?
Yeah.
So 131,000, you go, okay, that's real HCG. That's a viable pregnancy. It's just fake. And then we find out the real version's 102.
102.
And when I find this out and realize I've got all this fake information, boy, we just lost the generator. That's weird. I wonder why we lost the generator. So that'll be an issue, but we'll have to find out. Got nice and quiet here, but that's not a good sign. It's supposed to be able to run for 8 hours. So I wonder.
It's been running for 1.
What that issue is. Yeah. We can always turn the van on. And I think that might give us enough power if we turn the van on. But do we still have? Yeah, it looks like we are completely. No, this power is still on though, so we could be okay. Can I just?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna get Courtney Robertson, lead villain.
Oh yeah.
A real beautiful mother here.
Ooh, double mic, double fisting.
Steve is double mic.
I'm double fisting. Now you get.
Oh, here we go.
Hi.
Hey, everyone.
Courtney
Hello.
Robertson, everybody.
We're live in Phoenix, Arizona
Your hometown.
with the reality spoiler king.
I want to get in there, man. I feel like
I have somebody.
part of the action,
I'm on it. So somebody just got here and I said, text me if we can go into the overflow room.
Oh, good.
Okay, good.
And it sounds like Dave's back up and running. We just got back from Vegas. I'm like, who's on first?
Yeah,
but I wanted to
go
come.
from a fun 4 days in Vegas to like some serious shit here. for this
and I
trial.
wanted to just come support Clayton and
Yeah.
you guys because I love you. And
You ever
and
you ever
Dave.
faked any of your pregnancies, Courtney? You ever
no.
never?
Hey, I heard
You
they
ever
were
tried to
giving
pull one
out
off?
free scones and blow pops.
Yeah.
That is so hilarious.
Did you ever have a results of 102 for your H? I think that's the HCG.
HGCT fake real? Wow, she's
Yeah.
good at
Man,
Photoshop.
look at-
That's
she
for
faked
sure.
that. 131 902.
Look at
versus
Dave. I
102.
think Dave could be an attorney. So
I don't hear the AC.
this is fun.
Anyway,
It's not your average Monday.
I know.
I thought I was gonna have the Monday scaries coming home from Vegas. You know what I mean? I got both my kids off to school. Paloma had a meltdown.
Yeah, I know that was
Oh,
rough.
I was like, came, grabbed you, scooped
How many
you
kids
up.
are in her class? What we got?
Like probably 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
what is
it's
she, pre-
preschool.
pre-K?
Yeah, it's
Pre-K?
pre-K.
Yeah. Does she like it?
Pre-K. She loves it. Yeah, she loves it. She's been kissing people lately though, and they give you like,
on the lips,
yes,
boys or girls?
boys
and girls.
and girls and the teacher, and they're like popo because all the germs, right?
Oh yeah.
And they're like
yeah.
kiss on the cheek, like.
Yeah.
But yeah, so anyway, that's that update, and I have my 6-week checkup. I gotta scoot soon.
Okay. Do we have an update, Bruce, at all? Anything?
I'm trying to get an update. It
do
looks
hear
like
you.
Lauren's stream may be going.
I know once the stream's going, that Dave wants,
Let me see if we can go into the overflow room. I
Wait.
had somebody. I just gave her my number. I'm like,
But I
let me
don't-
know.
I don't see the stream. I'm trying to get the stream on my phone. So we
They
can check
sent
it out.
everyone to the overflow room. They kept the family. Kept the family and allowed 5 people from the line. So there's a line.
Oh, geez.
Do you want to go check it out?
Well, I don't want to
Chickadee check.
until Dave gets back on the
Send
mic. We don't
everyone
want to
to
just
the
be like, hey,
overflow.
put the mics down. We're out.
I just got a text that there is an overflow room, and there's people in there in the overflow room.
Should we just go check it out?
Should ask if they're. Should find out. Are they allowing more? Is the
Right.
thing. Yeah. I mean, I haven't. Like I said, I
they
was telling Dave,
allowing
I've never
more?
been to a court before, so I have no idea what an overflow room is. But I know now.
I'm gonna
But it's
ask,
like,
is
is
there
it
a
an overflow
line?
room that seats 100? Does it seat 20? Like
Can
that's
we
what I kinda need
watch
to
it
find
from
out.
there? Is there
That would be
a
the
line?
whole point. Yeah. I would think we'd be able to hear and watch, but I guess the question would be, can we get more into the overflow room?
I'm just finding out right now.
Oh, somebody hears voices from the courtroom feed, but we're still looking at the Elgato stream logo on Laura's feed. So as soon as Lauren gets going, we'll
Business
probably be
casual,
able
very
to
nice.
add that to the stream here.
I need to try to find out why it's
Yeah.
not working. But this is still on,
It looks like we're still live, right?
which means there's energy.
There's
a
bat-
battery,
Well, there's a big battery bank back here.
but I am worried about.
Yeah, we don't want to kill it.
Okay, we're still on the
I'm
feed.
Trying to decide what. to
Deuces.
do. Let me call him. I'm using this Wi-Fi though. Okay.
Ooh,
I'll text him real quick.
trying to get the AC going in the van in here.
Bed.
Yeah.
I have my car too. If you guys need the AC on in my Tahoe, is there a line for overflow?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if we can get in on this thing. Because once the feed is live, Dave, that's what you're going to be running on your.
And I don't know if they're gonna have it, and if they don't, we'll just have from what's going on in the courtroom. We'll have.
But you'll have to literally talk for 3 hours and just be reading updates. Is that how you're going to do it?
I might just
Yeah.
go, like, casual and let the chat talk.
Oh, okay.
That is that just ran to the car. They're having trouble getting that going in there. So
Yeah.
that's what she just told me when she was running.
Yeah, the courtroom stream is not going yet.
I wonder if it started. I mean, are they prompt on this stuff? We're eight
Yeah.
minutes
Oh yeah.
past.
Very
8:40.
prompt.
Okay.
Yeah. Very prompt.
So I believe the 8:45 would have been maybe in the judge's chambers, and then 9 o'clock is the main courtroom schedule.
Oh, okay. So maybe we don't start.
No,
for
you
six
can
then.
come in. So just
Oh,
coming in and.
There are still seats in the overflow room as well.
You want to go? Let's do
Yeah,
it.
well, I don't
Let's
wanna
wait till Dave gets
Dave gets back
squared
and we'll head
away.
in there. We will head in there and.
Oh, we've got a feed.
Oh, we got a feed, Dave.
There's a video feed that is up. The
Hi,
audio is
Tasha.
apparently faint.
I wonder if she's watching.
Oh, I'm sure she is. Tasha, we missed you in Vegas.
Yeah.
We'll need Dave to get
You would have
this
had a blast.
the stream added to our video set up so that we can check it out
Another time.
and listen to
Yeah.
it.
Is this the court that Alberto has to come to every for work?
He used to.
Oh,
he
used
goes
to.
downtown now.
Oh, he goes in town now.
I know
Okay.
he wanted to be here today, but he's
Kid watching.
and he has court coverage. So Yeah,
Wait,
he's
which
been
kid is at
such a
home today? Oh,
Gabriel.
duh.
I was gonna bring Gabriel, but he's
How
a
about bringing Gabriel into the courtroom? What about that? Think he would have been?
I would hold him up like Lion King.
Yeah.
Ah, son of a.
You think he would have been quiet for the whole time?
No. I was like, babe, I just need your help this morning. He did the whole weekend with the kids.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get that thing in the airport for Paloma? The spinny thing?
Oh yeah, it's in my bag.
Mom
It's in-
foul.
Yeah.
When you're buying trinkets for your kids, I learned the hard way yesterday. You got to buy them both. You got to buy two.
Does she?
She threw a fit. I want one. I got Joaquin this cool light up
should've brought-
spinner. You were such a good sport. I'm like, Steve, when you're at the airport, can you find this? I need
I found
two.
it. Yeah.
We're gonna go in the overflow room, Dave. So if you want me to text you while we're in there,
The
we
stream
can.
from inside the courtroom just
Okay.
began. So there is a stream. So you'll need to
All right.
add it
Help
in.
me set that up. Or do you know?
I could try, but I'm
Can I
not an
get
expert.
someone- I'll try to set it up. But I
Mhm.
need to get this. Maybe we'll just
Yep.
maybe we can just turn the van on. Let's turn the van on so that way we can. At least get
Then
the-
we can troubleshoot. Yeah. We're going to turn the
Yeah.
van on
This is
and
a
then get
great
the stream
van.
going.
Yeah.
Isn't it? I mean, I couldn't glamp for like a couple days in this, but
I'm glamping right now.
you're glamping.
My jacket is off, people.
Yeah.
We're at the stage where the jacket is off.
It's not too bad. Even in the shade here, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want your
All
mic
right.
back?
Oh yeah.
I'm telling bad jokes. You're probably
No,
losing
just
viewers.
no. They know. They know we're getting close to go time.
So I got a scrap fix. Thank you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Enjoy.
I'll be back out.
Sweet. I'm gonna
I can't
close
imagine
this.
to sit there.
Can I close this at all? And still, I don't know. What's gonna go on here? All right, so I'm gonna need to work on this and then figure out the generator. All right, folks, just hang tight as I try to get the feed here. We have a lot going on. So what channel is the courtroom feed on? We're gonna get this feed up, but it's a real couple complicated issues here. All right, so let's do this. Hold on, folks. It's coming up right now. I'm gonna present the share screen here, and then are you getting no signal? All right, folks. So I've got the stream up. They had it for a minute there. So I'm gonna be. Can we let's see what we've got for we're on. Can we close the door, and then if anyone wants to come in, feel free to come in. But I just as far as let's I'm on my Wi-Fi, so I think I'm gonna stick to my Wi-Fi because it seems to be working pretty good. I'm gonna close. I'm gonna turn my mic off. I'm gonna turn this camera off, and I'm gonna switch to an in-app here. So hold on, folks. We're gonna switch cameras. Yeah, Bruce. I think as far as that, I think we can maybe take that down. I've got a solid. Yeah, I mean, I'm using your booster's not helping my. Oh, it is. Oh, okay. In that case, all right. Sorry. All right. So we're in the van. It's extremely hot. So can let's boost the air conditioning and just try to. So we can't close that anymore. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Let's see if we can hear what's going on in there. Hang tight, folks. Want me to hold it? Set it down. All right. Thanks for sticking with us. And we're going to make sure we get this stream for you guys. Just going to try to keep our equipment cool. If we don't get it, then we are just going to go back to a live update here. We have no updates right now. Our batteries are all holding. And again, we will get those to you as we get them. I've actually had like a surprising. Oh, we might have audio.
Two-man job.
Can you guys hear that? Let me know in the chat. You guys can hear that audio? The feed's gone. Here it is. I'll boost it when I get it. Can you blast that as high as possible on the left? Yeah. Sweet. And I'm going to have to get a charge for my phone. Check. I'm going to turn off 2. Turn that off. Things are going okay, folks. I'm hearing there's audio and video. Can you guys hear this okay? I can't hear anything, so it might just be that they're not on mic yet. So let's take a look at let's see what we're looking at right here. We're live in the van, 3,400 people, no audio on live feed. You don't have audio on hers, do you?
Yes, I can hear it.
You can
It's
hear
very quiet because there's no one talking.
Okay, why can't? Oh, there's just no one talking? All right, so I should have her audio. I'm going to remain quiet for a minute and just listen into the court audio. All right, it seems as though they're just not talking yet, so. Yeah, we're in the van, folks. We got a lot of super chats. I can't get to all of them right now. Let's hold off on the super chats. I do appreciate you guys. Tons of super chats pouring in. Thank you guys so much for that. I'm not going to get to them right now. It's going to be a hell of a lot of support. I will try to get to a few. Tracy with $50 says, thank you for being a shiny flashlight, exposing this toxic mess of a woman. It's such a shame her family enabled her instead of getting her the help years ago. Thank you so much for that. All right, they're rising.
Be seated, please.
Good morning, everyone. This is the time set in FC
Audio okay?
2023-052-114. Appearances, please, beginning first with Petitioner's Counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Gingras on behalf of Laura Owens. Ms. Owens is present with me in court today, along with her mother and our medical expert, Dr. Michael Mitchell.
Good morning to you all, and from the respondent, please.
Good morning, Judge. Gregg Woodnick. I'm here for Clayton. Also with me is my co-counsel, Andrea and Isabel Rani.
Good morning to all of you. Is that by chance our expert, maybe? Oh, no, I wasn't talking to the media. You're fine. I was talking to Layla. All right. So, counsels, I know we discussed in chambers whether the rule is going to be invoked or not. What did we decide?
We're not invoking it. We're good.
Okay. All right. So then, as I told the parties, that extends your time by 5 minutes. Each party will be given 50 minutes. We will take a 10-minute break roughly halfway through. I allow 10 minutes for technical difficulties because they just happen to everybody. Are either counsel using a laptop that may kick you out on Wi-Fi? No. All right, so that won't be an issue then this morning. And then the additional 10 minutes has now been absorbed into the party's time. Counsel, I note that you wish to make a record before we begin. Did you wish to make that now?
I do, Your Honor, as quickly as I possibly can.
Okay.
So we object to Mr. Michael Maricini being called as a witness. There are 2 bases for this objection. The first is non-disclosure. I raised this before in a motion in limine, if the court would remember. I don't think the court had all the facts at that time, and I don't know that I had an opportunity to present them. So I just want to briefly explain what the basis is for the non-disclosure objection. I got involved in this case on March 25th, 2024. 2 days after that, Mr. Woodnick served a second supplemental disclosure statement. That was the first time that Mr. Maricini was identified as a witness. The entire disclosure was a single sentence long, and I'll read it. This witness is expected to testify about his prior interactions with the petitioner, her 2 alleged pregnancies during their relationship, and the subsequent litigation. That was the entirety of the disclosure as to Mr. Maricini. As I would in any case, Your Honor, once I got a copy of the file, I started to investigate, and I reached out to the contact person listed for Mr. Maricini, who was a lawyer in California named Randy Sue Pollock. I spoke to Ms. Pollock. She expressed extreme surprise. She had never heard of this case. She had never heard of Mr. Woodnick. She had no idea why I was calling her. I told her that her client had been listed as a witness and that I wanted to know
he's
if he was going to come to trial or not. he was. I may want to speak to him, may want to depose him. She said that she would get back to me and let me know. She sent me an email the next day, dated April 19th, which I have a copy of, and I'll put into the record if Your Honor would allow. She said to me in writing, "My client will not be testifying," referring to Mr. Maricini. I thought, great, one less person, one less time issue to deal with. That remained my understanding until the morning of April 30th, when I received a new disclosure from Mr. Woodnick that totally changed the landscape. This was the first time that I had heard that there was an issue of fake medical records with Mr. Maricini and my client in California some 8 years ago. That's why I literally within an hour of seeing that information, I filed an emergency motion for a court hearing. The court unfortunately took 2.5 weeks and then denied that. So I was not given an opportunity to explain the problem. Here we are, Your Honor, the morning of trial. I still don't know what Mr. Maricini can say. That is a complete violation of Rule 49. The whole purpose of the disclosure rules is to avoid surprise. And yet here we are, surprise.
He's going to testify that she lied about
That's
cancer.
improper. The second issue, Your Honor, deals with this California court restraining order. I think you have a copy of it. It's one of our trial exhibits. We have a court order from the state of California that prohibits Mr. Maricini from being within 100 yards of Ms. Owens. He's in violation of it right now. There is no exception for court appearances. She is so terrified that she may not be able to sit here during this trial. Under the full faith and credit clause of the U.S. Constitution and also under federal law, this court is required to enforce that order as it is written. You can't change it, you can't modify it, you can't discard it. And yet here we are. So for those two reasons, I would ask the court to exclude Mr. Maricini.
Thank you. Response?
Do it in 30 seconds. Number one, you already ruled on this. And number two, there's a lack of transparency in the comments because number one, Your Honor already saw Mr. Maricini's correspondence.
Bingo.
To Mr. Gingras as to why he didn't want to talk to him. And number two, Mr. Maricini is here and is available, and certainly Mr. Gingras could have walked out in the hallway and talked to him, but instead he called 911.
Bingo.
Thank you.
Your Honor, just very, very briefly, the whole point here is I wanted to talk to Mr. Maricini. I wanted to interview him either informally, which I would do in any case, or depose him if he wouldn't participate. I couldn't do that because I didn't have contact information from him, and his attorney told me he wasn't coming. So somebody lied to me. I don't know who it was, but I don't care. The disclosure rules require him to disclose everything to me so that I'm not surprised. That was not done. He shouldn't be allowed to testify.
Thank you. Okay. The court did previously rule on this. My ruling will stand, but I
Bingo.
appreciate the record. So at this point, counsel, on your client's behalf, how many people will be testifying and are they in the courtroom right now?
We have 3, and they are all here.
Called 911. Free
We have
speech
the
lawyer.
expert available virtually. Okay. And then counsel, from your perspective, which witnesses are you calling and are they all here?
We have Mr. Echard and Dr. Dean, who is my phone for my video.
All right. All right. So what we're going to do at this time is we're going to swear everybody in. That gives the parties a little bit more time. So I'm going to have anyone who is being called as a witness to please raise your right hand to be sworn in. And I apologize, Dr. Deans. I can't see you, but if you would please raise your right hand.
You and each of you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Dr. Deans?
I do.
Thank you. All right. And counsel may or may not choose to make an opening statement. Just as a strategic method, sometimes attorneys choose to reserve their time for testimony and evidence. That being said, does either party wish to make an opening statement?
I do, Your Honor. I'll take about 15 seconds.
Okay, when you're
Your
ready.
Honor, the file notwithstanding, I'm actually a fan of keeping things simple. I believe that simple is better. That means focusing on what matters and filtering out what does not matter. We're here on a petition to establish paternity. Unless I'm missing something, the only possible outcomes of that petition are that paternity is established or it is not.
That's 15
There's
seconds.
no baby in this case. There's nothing to establish. Our position is that the petition is moot, that the court can simply deny it, dismiss it, use whatever verbiage you want to. The only remaining issue is, I guess, this issue of Mr. Echard's request for a judgment of non-paternity. My position is he bears the burden of proving that. There's absolutely no evidence to support that. And Ms. Owens, at the end of the day, she was pregnant, Your Honor. The fact that she was pregnant negates everything else that you're about to hear. Whether she lied to an ex-boyfriend 8 years ago has nothing to do with whether she was pregnant last year. Nothing. It does affect credibility, but as you're about to hear from our medical expert, there's objective proof of pregnancy that does not require relying on her credibility. That's simple. So
Minute.
we would like the court to dismiss, deny the petition. There's no basis for fees. There's no fee request in front of you right now. So I guess you could offer some guidance on what the court would do in the future, but there is no sanctions request to grant. There's no fee motion.
Counsel, did you wish to make an opening statement?
Generally, no, but today, yes. Judge, we stand by our pretrial statement.
She lied.
I'll remind the court that the court not only has the establishment of paternity matter, which was filed woefully inappropriately, as you'll hear today, and as you know from prior pleadings in this matter, but we've got the collateral protective order proceedings, orders of protection related to that Your Honor indicated you already watched or were watching the videos related. That's all before the court today, and Your Honor has authority to make the findings today that the petition was filed in bad faith, that there was pervasive fraud on this court in multiple proceedings, and that attorney's fees and sanctions can be ordered in this matter.
All right, so now we'll begin. Yes.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I was going to call.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So as witnesses come up to the witness stand, you can bring water with you.
The
exhibits
overflow
will be
room is
displayed
laughing
for
at
you. Please let
Gingras,
us
is
know
what
if
I'm
you
being
can't
told.
see it. And counsels, you should each be made a presenter when it's your turn. But if you haven't, let Layla know.
Judge, are you keeping time, and what's our time check?
Yeah, sure. Petitioners at 4 minutes 34 seconds. Respondents at 1 minute 11 seconds.
Thank you.
When you're ready.
Your Honor, call Laura Owens.
All right.
Laura taking the stand. Ron Owens is also here, we're being told. Her father. Nope, Ron is not there. It is the Dr. Medchill. Ron is not there. Opening statement. Gingras says she was pregnant.
Laura, how are you feeling?
Nervous.
Okay. Just breathe in. We'll get through this really quick, okay? Laura, we've talked about the timeline of events, and I want to just really quickly run through. When did you first meet Mr. Echard?
May the 17th, I believe we connected on LinkedIn.
Okay. And were you intimate with him at some point?
Yes.
What day was that?
May 20th.
At some point after you were intimate with him, did you test positive for pregnancy?
Yes.
Do you remember the first time that happened?
It was the evening of May 31st.
Okay. After you tested positive the first time, did you do anything to confirm the pregnancy?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Banner Health Urgent Care the next day, and I took a test there.
On June 1st?
Yes.
If you can look at the screen in front of you there, it says Exhibit 2. That's actually the wrong number. But that's a printout of the positive pregnancy test you received from Banner?
Yes.
On June 1st?
Yes.
Okay. And after you got the second positive test, what did you do?
I told Mr. Echard.
All right. Did you go see him at some point to talk about it?
Yes.
What day was that?
June 17th.
When you went over to his house, I understand?
Yes.
When you showed up at his house, did he ask you to take a pregnancy test?
He did.
Did you know in advance that he was going to give you that test?
I did not.
Did you take the test in front of him?
Yes, I did.
Did he actually watch you pee on a stick?
Yes, he did.
What was the result of that?
It was positive.
HCG.
After you had the third test that was positive with him, did he send you an email at some point to talk about the situation?
Yes.
All right, looking at the screen in front of you, is this the email that Mr. Echard sent you on, it looks like June 21st?
Yes.
The third paragraph down has some highlighted text, and I'll just read it. Considering you only performed oral sex on me and no vaginal penetration occurred, the chances of you being pregnant seem considerably low. Although again, maybe rubbing up against one another allowed a sperm to make its way inside you. It's a very low probability, nevertheless it is one. First of all, Clayton wrote that to you, yes?
Yes.
And did you have conversations with him where he told you that he thought you were pregnant?
Yes.
Is that verbal conversations or text or email or all three?
All three.
Okay. Moving right along. After you got this email on, and I'll move to admit, Your Honor, Petitioner's Exhibit A2.
Any objection? A2 proceed.
After the email of June 21st, what happened next in terms of your proceeding to verify the pregnancy?
I took additional tests.
Did you have a sonogram done in California?
Yes, I did.
I'm sure Mr. Woodnick will ask you about this. Planned Parenthood has not been able to verify that you were ever seen there. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Yes. I went under a fake name when I went there.
Liar.
Okay.
Liar.
And you had a sonogram done. Did you ever present that sonogram as evidence in any court proceeding anywhere?
No.
Sent it to me.
We have obviously presented it in this case. But you've admitted already that you changed the name at the top or the location. Did you change the name at the top of the sonogram?
The location, yes.
Why did you do that?
I changed it because Mr. Echard was being threatening towards me, and I didn't want him to know where I had gone and try to track down my providers.
Okay. After the Planned Parenthood sonogram, do you remember approximately what date that was? I know you signed a declaration. I think it said July 2nd, and then there may be a conflict. Do you remember what date that was? That you went to?
It was actually the end of June.
Okay. Were you in California both weekends? Is that what the confusion was?
Yes.
All right. After the sonogram in California, around July 23rd, did something happen in terms of you passing tissue or anything like that?
Yes.
Can you explain briefly what happened on July 23rd?
Yeah. I wasn't having any symptoms at all, but I did pass tissue that looked like it could have potentially been a miscarriage. I'm not sure if you're going to pull that.
Photoshopped.
Or if I was looking for something.
I'll wait. Till
Okay. Yeah. It looked like it could potentially be miscarriage tissue, but I wasn't sure.
Did you seek any medical care after July 23rd after the tissue passed
Yes.
related to that?
Yes.
He's thirsty.
I texted a hotline for pregnancy and miscarriage questions, and I also did an appointment with a telemedicine doctor as well.
Okay. And what did they tell?
Video visit.
I'm sorry. What did they tell you?
They
Back on
Hold
listener.
on 1 second. Overruled.
Go ahead.
that means to go ahead. Okay. What was the question? What did they tell me?
Yeah. What information did they give you, if any?
They told me that I needed to monitor myself, but that they felt like unless I had more symptoms, I didn't need to worry that it was a miscarriage.
Okay. And after July 23rd, did you take any other pregnancy tests shortly after that date?
Yes, I did.
What date?
I believe the 27th and then also August 1st before I filed this case.
Okay. So the day that you filed, before you filed this case, how many pregnancy tests did you have?
5.
So you had one on May 31st. You had one on June 1st at Banner. You had another one on June 17th with Clayton. You took one. I have my notes say July 25th, but I think you just testified maybe a little day or two differently. August 1st also. So 5 positive tests before you filed this case.
Yes.
Did you have any negative tests before you filed this case?
No.
Laura, Clayton has argued. Let me go back to the night of May 20th. You have, in your deposition, you said that Clayton actually had sexual intercourse with you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And was that true?
Yes.
Did you tell him that night that you did not want to have sex?
Yes.
And did he honor that request?
No.
Wow.
Laura, you've heard Clayton argue at various places in this case that you were trying to trap him in some way by what happened here. Can you explain, if you were trying to trap him, why did you tell him that you didn't want to have sex?
Objection leading.
I wasn't trying to trap him.
Hold on 1 second.
Sorry.
Sustained.
Okay.
Thank you.
But you never, that first night with Clayton, you never said to him, let's do it all night long or anything like that.
No.
Objection leading. Sustained.
Did you tell Clayton that you wanted to have sex that night? Let's switch very quickly. Actually, let's go back to our timeline. After you filed the case on August 1, did you do anything in terms of DNA testing to verify the pregnancy and verify that Clayton was the father?
Yes.
What did you do to verify that?
We took a test. Well, I paid for a test in August at Ravgen, which was the lab that he chose to conduct the test. And I paid for it, and he did not schedule his part of the test.
Little to no fetal DNA.
According to my notes, August 15th was the Ravgen initial booking for $725 you paid. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Leading. Sustained.
What date did you initially book the Ravgen test for?
August 15th.
And what did you pay for it?
$725.
Okay. And why didn't that test go forward, or did it go forward?
Clayton did not schedule his part of the test.
Okay, so you had to cancel?
He blocked you.
Yes.
Did you eventually successfully complete the testing?
Yes.
What was the result of that?
It was inconclusive, little to no fetal DNA.
Okay.
Bingo.
Remember when that result came back?
Case closed.
I believe we took the test September 28th, so shortly thereafter.
All right. After the Ravgen results came back, did you have any further pregnancy tests?
Yes.
Do you remember the date, when and where that happened?
Yeah. It was October the 16th, I believe. And it was at any lab test now.
And was that a quantitative test? Did it involve a blood draw?
It was a blood draw, yes.
And do you remember the results of that test?
It still showed that I was pregnant.
At some point, did you eventually learn that you were no longer pregnant?
Yes.
What date did that happen?
November 15th, I believe.
And was that go to a facility called Mom Doc?
Yes.
And did you take how many? Did they give you a pregnancy test then?
Yes.
More than one test?
They just gave me one test.
And the results were both negative.
Yes.
After you learned that you were no longer pregnant, November 14th, did you file anything further in this case?
No.
What was your intent? If we go back to the any lab test now, October 16th, you filed a request for mediation 2 days after that, correct?
Correct.
What was your intent in doing that?
I wanted to dismiss the case. I wanted to go over the test results.
Did you know how to dismiss the case?
No.
So you were making an effort to let Clayton know that you thought the pregnancy was probably ending badly and you wanted to drop the case.
Objection leading.
All right. Laura, let's switch topics briefly. Did Clayton ever lie to you about real estate contracts?
Yes.
Can you briefly explain what happened with that?
Yeah. I first met him as a realtor, and I had him make 2 offers on 2 different properties on the same day, and found out he never submitted those offers. But I signed them.
When were the offers submitted?
May 24th.
And when did you find out that Clayton didn't send them to the seller?
May 25th, because they were only good for 24 hours.
So he lied to you and said that he had sent offers in that he didn't.
Correct.
Objection argumentative and objection relevant.
Go ahead.
Correct.
At some point, did you file a complaint against Clayton with the real estate board?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a response from the board regarding your complaint?
Yes.
What was that response?
They found him in professional violation of a couple of things, but I can't remember what they were.
Laura, that issue with the real estate contracts happened before you tested positive for pregnancy, if I'm understanding the timeline correctly. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever learn why Clayton did not submit those offers or why he said he didn't?
He said I didn't because he said I had no intention of purchasing real estate.
Did you have an intention of purchasing real estate?
Yes.
Did you wind up purchasing real estate?
Yes.
Let's talk about proof of pregnancy again. So did you take a photo of the test that you took on May 31st?
Yes, I did.
All right. I think attached, if you saw that, yeah, you saw that.
Yeah, I still have the exhibit.
So attached to this email are a couple of photos here. One's right there. Day 11, it says, is this a photograph that you took?
Yes, day 11 is one I took, and I believe the one above is one Clayton took.
Oh, okay. So the one that says day 11 is a photo that you took, and you sent that to Clayton at or around that time?
Yes.
And then the one above that is, it says day 21, and it also appears to show positive. And that's the test that Clayton gave you.
Yes.
And he sent that picture back to you.
Yeah, he took it right after the test at his place.
All right. And the test that you took at Banner and the results that you received there on June 1st, did you send that to Clayton?
Yes.
And it's our exhibit A1, and I'll move to admit that one as well, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection to A1, Your Honor.
A1's received.
Okay, Laura, did you do, regarding the Banner test, the day 11 test, or the day 21 test, those 3 tests, did you do anything at all to tamper with the results of those tests?
No.
Did you take any drugs, hormones, or any substance at all to affect the outcome?
No.
Did you use urine to change the outcome?
No.
Laura, in Clayton's deposition, this exact issue came up about him giving you the test and wanting you to take it in front of him. And he testified, I'll just read from his deposition. Yeah, I wanted to make sure she didn't bring anything into the bathroom, but she couldn't pee right in front of me because she said she had stage fright. So I closed the door so she would be able to pee. Is that deposition testimony truthful?
I did have stage fright. He was right. I did tell him that, but I did pee in front of him because he insisted that I did that.
Okay. And when he sent you the email on July 19th, 2 days after, June 19th, 2 days after you went to his house and took that 3rd test in front of him, did he say anything at all about the fact that you closed the door and couldn't pee in front of him?
No.
Okay. And Clayton, he obviously saw the first pregnancy test that you took. He saw the second one that you took, or the results of it anyway, and the 3rd one that you took in front of him. If we go back to
12 minutes.
Exhibit A2, at the end of this email, Clayton says, at the very top of the page, he says, I say all this, and in the email, he talks about the fact he thought you might be on some medication that affected the results, I guess. But he says, at the top paragraph,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's reading information off of a potential piece of evidence that hasn't been admitted. And he's giving quite a narrative.
That has been admitted.
Yeah, two's been received. If you look in the top left-hand corner, if there's a green sticker, that means it's been received.
My
If it's
apologies.
brown, it means it was declined. Go ahead, counsel.
Laura, the question I have for you regarding the first paragraph at the top of the page there, Clayton wrote, or the email says, this is why it's important for us to do the paternity test, because there's no question that if it comes back positive, it is mine. Did Clayton ever tell you that he wanted you to have a paternity test done?
Yes.
Did he ever say to you that if you didn't file this case that he would?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know how many times. A bunch of times.
At some point before you filed this case, did you hire a lawyer to help you?
Yes.
And who was that?
Bonnie Platter.
And she never appeared in any case for you, is my understanding. Is that right?
Yeah, she never appeared.
Okay, but what did you have her do with regard to Clayton and the pregnancy issue?
I wanted to prevent filing a case publicly in court for both of our sakes. I didn't want it to be public and thought that we could come up with a parenting plan if, in fact, the pregnancy was Clayton's. I thought we could come up with it on our own without having to involve the court.
Okay, so before you filed this case, you made an effort to work with him to get the test done privately without the court being involved.
Yes, and I hired the attorney. I said I would pay for it.
Did he hire anyone? To your knowledge? Laura, let's move forward to look at Exhibit A3, which have you ever seen this before?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
This is the message in my patient portal for I'm part of a domestic violence brain injury program at Barrow, and this is a conversation with my doctor there.
Okay, did you send this email? It looks like it's an email dated June 28th from you to a Dr. Glynis Zeman, Z-I-E-M-A-N. Did you write that email?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit exhibit, whatever that is.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
A3 is received.
Laura, in this email at the very top there, you write to Dr. Zeman that you went to Planned Parenthood while in California, and you said they did a scan there, was confirmed that you were pregnant, and that they saw a sac. Does that refresh your recollection about the date that you went to see Planned Parenthood?
Yes.
And is the statement that you made to Dr. Zeman truthful? Yes. When you wrote that, did you know that anyone would ever see that in the light of day other than you and Dr. Zeman?
Nope. I had no idea.
Okay.
Nope. Nope. She loves to say nope.
Okay.
Nope. Ugh.
Can you explain why you changed the name at the top of the sonogram that we talked about?
She lied.
I don't know if you answered that before.
Yeah. I just didn't want Clayton to know where I had gone to get the sonogram because he had been intimidating before.
Oh, BS.
If the court can help me switch from my exhibits to Clayton.
You lied.
Scroll down to where, yep, that exactly. Now go all the way to the bottom. There should be an R. Keep going if you're able to.
Stop there.
She said so. She's saying she went under a fake name. We're supposed to believe she was pregnant when she went under a fake name.
Oh, right. It's tiny. I'm blind. There it is. Yep. Yep, got it.
Well, what was the fake name you went under? In cross-examination, I'd love to know the fake name.
I want to see Clayton.
Emily Wilson? He's got 16 minutes.
Gotcha.
He's wasting time.
Gotcha. Okay, Laura, looking at Respondents Exhibit 31. I don't know why that doesn't match. No, that's not it either. These are not the same as.
Oh, boy.
So what you want to do is, it may not be the exhibit numbers that the attorneys labeled it as being. Those are the court designations.
I'm looking for his Exhibit 31.
All right. So if you look for his Exhibit 31, that does show that it is Exhibit 31.
All right, we got the Gen X.
Exhibit 31 on his exhibit list is listed petitioner faking ultrasound.
Oh. Thank you for the super chat, Hellcat. $50.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was a video. There we go. That's what I wanted to see right there.
Bon 12 pounds.
Laura,
Thank you.
Clayton's Exhibit 31 is appears to be an email from you to Clayton. It says ultrasound video proof. Clayton, here is my 100 billion% real ultrasound video. Do you recognize that?
It's not an email that I sent, but I've seen it since.
Okay. Well, you answered my question. Do you know first of all, what this exhibit shows? Do you know what it shows?
I do now.
Laura, assuming that what we're looking at here is meant to be an email from you, did you send this to Clayton?
I did not.
Did you ever send Clayton a email with a ultrasound video attached to it?
I did not.
Do you have any idea why Clayton would think that you sent him an email like
She sent it to
this?
Reality.
Well, yeah, that has my signature on it.
Well, that's a fair statement. But you didn't send this. Do you know who did?
I have my suspicions, but I can't.
Share them.
No, let's hear it. I'd like to hear it.
I have a suspicion that an ex of mine sent this to Clayton.
Greg Gillespie.
Which ex?
Greg Gillespie.
Wow.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think Greg Gillespie sent this?
Because Greg has hacked my email before and has admitted to hacking other people's emails.
Okay. So you're obviously under oath, under penalty of perjury. You did not send that email, and you don't know who did.
Correct.
Okay.
She sent it to Steve.
Let's
Meditated.
talk about going back to our exhibit 8.
She uploaded it to Dropbox. She sent it to Steve.
Whoops.
We all know this.
So can you tell us what exhibit A5 is? Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this a receipt well, it's an email, but does this reflect the RavGen that you talked about before?
Yes.
Okay, and that was August 15th that you made that payment?
Yes.
And then later on here at the bottom,
She told us not to share the email because it was a HIPAA violation.
Friday, this appears to be an email from you Friday, August 18th. Did you write that email?
Yes.
You send that to, well, it looks like to Clayton and also CC'd RavGen?
Yes.
It states here that unfortunately Clayton has refused to take the prenatal paternity test. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is that the reason why the test didn't happen in mid-August?
Yes.
He took it.
Okay, Your Honor, I move to admit exhibit A5.
4 times he took the
No
test.
objection, Your Honor. A5's received.
Okay. Let's look at Clayton's exhibit 9.
He's at 20 minutes.
Hopefully, there we go. Laura, do you recognize this exhibit, exhibit 9?
Yes.
This appears to be an email from you to Clayton dated October 14th, 2023. And this is an email that you sent him?
Yes.
All right. In this email, first of all, you're saying some reference to a sonogram video, and you said it matches up with the still video that Dave sent me. I assume that we're talking about Dave Neal.
Yes.
And you told him this was not my ultrasound. I stand by that 100%. Did Dave Neal ever? Did Dave? Well, first of all, who's Dave Neal?
Dave Neal is a content creator.
And at some point, did Dave send you a sonogram video and ask?
Yes.
What did you say to him?
I said it was not
You
mine.
already said it was hers before.
Did you ever have a sonogram video of any kind with Clayton?
No.
Did you ever send a sonogram video to anyone claiming that it showed the pregnancy with Clayton?
No.
If we go down to the second paragraph, Laura, I'm going to see if I can highlight here. And again, this is you talking.
She said, "Don't share the video."
The second sentence in the second paragraph, I'll read it.
And
I
then
think
we
you were
caught
very,
her
very
and
high
she
that
denied
night,
it.
and you forgot that when you were on top of me, top of you on your couch, you were begging me to let you put it in for 30 seconds, then 25, then 20, 15, 10, and I said no each time. Then I thought you were just fingering me, but you stuck it in briefly. First of all, you wrote those words to Clayton, right?
Yes.
And were those words accurate?
Yes.
Is that what happened that night on May 20th?
Yes.
When you sent this email to Clayton, did he ever respond back to you and deny that that's what happened?
No.
She had him blocked. He was blocked. He
Let's
was not
talk now
responding
about
to
the last positive test that you took.
He blocked her. Uh-oh.
Let me see here. It says exhibit A9, but that's not it. You went to any lab test now at some point. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And when did that happen?
On October 16th, I believe.
Always a random test. No primary care provider. No
Again,
OBGYN.
matching up.
She's a wealthy woman who went to Planned Parenthood. Any test now. Roadside HCG.
Yeah, we're on his.
She sent that ultrasound to Reality Steve.
So Laura, looking at exhibit A9, do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the results from the test I took at any lab test now.
And is it your understanding that that result, it says 102H, is it your understanding that you were testing pregnant at still in mid-October 2023?
Yes.
Objection misstates the evidence.
Overruled. Can be addressed in cross-examination.
So did you do anything at all to tamper with this test, take any drugs, inject yourself with anything at all to affect this?
No, I did not.
And this was a blood draw that came out of your arm?
Yes.
Did you supply them the blood yourself, or did a phlebotomist take it out of your arm?
A phlebotomist took it.
So 2 days after this is when you filed the request for mediation.
We still have audio.
Case, right? And,
Yes.
and after that date, you filed nothing further.
This was 2 days prior to when I filed for mediation.
Did you pretty much understand that when you got this test, that was probably not going to be a viable pregnancy?
That it was probably not, yeah, but I still saw that it said anything over 4 was pregnant, so.
You're going to move to admit exhibit 9.
She's playing dumb.
And A11 is going to be,
She's
can you
playing
tell us
dumb,
if you
guys.
recognize what this is?
The records from Mom Doc.
Okay, and this is an OBGYN facility that you visited?
Yes.
And according to the date here, it says November 14th, 2023. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so this is when you went in and had a test done that came back negative, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit A11 if we have.
No objection.
Ginger's keeping have room to cry.
All right.
He's using all.
Laura, let's look at exhibit A6.
She's just lying.
Can you tell us what exhibit A6 is?
Yes, that's me showing my pregnant stomach.
And when did you create that video? Do you know?
September the 19th.
Okay. Let me see here.
Kimmy,
Your Honor, I'll move to admit
$200, Kimmy. Thank you so much.
No objection, Your Honor.
A6 is received.
That pays for the van.
A7.
Kimmy just paid for the
It's a
van.
similar video.
Thank you for that.
Did you take this video yourself, or it looks like you're obviously not
Yeah.
holding the camera, but what you put on? a
Yeah, I
stand?
put it on the stand. Yeah.
You took this video. Do you remember the date of this?
October the 9th.
Okay.
She's bloated.
I don't know if it showed anything there, but it's real short. Okay.
She did it in front of a white wall.
Laura, between May 20th and November 14th,
Easy to
established
manipulate.
November 14th, you were no longer pregnant. Did you experience any pregnancy symptoms?
Yes.
Can you explain what those symptoms were?
Yeah, I had very bad morning sickness and nausea, and my breasts were very tender.
Remember how much you weighed when you went to see Mom Doc?
I believe it was 121. Or, I'm sorry, no, not Mom Doc. I thought you were meaning in May. I was 133 at Mom Doc. I'm sorry about that.
So around the time that this was taken, your weight was 133. What do you weigh today?
91 pounds.
Will you stand up and show the court and everyone what you look like now compared to the picture behind you?
Please don't.
Can you come out from behind? the
Jesus
screen
Christ.
And just do a little turn for us. Laura,
Objection. Who
that's-
cares?
Thanks. For the last time, were you pregnant with Clayton?
Yes.
Did you think that you were pregnant with Clayton?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to think that you weren't when you filed this case?
No.
Did you lie about being pregnant with Clayton?
No.
She lied?
Okay, counsel, you've used 29 minutes and 30 seconds.
Damn.
When you're ready.
And Your Honor, is it okay if I proceed from the podium? Will the court be able to hear me?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine.
Deandra, let's go. Let's go.
We have a media microphone on the podium, correct? Okay, all right. When you're ready.
Clayton looks pissed. I'm being told Clayton looks pissed.
You understand that you're currently under oath and must testify truthfully today, correct?
Correct.
You understand the difference between the truth and the lie, right?
Obviously, yes.
And you would agree with me that fabricating or doctoring evidence is dishonest and unreasonable behavior, right?
Right.
And you're aware that lying under oath is a crime in the state of Arizona, correct?
Correct.
And the reason I'm asking you these questions and so on is because I've cross-examined you before, right?
Right.
I cross-examined you in the injunction against harassment during the court offenses on November 2nd of 2020, right?
Right.
And during this hearing, that hearing, you'd recall that I gave you the opportunity to correct the record and come clean about any false information or testimony you may have provided, right?
Right.
And you told me you had nothing to correct, right?
Correct.
And then you proceeded to lie to the court.
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You testified that you were 100% pregnant on November 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that you were 24 weeks pregnant specifically.
Correct.
I'd like you to take a look at your exhibit A11, please.
Deandra.
She's got them in front.
I can see. Yeah.
Ms. Owens, this appointment that you attended at Mom Doc on November 14th of 2023 was 12 days after I cross-examined you, right?
Correct.
And during that cross-examination, I pointed out that you had no legitimate medical records to support the pregnancy, right?
I mean, you said that, but I don't agree with it. No.
At this appointment, Ms. Owens, it was confirmed that you were not pregnant, correct?
Correct.
These mom doc records also indicate that you were diagnosed with PCOS, polycystic ovarian, right?
I've had that since I was 17. Yes.
And you'll recall at the hearing on November 2nd, specifically questioned you about any physical health diagnosis that you had, right?
I don't remember, but if you say so, then yes.
You failed to testify that you had PCOS, right?
I can't say one way or the other if I did or didn't. I'll take your word for it, but it's not something that I live with daily.
You also failed to tell me that in 2016, doctors Chan and Yi diagnosed you with cancer and apparently removed one of your ovaries.
They did not.
So as you sit here today, you're denying that.
I will absolutely deny that that happened.
Now, per what you reported, what you self-reported to the mom doctor, they listed a spontaneous abortion date of August 12th of 2023 at 8 weeks pregnant, correct?
They listed a lot of things that were inaccurate here. I never told them that I had an abortion that date.
Okay, well, the spontaneous abortion, if I were to tell you, is a miscarriage, would you agree with me that they listed a miscarriage date of August 12th of 2023 at 8 weeks pregnant?
Yes, but I also never was pregnant in 2019, so I don't know where that came from.
Ms. Owens, based on what you know about pregnancy, as someone who's allegedly been pregnant 3 or 4 times in the past, you miscarried at 8 weeks pregnant, that wouldn't line up with your alleged conception date with Mr. Echard, would it?
Damn.
I don't know, and I'm telling you, I never told them that I was 8 weeks pregnant and lost that on August 12th.
In your mom dog record, also in your deposition, self-reported that you passed 2 sacs which appeared to have a membrane, correct?
Correct.
Photoshopped.
I'd like you to take a look at what we marked as Exhibit 49, your deposition transcript. Ms. Owens, you recall sitting for a deposition on March 1st of 2024, correct?
Correct.
And your counsel at the time following that deposition was provided with a copy of this transcript as well as you, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't take any opportunity to correct this transcript?
I actually didn't see it until you guys sent it to us. My former counsel never showed this to me. So
Okay. Well, you're aware that this has been marked as a copy of your deposition transcript for March 1st of 2024, correct?
correct.
And this is a true and accurate copy of the transcript that you received, correct?
From your office, yes. I did not get one prior to that.
Woodnick texted Gingras.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're texting.
Is that A or B, counsel? I apologize.
I guess it would be, Your Honor.
C49 is received.
And Ms. Owens, during your deposition, specifically on page 149, lines 18 through 21, you testified that you started spotting, meaning you were having a light period in August or September, correct?
I wasn't having a light period. I didn't end up getting a period until November.
Well, in your
I said light spotting, but
She doesn't weigh enough to get a period.
I said light spotting, but that wasn't a period.
In your deposition, page 151, line 24, you claim you passed the 2 sacs, which appeared to have a membrane in September or October, correct?
Correct.
But in the mom talk records, you claim you passed the 2 sacs a few weeks after your alleged ultrasound at Planned Parenthood, right?
Several weeks after.
There's an inconsistency there, right?
Right. I wasn't sure what the date was.
No OBGYN or qualified medical professional conducted an ultrasound, performed a physical examination, or performed a blood test to confirm your alleged pregnancy on or before August 1st of 2023, right?
Wrong.
Whoa.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Oh!
Answer that this way. You claim that you had an alleged ultrasound at Planned Parenthood in Southern California, correct?
Correct.
And you testified during your deposition that the alleged ultrasound at Planned Parenthood was in Mission Viejo, California on July 7th of 2023.
All right. I did say it was there. That's where I was staying at the time. I'm in Mission Viejo.
While being examined by your attorney, Mr. Gingras, you said that you went to Planned Parenthood under a fake name,
Right.
But you didn't bother to provide our office with the alleged name that you went to Planned Parenthood under, right?
Right.
And you knew that we were seeking your records from Planned Parenthood specifically because of the alleged ultrasound you had there, right?
Right.
It's as loud as you can get it.
It made sense for you to provide our office with a copy or the name that you allegedly went to Planned Parenthood under.
I felt like the whole purpose of going to Planned Parenthood is to remain anonymous, and that's one of my protections.
Jeez.
I want you to take a look at Exhibit 28.
No, you don't get to fake an identity at Planned Parenthood.
Is this a true and accurate picture of the ultrasound
Oh my gosh.
you received at Planned Parenthood in California in July of 2023?
That looks like it, yes.
I move to admit Exhibit 28, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Okay.
28, proceed.
And Ms. Owens, this ultrasound image does not say Planned Parenthood. It says SMIL, which I'll call SMILE for today, correct?
Correct.
And in your deposition, you admitted you altered this ultrasound picture to say SMILE instead of Planned Parenthood, right?
Correct.
And her name.
You admitted in your deposition to altering this picture on the Adobe Acrobat program at your house, right?
Correct.
During the deposition, you testified that the date listed here of July 7th of 2023 was correct and hadn't been edited by you, right?
Correct.
But you later admit that you lied about this July 7th ultrasound date, right?
She lied.
Correct.
And you execute an affidavit on April 16th of 2024, claiming the correct date for this already doctored ultrasound was actually July 2nd of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, Gingrich is quiet.
So I want to get this straight, Ms. Owens. You initially claimed you had an ultrasound at Planned Parenthood on July 7th, which you doctored to say it was from SMILE,
Yeah.
right?
Correct.
Wow.
Then the story changes again, and you claim that the ultrasound image should actually be dated July 2nd of 2020, right?
Correct.
So you changed the date on the ultrasound from July 2nd to July 7th, correct?
Correct.
And you utilized this altered or fake ultrasound to try to convince Mr. Echard and the court and the media that you were pregnant with Mr. Echard's twins.
This was never submitted to the court.
You're aware that Planned Parenthood has no record of an ultrasound for you, correct?
Under my real name, yes, I'm aware.
Yes. Established, you didn't provide our office with the name of your that you allegedly went to Planned Parenthood under, correct?
Correct.
You never attended an appointment with Planned Parenthood.
Yes, I did.
You take a look at Exhibit. This is a true and accurate copy of our request and response from Planned Parenthood regarding your records dated April 26th of 2024, correct?
Correct. I don't believe I've seen this, but I have no idea.
And counsel, I'm so sorry. I'll stop the clock like I've done for the others. We're going to give you a microphone because as I anticipated, there was a problem picking up.
All right, so they're giving her a microphone. We can hear it okay, enough to know what she's saying, but I'll take the audio down if we get it. So this is wild. I mean,
Work with what we have, right? All right.
she
go ahead.
faked the name at Planned Parenthood.
I'll set a question one more, Your Honor. Ms. Owens, is Exhibit 29 is a copy of our request and the response from Planned Parenthood regarding your records dated April 26th of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Move for the admission of Exhibit 29, Your Honor.
Objection?
No objection.
B29 is received.
And while you've indicated today that you went to Planned Parenthood under a fake name, this letter actually indicates that you had scheduled an appointment for July 2nd, but that you failed to attend.
Correct.
It also indicates that the ultrasound image that you claimed was from Planned Parenthood was not from Planned Parenthood because it was not consistent with ultrasound images generated by their practice, right?
Not by the one in Mission Viejo. Correct.
Ms. Owens, these are yes or no questions. This document states that the ultrasound image you have claimed is from Planned Parenthood is not consistent with ultrasound images generated by their practice, right?
By that practice, but as they said, I could have been seen by another different entity.
Ms. Owens, you're well aware
Wow.
this request covered all of Orange County and San Bernardino County.
It didn't cover Los Angeles, though.
So now you're saying you went to Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles.
Yes.
So you're telling us you went to Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles on the day of trial today.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay. When did you go to Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles?
Exactly when I said I went.
When was that?
July 2nd.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I'd like to go back to the two
Insane.
stacks you passed. So again, in your deposition, you claimed you passed them in September or October, right?
Yes.
But then you changed the date and claimed that you passed these two stacks on July 23rd of 2020, right?
Right.
And you actually had an appointment scheduled with Dr. McCool, who you claimed is your high-risk perinatologist, for July 24th of 2020, right?
Right. That I canceled days prior.
Let her get to
Okay, so canceled that appointment.
Days prior.
Then
Says she
you
went.
scheduled it to August 7th, right?
Yes, if that's the date that I did.
So wouldn't you agree with me that for someone who has had miscarriages in the past and who has an alleged high-risk pregnancy, it would be prudent to attend an in-person appointment shortly after passing two stacks?
Well, that's why I asked the doctors online.
Oh, and
Online.
yes or no questions.
I'm
You're looking at your attorney, but you need
who's
to look at the
shaking.
question from me.
Wow.
Okay, can you ask the question again?
Wouldn't you agree that as someone who has a high-risk pregnancy that allegedly passed two stacks on July 23rd of 2023, it would have been important for you to see your high-risk perinatologist immediately after that happening?
Well, that's why I scheduled that's why I immediately contacted telemedicine. It was at night.
You contacted a telemed provider instead of attending the appointment with your high-risk perinatologist.
It had already been canceled days prior.
Unbelievable cross-examination happening.
You had 4 appointments scheduled with Dr. McCool that you never attended, right?
Correct.
And you intentionally failed to attend those appointments because all of those appointments would have resulted in a medical record that stated you were not pregnant, right?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained to the form of the question, but you can ask the question in a different way.
Nice.
I'll move on here. During the November 2nd hearing, you denied that the DNA test results came back with little to no fetal DNA, right?
What?
During the November 2nd hearing,
I said that the test was.
the question is on. During the November 2nd hearing,
What?
you denied that the DNA test results came back with little to no fetal DNA. Ms. Owens, I see you continue.
No, I didn't. I never said it didn't. I said it came
I'm
back
confused.
inconclusive.
I'm confused about what date she's referring to. What
November 2nd.
November 2nd hearing?
November 2nd hearing.
Okay, again, before my time, so that's why I'm confused. I apologize.
Confusion sets in. Oh,
I said it was inconclusive and it was little to no fetal DNA. I never said it came back anything but that.
Okay, well, today you've admitted that there was little to no fetal DNA, right?
I've never said there was anything else.
You also ordered and took a blood HCG test through any lab test now on October 16th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And I'd like you to take a look at Exhibit 36, page 201.
the lies she sent me.
Actually, this has already been admitted, so we'll move past that. By the time of this test on November 16th, you had claimed you were previously seen at Banner, Planned Parenthood, Dr. McCool, Dr. Higley, and even Dr. Zeman, right?
Your Honor, objection. She misstated the date. She said September 16th, I believe. It's October
Is that
16th.
going to be addressed and redirected?
I said that Dr. McCool's my doctor. I did not say that I had seen him. I said I had seen Dr. Higley and the rest. Correct.
We'll talk about Dr. Higley,
Ah.
but your answer is
Oh, we got a note from Woodnick.
would you like me to repeat the question, Ms. Owens?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to stand here because it seems like you're looking at Mr. Gingrich quite a bit for guidance.
Wow.
No, I don't need guidance from my attorney. I know how to answer the questions.
By the time of your appointment for this test on October 16th of 2023, you claimed you were previously seen at Banner, Planned Parenthood, Dr. Higley, and even Dr. Zeman,
Unbelievable.
right?
Yes.
But instead of going to any of those providers for this test, you went to an entirely new provider, correct?
I just went on my way home from taking the Ravgen test, actually.
Yes or no questions?
Well, it wasn't a provider. It was a self-paid test. So
Okay, so you didn't go to any of your prior listed providers for this test, right?
correct.
By your own admission in your affidavit signed April 16th of 2024. This results of an HCG level of 102 is not consistent with pregnancy, right?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Overruled. You can answer.
Oh, can you say it again? I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
By your own admission,
What?
the test result of 102 for the level for HCG is not consistent with a pregnancy.
Objection.
I
Go ahead.
I learned that it was.
Learned that it was consistent with pregnancy or was not consistent with pregnancy.
Well, the test results said anything above 4 was pregnant, so I thought 102 was pregnant, but then I learned it was not. No, I wouldn't.
You doctored this particular test twice, Ms. Owens, correct?
I doctored the test once.
Wow. She admits to doctoring.
When I tried to send it to Dave Neal to get him to stop creating harassing videos of
lied.
me.
And what amount of doctoring?
She lied.
It was like 102,000, I believe.
132,000.
So can you pull up exhibit 7?
She lied to a journalist. She lied.
Ms. Owens, you'll recognize this as it looks like the same test from October 16th, but it has an HCG level different than what you just indicated, and it says 131,902.
Bingo.
Okay. Yes, that's.
So you also doctored this test.
No, I didn't know what the number was that I had made it to.
Well, Ms. Owens, I agree with you. You doctored this test twice. One to say 102,000 and again to say 131,902, right?
I doctored it, I guess, to say 131,902.
Bingo. Doesn't even remember.
As of October 17th, 2023, when you received this test result, you had reason to believe you were not pregnant, right?
Yes, after doing some research, yes.
Okay. But then you proceeded to lie under oath at hearings before this court.
We
on
did that.
October 24th, October 25th, and November 2nd, correct?
That's not correct. No.
Instead of telling the truth, you tampered with this HCG test to increase the level
Wow.
and offered that as support for a pregnancy.
To a content creator, not to the court.
And to Clayton Echard.
You also testified on November 2nd, unequivocally, that your OBGYNs were Dr. McCool and Dr. Higgins, right?
Right.
In fact, you went so far as to state that your main OBGYN is the perinatalist, Dr. McCool, right?
Correct.
You further testified on November 2nd that you had last seen Dr. Higley on last Friday, right?
Right.
You lied to the court when you made the statements.
I had the appointment scheduled, which you guys have. I know, but it needs to be answered. Correct. It needs to be answered. I had an appointment scheduled with him that I did not attend, but I did have an appointment scheduled.
Okay, so when you say you were seen by a doctor, that's not the same as having an appointment scheduled, correct?
Correct.
So we would agree that you were dishonest when you said you were physically seen by Dr. Higley the Friday before the November 2nd hearing.
Correct. That's a very minor thing.
I'll walk in there if they need me.
Stop.
Yeah, really.
So
You know,
never been seen
I mean, if
by-
this is good, I'm not comfortable if the JFC crew is going to be
Whoa.
having reactions, honestly.
Okay, I'm going to stop the clock at this time. Counsel, you ask questions. Ma'am, you answer the questions. I could ask the gallery to please keep your
I
reactions-
think I
I'm
can't.
still talking,
Oh.
ma'am.
Wow.
Keep your comments to a minimum or you will be asked to leave.
The judge is calming her down.
Go ahead, counsel.
She was ready to bail. You can't just decide to
Never been
bail.
seen by Dr. McCool, Dr. Higley for any medical appointment, correct?
Correct.
And the records from Dr. McCool's office indicate that you made 4 appointments that you never attended, correct?
Correct.
And the records from Dr. Higley's office that we obtained indicate that they have no records for you from August 2020 through the present, right?
I'm sorry, you said Dr. Higley or Dr. McCool? Can I take a minute?
She's crying. She
Can
started
we
to
have
cry.
just a 5-minute recess?
Sure, at this time. No, go ahead. What were you going to say?
This. She fake cries and then Gingras has.
Well, we factored in a 10-minute break. So what we'll do is we'll take it now. And then when we come back, there will be no further breaks. So that's just something for the parties.
He had her on the ropes. Super chats. 10-minute break. She had them on the ropes. This is insane, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely insane. Mayhem coming from the van. She starts to cry when someone talks, and Gingras asks for a break, of course, so they can reset this. They are on the ropes. Insane level of cross happening right here from Deandra of Woodnick Law. Absolute wild reactions flying in from the van. This is absolutely crazy. Let's see if anyone's coming outside here. I'm going to try to get Megan Fox on the phone if we can. I don't know if we're going to be able to get Megan right now. Absolute wild stuff happening right now. Let's try to get Megan on the phone. They weren't coming in. Let me see if I can get it. Oh, I tried to just FaceTime the wrong person. Sorry. Here, I'm going to refresh it, but let's get Megan on the phone. The court is I'm going to turn the. Are they coming outside? All right, I'm not getting anyone. So let's see what the updates are. Bruce says we're getting some live updates. We have a chat room happening right now from inside the courtroom. I don't have it after the case closed. That's where I lose it. Do you have any updates you can share? I'm not getting any updates, but we're gonna check in right now, folks. Hold on. They're taking a 10-minute recess. I'm getting some information. Laura was pissed at Deandra. I'm saying her body language looked very upset. Getting information coming in. It was Gregg and Mike's people laughing. I guess there were some audience in there laughing. You know, we can't control what people are doing in the courtroom. But the fact that Laura refers to them by name as the Justice for Clayton crew, these are humans that all met and came together when they saw the abuse of this court system. That's what's happening here, folks. That's what's happening. I'm going to take a minute. Hey, Bruce, could you get on camera? I'm gonna have Bruce get on camera, and I'm trying to fix the generator. We're having air conditioning issues. Thank you guys for the super chats. Sorry about that.
Careful. Oh my gosh. All right, Bruce Morgan here. Let's see, guys, what's going on? Okay, Marilyn says, Bruce looking good. I got my tie. We're not quite to the point where I'm going to do the tilted lawyer double tie yet, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there, kids. All right, Dave is king. She'll probably fake. Wait, what? She's breaking under the pressure. What made her mention the JFC crew? I think there was some noise in the gallery. In response to some of the, wild back and forth that was going on between Deandra and Laura Owens. I mean, what can you do? Let's see. Larry B says it wasn't me. Thank you, Larry. Okay. Elizabeth says, Bruce, you have a great radio voice. Thank you. Okay. What is JFC crew? Justice for Clayton. I guess anybody here who is a public viewer of a public court case who wants to watch the live stream or be in the, there's the courtroom gallery, and there's also an overflow room. There's a bunch of people like Reality Steve in the overflow room. Let's see. When she said not attending the appointment was a minor thing. I mean, yeah, we're back to the pledged versus donated at the appointment. I mean, give me a break. Why have they not asked for the fake name she provided to Planned Parenthood and obtain these records for ultrasound? I don't know that we knew about a fake name before this, because everything before this was about being anonymous. In which case you wouldn't have any name, let alone a fake name. So if there was a fake name, it has not been disclosed. So let's see. Man, I need to scroll down here and see more comments. Let's see. Oh, Megan Fox. Everyone has been very good in the courtroom. It was one of those moments that just made, it probably just made some people laugh a little bit. Let's see what else we can get. My phone's way over there. Okay. Maybe I can get some new comments down here. Oh yeah, here we go. Now I'm seeing them. Okay. The judge knows what's up, and she's too smart to let JD bury herself. Okay. JFC is just for Clayton. She's trying to dodge questioning. Okay. Can't wait for the rest. We're on the 10-minute break. I'm looking. I don't think anybody's coming outside. I think everybody is. Nobody wants to lose their spot because it's just jam packed inside. Her ultrasound has visited more locations than a film set. Yes, that's true. Okay. In her opinion, yes or no questions. Yeah, we like the yes or no questions. Very clear. That's right. Okay. What's going on? Has Dave talked about who is in the courtroom? So, I was in there for a brief moment, bringing some of the AV gear in so that they could do the stream that you're watching. And, we saw Clayton and his family and his brother and, Gregg Gillespie and, his partner and all the lawyers, of course. And yeah, it's a full house in there. There was a line lined up, about a nice orderly line, 10, 15 minutes before 8. And they, briefed everybody on where to go and what to do. And then everybody waited in the hallway while we got the AV equipment set up. And I guess they let everybody in and then diverted everybody else to the overflow room. Let's see. I can guarantee Ingris is talking to her about her testimony. Yeah. 10-minute break. They used their one break card. So we'll see where we go from here. Dave is trying to get the generator going so we can get the van AC rather than just using the regular cabin AC and cool this place off a little bit because it is hot outside. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see anybody else milling about outside, so it's pretty quiet out here. Let's see. Let me see if I can refresh the comments here. Some new comments. Oh boy. Let's see. Fudging answering back when she was asking questions. Stay hydrated. Yes, we have tons of Gatorade and cold brew and water over here. She answered her lawyer quickly, but not Clayton's attorney. She's wasting time on Clayton's time. Well, I think they each side has their own set amount of time. So, yeah, she might be wasting time during the cross-examination. That's true. Let's see. They used their break card early. Yes. Let's see. Oh, she thought she'd get another TEDx, etc. out of it. Maybe. Oh, what else do we got here? Oh. My dog stepped on a bee. Bruce, remember that. Okay, I will. Tell Dave to turn on the van engine. AC relies on 12 volt from car. Yes, our engine is running. We have a full tank of gas. We're doing the cabin AC right now, but there's a roof AC that we want to get going with the generator over here in the tech van, the rush hour tech van. Let's see. Why are they covering the same questions again? Yeah, Gingras was asking the questions both times. Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you only have an hour, like, how are you going to do a full timeline recap? Like, it's very, very difficult. Let's see. You need to bring up where she said, if it was Clayton's, that opens the door right there. Okay. She won't. Oh, try driving the van. We did have a moment where we angled the van a little bit while the test stream was running. So that was a little wild. Let's see. Took my jacket. Yeah, you must be so hot. Well, the van here has AC and we got the window shade and we closed the door. So we're trying to stay as cool in here as we can. It's not too bad. Let's see. Have you guys met up in person before at a comedy show? Yes, I've been to Dave's show in Seattle and also one right here in Arizona, the Clayton guest spot comedy show. So that was fun. Did you check the fuel level in the generator? It runs out quickly. I think that's what Dave is doing right now. Oh, something's happening.
How's everything going?
It's going good.
Feels cool enough in here.
Yeah.
I got to try to find a way to get this generator turned on.
Okay.
I'll just try to text you again.
All right. Everybody says, who are you? Hey, this is Bruce from Oregon.
4,900 people waiting for it to go.
Yeah, stream pause during trial break. So we're just on break here. Seems like Laura's side used the break card pretty early.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, she used her first chance to get out of it when someone said something in the courtroom.
Yeah. Emergency solar panel. Yeah. Food truck. Yeah. I mean, we have some kind bars, so we're vaguely a food truck. Yes, Dave's name was mentioned several times during this testimony.
I'm gonna try while we're off, I'm gonna try this one more time.
Okay.
It'd be so great if I could get it. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm gonna try to set up her catering tent right here because that'll help us.
Okay.
We're losing almost all shade. But
Oh, we're losing the shade. All right, things are happening. Dave is working on some more shade. He's working on powering the big AC in the van. Dave needs to be a witness. Dave is not on the witness list. Yes, this is absolutely the best trial coverage ever. Okay, that's good. Let's see. Check the breaker. Okay. They're going to, yeah, check the oil in the generator. Dave's doing what he can. Maybe try turning it on and on again. Let's see. No break while Mike and Dave talk, Doug talk. Call Dave as a witness or Steve. Wow. Well, Steve is in the overflow room inside, I believe. Yeah. Let's see what else is going on. Maybe I can look at let me get my phone. Okay, I have some, whatever the last live update. Oh, we have,
Witnesses that you are still under oath. Counsel, if your client
the
would like
stream
to
is
take the
beginning
witness
again.
stand.
A quick time check, Judge.
Sure. Petitioners at 29 minutes and 30 seconds. Respondents at
audio.
22 minutes and 1 second.
Court is back in session. Megan says the audience gallery had
Ms. Owens, you testified at the November 2nd
shared
hearing
muffled
that you had a
laughter.
due date of February 14th of 2024, which is Valentine's Day, correct?
Correct.
But you don't have a single medical record to support that alleged due date.
Oh, here we go.
Right?
No, I do. I was trying to say I do have a record.
Yeah.
That's what I was told by Tamara Lister at Banner Health, was that it would be Valentine's Day.
You're aware that the record that you provided does not indicate any due date, right?
It was in conversation with her as to when the due date would be.
Yes or no questions. You're aware that the record you provided from Banner lists no such due date,
Let me
right?
see if this will do it.
It can't be answered in a yes or no manner. I'm saying
Yes, no, or I don't know.
Screen look okay, guys?
so then can you please repeat the question?
Ms. Owens, you're aware that the record from Banner that you provided, that your attorney just admitted into evidence, does not have an alleged due date of any kind on it, right?
Okay, then yes.
I want you to take a look at what's our Exhibit 17, page 110. And this is the same as your Exhibit A1. This is a picture you took of a portion of a page from Banner, correct?
Correct.
Where is the rest of the document, Ms. Owens?
Clayton had it.
I'm asking you, where is the rest of the document in this particular exhibit?
I don't know, but there's nothing I was trying to hide from it. Clayton got the entire thing.
So you recognize you've been accused of faking records, right?
Yes.
And you expect the court to accept a picture of a portion of an alleged record?
You guys got the results yourselves, so
These are yes or no questions.
that's
Attorney
not
is going to have
fair.
an opportunity
It's
to
not
conduct
fair.
a direct examination. You can elaborate then.
I mean, that's not fair. You guys know that you have the results of this that show the same thing, so I wasn't hiding anything here. That's not fair.
I have to move on, so I'd ask the court find this non-responsive.
Court will designate it as non-responsive.
For someone who's been involved in court cases nonstop since at least 2016,
You know what? That's not accurate. I have not been involved non-stop.
Pause the clock for a moment. I'm going to remind the parties. Counsel, you ask a question, ma'am, you answer the question. Otherwise, we move into a different area that I don't think anyone wants to go into.
Can't argue
Counsel,
with the
resume.
questioners.
Ms. Owens, you have been involved in court cases
Back on.
2016, correct?
Non-stop, or are you saying since 2016? Can you just rephrase the question?
We're gonna get Dave back in here.
As I've asked it, been involved in court cases
Ready to come back?
2016.
No.
Okay. This
And
particular
then
document,
afterwards,
Exhibit A1, has
try to
3
stream
different types of highlighting on it, correct?
I see two.
And Isabel, if you can please pull our Exhibit 17, page 110. See, this is the same document that I believe maybe when your office scanned it in, you can't see all the highlighting. So I'm going to show you ours. You see there's 3 different types of highlighting.
Yes.
And you highlighted this on the same Adobe Acrobat program that you used to alter the other records, correct?
This was the doctor highlighted point of care test results, and then I highlighted first trimester pregnancy and encounter for pregnancy test on my iPhone, but it wasn't Adobe Acrobat.
afterwards, we'll just try to do what we said.
Types of highlighting on this document, correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk to you about the date of this alleged HCP test. We can agree that a woman typically takes the pregnancy test when they miss their menstrual period, right?
Well, my case was different.
So these are yes or no questions.
I think the answer depends.
Jeez.
I don't get a period, so I don't know how to answer that.
Okay, so you don't get a regular.
I don't.
So you took this test before even missing a period, right?
Correct.
And between 2014 and the present, you have alleged that you were pregnant by 4 different men, correct?
Correct.
Is
And
that
all 4 of those men told you, one way or another, that they believed you fabricated those pregnancies, right?
The first was not so specific about that.
And 3 of them are here today, right?
Correct.
And they also believe that you doctored medical records, right?
Fiverr, the Fiverr logo? We have
I'll
cold.
move on, Your Honor.
Cold
So
evidence.
each time that one of these 3 men refused to be in a relationship with you and questioned your pregnancy narrative, you obtained an order of protection against them, right?
False.
Okay, well, you have an order of protection against Mr. Gregg Gillespie, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't believe that you were ever pregnant with his child, right?
No, that's wrong. He had me, I went to a doctor. He told me I needed to go to the specific doctor to confirm the pregnancy, which I did. Who spoke to
Okay,
him.
stop. I'm striking that response. The court reporter has been very clear. Everyone's talking over each other for appellate purposes. And the fact that one of the parties is paying for the court reporter, implore you please to talk one at a time. With regards to the objection, it's overruled. Go ahead, counsel.
Your Honor, I'll move on in the interest of time. Ms. Owens, you didn't file an affidavit of financial information in this case, did you?
I did.
When did you file that?
August or September. It's with the court.
Okay.
It's on the record.
Well, consistent with your deposition testimony and your April 16th affidavit, you would agree with me that you make approximately $200,000 a year and then have approximately $500,000 in like a money market account, right?
I don't have $500,000 in a money market account.
Okay, but you would agree with me that you make approximately $200,000 a year?
It's with businesses I have with my mom, so it's proportional to us. With our companies, yeah.
Ms. Owens, I want to give you one more opportunity. The media is here. You know that this case has gone viral. You have an opportunity right now
Tell the truth.
to come clean and start fresh. So I'm going to ask you one final time. You were never pregnant by Clayton Echard, correct?
That is absolutely incorrect.
Time, Judge.
Time check, 28 minutes, 46 seconds. Redirect when you're ready.
Your Honor, I've got about 3 questions. First of all, Laura, looking at Exhibit A0, are we on my screen? This is the timeline that we talked about before. Can you just go back over that real quick? And does that accurately reflect the testimony you gave earlier regarding your version of the events?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit A0 under, it's a Rule 1006. It's a summary of testimony.
Your Honor, I would object. I don't believe this is an accurate summary of her testimony today.
That's for the
All right.
findings.
Over objection, the court will receive what's been marked as A30, giving it the weight that it deserves. It doesn't appear to be demonstratively.
Right. Laura, regarding Banner, there was some comment just a minute ago that you didn't produce records from Banner. To your knowledge, did you authorize Mr. Woodnick or his firm to get records from Banner?
Yes.
And looking at Exhibit A1, it's not just a photo of, the first page is a photo of something, but can you tell us what the second page here is?
That's from my patient portal, showing that I was positive for Banner.
Okay, and to your knowledge, did Mr. Woodnick actually receive records from Banner? Did he ask for them?
Yes.
And did he get them?
Yes.
Okay. One final thing. You said before on cross-examination that when you saw that 102 HCG test from October 16th, that you believe that meant you were not pregnant. Do you understand the difference between a viable pregnancy and a non-viable one?
Yes.
Do you believe that the 102 number that you got in October 16th of 2023 meant that you were not pregnant at all? What was your understanding of that 102 number? What did it mean to you?
That I was still pregnant, as it was over 4 was what it said.
Oh.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Wow.
All right, ma'am, you can go sit back down.
Unbelievable. It's an indicator of pregnancy initially, not 5 months in.
Respondent's at 28 minutes, 46 seconds. Petitioner is at 31 minutes, 14 of the 50. You can call your next witness when you're ready.
Your Honor, petitioner calls Dr. Michael Mitchell.
Oh my gosh. A
Doctor,
retired
if you'd like to
doctor,
bring water with you, you may.
who never gave her an ultrasound or checked her cervix or touched her belly.
Did we spare him already? We did. Good morning, Dr. Mitchell. State your name, please.
Dr. Michael Mitchell.
We have about 15 minutes, so I got to go really, really quick here. I know you're retired now. Can you tell the court what you did before you retired?
I was the chairman of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at St. Joseph's Hospital. I was in private practice at the same time, and I was also on the teaching faculty of the Phoenix Integrated
It's part of the
Residency Program in Obstetrics and Gynecology.
Okay, so you have a medical doctorate degree?
Yes,
And you practiced medicine in Arizona for about 30 years, is that right?
that's correct.
And according to the Arizona Medical Board, it says that you were first licensed in Arizona in 1992, and your medical license expired on March 7th, 2022. Is that accurate?
Yes,
It's about 2 years ago. And you retired from medicine in good standing with the medical board?
that's correct.
Your Honor, I tender Dr. Mitchell as an expert in the area of obstetrics and gynecology.
All right, so stipulated.
Okay. Dr. Mitchell, in front of you there, we've got your CV, I guess. This is exhibit A12. And everything in your CV is accurate?
Yes.
Is that up to date and current?
Get to it.
Okay. And like you said, you served as the chairman of the obstetrics and gynecology department at St. Joseph's Hospital in Phoenix?
Yes, for 4 years.
In that capacity, how many children did you personally deliver?
I delivered over 20,000 babies.
And I think when we were talking, you explained that the success rate of a pregnancy when a woman becomes pregnant and then delivers a baby, not all of them make it. Is that right?
Almost half of all pregnancies end in a miscarriage.
Okay. And so if you delivered 22 or 20,000 children, how many patients did you see that didn't deliver healthy babies? Was directly to the, I'm sorry?
Sustained.
In addition to women that did not deliver a healthy baby, did you, or I'm sorry, in addition to women who delivered healthy children, did you have patients who had miscarriages?
Thousands.
And so you have extensive training and experience with regard to women that have non-normal pregnancies.
Correct.
All right, Dr. Mitchell, in your report here, which again is Exhibit A12, you summarize, there's a written report and it's going slow. Let me see here. Did you review some records as part of your retention in this case?
Yes.
And your report has an index of exhibits that you looked at. There's a Banner pregnancy test, an image of some tissues. They're all attached to your report. Other than what is listed there, did you review anything else?
Just the ones that I've listed.
Okay. And after you performed that initial review, you asked for some medical records. You had a question regarding medications.
Yes.
And did you get those records?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where they're from?
From Carol Neurologic Institute.
You're familiar with Barrow?
Very familiar. They're at St. Joseph's Hospital.
That's part of the.
Oh boy, we're buffering. We've lost the stream. Stream's down. All right, folks. Well, we're going to talk our way through this until the stream comes back, but this is a
Over 99% probability.
Okay, and can you explain what facts support that conclusion? The facts that you considered anyway.
I am kind of the Sergeant Friday of Dragnet. I only take in the facts, the bare facts that are known to be provable. Number one, there was intimacy of some type, disputed what exactly it was. Number two, she had a positive pregnancy test at a lab at Banner, which means that there's a 99% chance that that's a positive pregnancy. Number three, she had a negative test or little or no fetal DNA found on a test in late September.
3 times.
Looking for fetal DNA in the blood. What that tells me is that by that point, at the end of September,
It stays in the
pregnancy had failed.
It stays in the
that
blood.
Even though she still had a positive pregnancy test, it was no longer a viable pregnancy.
Wow.
The fourth thing is that she still had a positive pregnancy test in the blood of 102 on October 16th, which again, greater than 99% positive that she was pregnant. And the fact that between June 1st and October 16th, she's got 2 laboratory proven pregnancy tests. That indicates that all of the urine pregnancy tests, any other pregnancy tests that she had done, likely are also demonstrably positive.
Wow.
And the final thing is when she
Never examined her.
had bleeding in November, and then a couple of days later had a negative pregnancy test at the mom doc. It also illustrates, one, that the pregnancy finally was completed. So what happened was she had a pregnancy. It failed at some point. There's no way of knowing exactly when. Frequently, very frequently, when people miscarry, they're incomplete. Some of it miscarries, the fetus is no longer alive, but you still continue to have a positive pregnancy test because there's still tissue there that hasn't been expelled.
Where's the
that
field-
finally happened in November when that pregnancy was completed, when that miscarriage was completed.
Where's the fetal DNA?
Okay, Dr. Mitchell.
It does not go away.
Mr. Echard has said that
Miscarriage.
he doesn't believe that a pregnancy was possible here because there was no intercourse. Do you have an opinion about that?
Oh, gee.
Regarding general, not regarding him or her, but in general.
Well, it's said that men are like basketball players. They dribble before they shoot. They all dribble afterwards. And if you are rubbing genitalia together, it is possible to get pregnant.
How much weight would you assign to the fact that Mr. Echard denied sexual intercourse? Is that significant to the question of whether she was pregnant, or is it a minor point?
It has nothing to do with whether she was pregnant.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second, counsel.
What an idiot.
Okay.
What a moron.
Dr. Mitchell, I think you said earlier that it's impossible to know for sure when Laura's pregnancy ended. Do you have an opinion about, based on the records that you've seen and the information that's been provided to you, do you have a theory about when?
How about
it,
belly?
It actually ended in November when her pregnancy test was negative. When it failed, in other words, when it was no longer viable, there is no way of knowing exactly when that happened.
Okay. Dr. Mitchell, somebody online, I think, made a comment, theory obviously, that Laura may have injected herself with HCG. I think that we talked about a trigger shot or something like that. First of all, what is an HCG trigger shot?
It's used in trying to help somebody get pregnant.
Or weight loss.
And it's by prescription. It's an injection. And I saw no records that indicated that anybody would have given her a prescription for HCG.
Why does she lie?
Or would there be a reason to give her one, especially if she was already pregnant?
Right. Dr. Mitchell, Clayton in his
He's just
trial
legacy.
statement objected to your testimony on a couple of grounds, and I know you and I talked about this. I'll just read one of his objections, that you have relied on an admittedly tampered with data set. Do you feel that you've relied on admittedly tampered data in any way, shape, or form informing your conclusions?
Absolutely not. All I've included were the fact that they both admitted that there was some type of intimacy, that there were all the other things that I used to make my decision was based on laboratory tests.
And the Planned Parenthood sonogram that we've spoken about, and I think you were sitting here and saw and heard that testimony. Did you rely on that Planned Parenthood sonogram in any way?
No.
Because it's
And the HCG test from any lab test now that Laura did not send to any court, the one that said 130 something thousand, did you rely on that in any way?
No.
Because it's
Does the
fake.
fact that Laura has those credibility problems and that she did some things that we all agree are dumb, does that change your opinion on whether or not she was pregnant?
It should.
No.
Why not?
The lab tests, like I said, are 99+%, and they were repeated over and over and over.
Where's
And
the
so
DNA? Where's
she
the
was pregnant.
DNA?
One other objection that Clayton made to your testimony, Dr. Mitchell, is that you, with zero scientific or DNA basis, made a conclusion that Clayton was the father of twins. Have you reached that opinion at all?
No, that's
I mean, I don't see it in your report. I'm just wondering if you agree that you can't make any conclusions at all because we don't have DNA.
correct.
You're familiar with the RavGen test process.
Yes.
Can you think of a test like that?
Objection Foundation.
Dr. Mitchell, if Laura was not pregnant and she submitted a sample to RavGen, would RavGen be able to confirm that she wasn't pregnant?
Objection Foundation.
Dr. Mitchell, you're familiar with RavGen. You just said that.
Yes.
Did you ever use them in your practice or something like that, a similar service?
Yes.
And as part of using a DNA testing service like that, does the service confirm that the woman is or isn't pregnant? Can they come back and say this woman's not pregnant?
Objection Foundation.
Did you ever have that happen? When you used DNA testing as a doctor, did you ever have a test come back that said that a woman was not pregnant?
Objection Foundation, and also RavGen's only been around for a few years and retired for a few.
Wow.
I'm asking about the process generally, Your Honor.
Overruled. He can answer the question.
Pre-cell DNA, which RavGen is a type, has been around for a number of years. I used it frequently. It not only tells you if you're pregnant, it tells if it's a boy or a girl. It'll tell you if it has genetic defects. It's incredible. It's the biggest, best new technology that we've
And
had
then
in
it said there was no DNA.
20, 30 years.
I was looking at my notes when you answered. So a RavGen type test or RavGen itself can tell whether it's a boy or a girl?
Yes.
Can tell, well, then necessarily could tell whether the woman's pregnant at all?
Yes, obviously.
Okay.
That's helping Clayton.
Dr. Mitchell, one final question, one series. Can you see the picture behind you there of Laura's body?
He's
As a
communicating with Woodnick.
physician and as a man or a doctor who's delivered lots of healthy babies and maybe some that didn't end healthy, can you explain how Laura's body could be that size and she never said that she passed any dead fetus?
Woodnick stands up.
Overruled. He can answer if he has an opinion. The court will give it the weight it deserves, which could be a little, a lot, or none at all.
That photo is actually one of the things that. Did you look at this photo as part of your
I saw
review?
that photo earlier, yes.
And regarding the size of Laura's belly, which clearly is not here anymore, does that show you anything regarding whether or not she was pregnant?
It could indicate that she was pregnant, could indicate other things.
The fact that Laura didn't claim to pass a large fetus, is that something surprising to you, or is that something that could logically be explained medically?
The fact that this pregnancy, in all likelihood, was no longer viable early in this pregnancy doesn't surprise me that she didn't pass much tissue at all.
How does that happen? Does the body?
What happens is the fetus starts to grow. At some point, the fetus stops growing. There's no longer a heartbeat. If it's very early, they may just get a period.
What about the belly?
If they miscarry, they may pass a little tissue, maybe not. And some of that tissue remains enough that it continues to produce HCG. That's why she continued to have the positive pregnancy tests. And that's why we call it an incomplete abortion. Once we know that there's no longer a viable pregnancy there, but the pregnancy doesn't end until that all that tissue is gone, at which time it is a completed miscarriage.
No death certificate.
2 more questions, Dr. Mitchell.
Giant
Have
belly.
you reviewed the expert report of Dr. Dean's, who's
No baby.
Clayton's expert?
Yes.
Do you disagree with anything that Dr. Dean said?
Not really. The only thing that was amusing to me was the fact that they're relying on a clinical pregnancy. There's a old adage, either you're pregnant or you're not. The adage isn't you're either clinically pregnant or not. And the reason for that is because to be clinically pregnant, that means you have to have prenatal care. Laura did not have prenatal care. I took care of hundreds of women who had no prenatal care. So technically, were not clinically pregnant, walked into the hospital, and I delivered a 9-pound baby, even though they weren't clinically pregnant. Clinical pregnancy only means that they've gotten prenatal care that you could see on ultrasound or you could hear with an instrument. And so a clinical pregnancy is not relevant here. It's
Not relevant. What a description.
either you're pregnant or you're not.
Fucking
And your position
ridiculous.
is that Laura was pregnant, even if it wasn't a clinical pregnancy, she was pregnant.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
This judge
Okay,
is
Council, you
not
have
buying it.
45 minutes and 43 seconds. Council, you have 28 minutes, 46 seconds.
Thank you, doctor. You consider yourself a scientist, correct?
Yes.
So you know that when collecting data, it's garbage in, garbage out. If you're not relying on good data, the opinion you're going to give is not going to be credible. Is that correct?
That's why I only relied on the data that I thought was totally credible.
And that was the data that Mr. Gingrich gave, correct?
That was the data that was presented to me.
I saw when you drove into the parking lot, you walked in with Laura's mom in the parking lot. Are you friendly with her mother?
Oh boy.
Yeah, I just met her this morning.
Okay, that's nice. Did you, well, let's go here. Mr. Gingrich asked you whether or not you relied on the ultrasound, but you're aware that the ultrasound was a fake, correct?
I've been told that, and that's why I didn't rely on it.
Okay, but knowing that the ultrasound was a fake, doesn't that cause you to be incredulous about the other data that Ms. Owens presented?
Great question.
That's precisely why I only used the data that was laboratory proven.
Well, you actually sat in here and are relying on a photocopy or a picture of a medical record that Laura gave. That was the banner with the 3 colors of highlighter. Do you remember seeing that?
Oh boy.
You were just sitting here. That the
Yeah,
exhibit.
I saw that. Yes.
You understand, Laura has admitted to faking medical records.
Many.
Yes.
She faked ultrasounds by putting other lab names on them. She faked the 2 versions of the HCG test that you relied on, correct?
Objection.
That's exactly what you
Overruled.
testified
Can be
to.
addressed. It can be addressed in redirect.
You know
The data that I relied on was stuff that was verified from the laboratory itself.
That's not true. You relied on a photocopy that Laura took a picture of and provided you. It's in your file.
Wow.
The Sonora Quest
Was fake.
test on October the 16th was, I believe, derived directly from Sonora Quest.
Okay, let me
I
pause
think
you.
the
Does it concern you as a scientist that 3 men have accused Laura of fabricating medical
Damn.
documents?
that has nothing to do with the
Does it concern you as a, it doesn't have anything to do with the data? It doesn't mean that you should do a deeper dive to verify the authenticity of the data?
if you have proof that the test from Banner or from Ravgen or from the
Sonora. Once a-
quantitative HCG were
Always a
fake,
liar.
I'm willing to take a look at them, but that's what I have.
But doctor, we have proof. She changed the sonogram and she changed the HCG levels in one of the tests that you relied on.
Jane's
I didn't rely on the ultrasound, and I didn't rely on the faked 100 and whatever thousand.
Okay. You know that Laura testified that she, well, we can agree, you reviewed absolutely 0 records from Laura's PCP, correct?
I don't know who her PCP is.
So
Well, that's a problem. Wouldn't you have wanted to talk to her PCP?
Yes.
What drug she was on?
I saw what drugs she was on from Barrow.
No, you saw what drug she was on from a neurologist.
Wow.
And she had telemed. Woo! You didn't request, doctor, records from her PCP, correct?
I did not.
Wow.
And you would agree that, thank you. You would agree that it would have been helpful had you reviewed her historic gynecological records, correct?
Yes.
Correct?
The testing of whether she was pregnant or not had nothing to do with her gynecological
You have
record.
no idea whether or not she had elevated HCG in her system or with any of the other medications, do you?
The fact that she had a negative HCG at the end of her pregnancy tells me that she didn't have familial HCG
What a fraud.
in her
Fraud scientist.
Okay, doctor, let's really quickly talk about other things that could have caused Laura's HCG to be elevated. As a physician and a scientist, you would agree that HCG could be elevated due to pituitary, correct?
Yes.
It could be elevated due to cancer, correct?
Yes.
Ovarian cysts.
Depending on if it was cancer.
You're aware that Dr. Yee and Dr. Chan both provided medical record, but both indicated that Laura had ovarian.
Wow.
I saw those records. I didn't.
He's baiting
I'll
him.
move on.
He's baiting him.
Let's
Because he
go
knows
back.
his records are fake.
Elevated HCG could be caused by weight loss drugs.
Wow.
I'm not aware of weight loss, but there are drugs that can alter HCG results.
Let's talk about that a little bit more. How about anxiety medication?
Yes.
How about antidepressants?
Yes.
And you have no idea whether or not Laura was on any of those medications because you didn't review her historic medical records other than what was provided to you by telemed at Barrows, correct?
I saw that she was on some of those medicines,
What medicine?
the anti-anxiety medicines.
An anti-anxiety medicine that you just said could elevate her HCG. Last, doctor.
Wow.
IVF drugs also cause escalated HCG, do they not?
Certain types.
Laura could have been on Novarel or Pregin, correct? Pregin.
And we just don't know. We don't.
I saw no records of that, and there would be no reason why, if she was pregnant, that she'd be on those.
One last question, doctor. The antipsychotic clozapine causes elevated HCG, does it not?
It's been reported to.
A fraud.
Right, redirect.
One question, Dr. Mitchell, regarding the potential of some issue other than pregnancy being the source of Laura's HCG in her blood. Are you aware that after November 14th, or on November 14th, she tested negative twice? If Laura had drugs or tumors or cysts or anything else that was causing an elevated HCG level, would she have tested negative for pregnancy twice on November 14th?
No, it would have still been positive.
Okay, before you sit down, doctor, I just have a few questions. So
The judge has
you
questions.
said that HCG requires a prescription, correct?
The injecting, yes.
Does Planned Parenthood have the authorization to write those prescriptions, as far as you know, in Arizona anyway?
I can't imagine any reason why they would. It's a drug that's used to induce ovulation, so it's used in infertility patients.
Okay,
Planned Parenthood doesn't normally do infertility.
I understand, but that wasn't my question. My question
Oh.
was, are the medical doctors there able to write a prescription for it if they chose to, if they deemed it medically necessary?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review either the Planned Parenthood records from Mission Viejo or Los Angeles?
They're faked.
Okay. Follow up to the court's questions.
Wow.
Follow up to the court's questions. Thank you, doctor.
Wow.
Sit
The
down.
judge is asking questions about whether or not.
And counsels, before we call the next witness up, just so that I point this out to the parties, we've explored B9, B31, and A12 that have not been moved. So I don't know if that was just an oversight or if the parties are intending to move those.
I'm sorry, can I have those numbers?
Sure, B9, B31, and A12 were addressed but not moved.
I would move to admit A12. A12 is Dr. Mitchell's report.
And no objection to that. And we move to B9 and B31.
All right, and I assume no objection, counsel?
I just wanted to look what they were.
You explored them with your client on direct.
Those are his actions. Yep, no objection there.
Okay, the court will receive what's been marked as B9, B31, and A12. Thank you. You can call your next witness.
Your Honor, if we can get a time check.
Sure.
Unbelievable.
Respondent's at 34 minutes, 36 seconds.
For the super-
Petitioner is at 46 minutes and 6 seconds.
Your Honor, I'm going to reserve the rest of my time, so I'm done.
Okay, all right, counsel.
Judge, with some technological help, and hopefully we're not on the clock, we're going to call Dr. Deans.
Okay,
Are there calls?
all right, so you're on the clock for her testimony, but getting her set up is not. Okay.
All right.
Dr. Deans, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, counsel?
Before we go on the clock, Dr. Deans, can you hear me? It's the voice of Gregg Woodnick.
Yes, I can see you too.
Oh,
Counsel?
there you are. Thank you. All right, we're ready, Judge. Thank
Hold
you.
on 1 second. I want to make sure she can hear everybody.
watching
Counsel,
Dave Neal's
will you
live
do a
stream.
test, please?
Hi, Dr. Deans. Good morning.
Good morning. I can hear you.
Can you see me?
I can.
All right, and doctor, before we get started,
The
and
female
I
doctor.
give this advisory whenever we have virtual witnesses, is if you need, I understand we've all got multiple screens going. If you need to look at a report or your notes or something different, I need you to let me know that you're going to do that. We'll give you an opportunity to do it wherever that document is located. Once your recollection has been reflected, please look away from that
Yes, we respond.
and let us know
we
that you're
gave,
ready.
We gave all of
Additionally,
the
you should
information we
be able to
provided to the
see
legal,
once we
to
put
the
it up,
defense.
any exhibits that either counsel will ask you to review. Please let me know if you can't see it, okay?
I will. Thank you.
You're welcome. When you're ready, counsel.
Hi, Dr. Deans. I'm going to go lightning fast. Introduce yourself to the court, please.
Hi, I'm Dr. Samantha Deans,
Where'd you go to medical school?
Indiana University School of Medicine,
Are you board certified?
double board certified,
What's your first board
obstetrics and gynecology,
and your second board?
complex family planning.
And
You
not
have two
retired.
fellowships?
Just one fellowship.
Thank you.
Not retired.
Do you teach
I do.
medical students and physicians?
Medical students and resident doctors. Yes.
You teach them gynecological and early family planning?
Yes, complex family planning.
All right. Thank you, Professor Deans. You've provided us with your CV, which is Exhibit 39. I'd move to admit. No objection.
B39 is received.
You also did a report for us, which is Exhibit 41, which we'll pull up on the screen. Did you have an opportunity to review the medical records for Laura Owens?
Yes, the ones I was provided with.
Exhibit number 41. Did you know that that was published online on a website?
Just to confirm, I'm looking at my report, and no, I did not know that was published on a website.
Did you give Miss Owens permission to publish your report on a website?
Wow.
I did not.
Okay. Judge, I'm tendering Dr. Deans.
Owens is looking at her lawyer. You paid for that.
No, I have one voir dire question for her.
Sure, go ahead.
Dr. Deans, hi, good morning. How many children have you delivered as a OBGYN?
Probably too many to count, but I would say at least 3,000 at this point.
Okay, I stipulate for expertise.
So stipulated.
All right. Basic question, Dr. Deans. I'm going to go fast here. Do you have concerns regarding the legitimacy of some of the records you reviewed?
I do.
If this court were to assume that the June 1st HCG test actually came from Laura, would that confirm pregnancy?
No.
What is the medical standard of care to confirm pregnancy?
Ultrasound.
That would have to be either serial HCGs showing a trend over time, or a pregnancy test and or an ultrasound, or a physical exam that confirms an intrauterine pregnancy.
And we had none of that here, correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm showing you exhibit number 28. Are you aware that that's the ultrasound from Laura? Are you aware that that was altered?
Yes, I am.
Laura claimed it was anonymous and from Planned Parenthood. Any thoughts about that?
Patients cannot be seen anonymously at Planned
Bingo.
Parenthood. Planned Parenthood, having been a former medical director of Planned Parenthood, PPFA, which is our national guidelines, require identification at the time of a visit to confirm the identity of the patient. The patient can't be seen anonymously.
Thank you. Laura claims she was pregnant with twins. Anything you reviewed in any of the medical records confirmed that Laura was pregnant with twins?
No.
Laura claimed that the twins were boy and girl gender. Anything that you reviewed that confirms that?
No.
Do you recall reviewing the October 16th HCG test? I think it had a 100 or 3-digit HCG level on it.
I do.
Are you aware that there's actually 2 other versions of that exact same test in circulation?
I've heard that. I have not.
If I told you there was another version with 1,000 times higher HCG level, would that cause you concern?
Yes, it would.
Are there alternate causations for a positive HCG test as we have here?
Yes, sir.
Did you review well, I'm going to skip over the photos. Did you review Dr. Medshill's report?
I did.
You're aware that Laura first claimed she miscarried in September or October, and then the photos that are in the report indicate that it happened in the third week of July, correct?
Correct.
Pursuant to Dr. Medshill's report, he concluded, do you agree with his conclusion that the data here warrants that Laura was 99% pregnant?
No, I do not agree with that assessment.
Do you agree with Dr. Medshill that the record confirms, this is from his report, a May 20th conception date?
Absolutely not. There's no data to confirm a conception date at this point. That would require an ultrasound dating of a pregnancy.
Science.
Professor Deans, thank you. Judge, I just moved to admit Exhibit 41 if I didn't already.
Any objection?
No objection.
41
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your time, Professor.
Cross-examination when you're ready.
5,000.
Dr. Deans, you reviewed records that showed that Laura had HCG in her blood October 16th, 2023. You familiar with those?
Yes.
Where did that HCG come from?
It could come from a variety of sources.
Okay, and your report mentions some of those sources. I'm just going to ask about specific things. Exogenous injection, I'm assuming that's a fancy way of saying sticking yourself with a needle.
Correct. Exogenous would be an HCG source from outside of the body.
And do you have any information, or have you seen any records that suggest that happened here?
I don't.
Okay. Heterophilic antibodies, which I did a little reading on that, some sort of allergic response, it sounds like maybe?
Correct. An autoimmune response can be triggered by exposure to animals and create positive tests.
Okay. But the fact that Laura tested negative for pregnancy November 14th would appear to be inconsistent with at least the heterophilic antibody theory. Would you agree with that?
It depends on the type of test. A urine pregnancy test might be positive, but a blood test could still be positive. It depends on the assessment and the level of HCG at the time of the test.
Okay, and I think Dr. Medshill said, and I think you also said, that cancer can cause elevated HCG levels. That's a fact, right?
Correct.
And have you seen any records to suggest that Laura has cancer presently, or that she did in 2023?
Not presently, no. I know there's a discussion of a prior history of ovarian cancer.
I understand that. But regarding 2023, if Laura had cancer in 2023 that caused false positive pregnancy test between May and October, when the last one was, how can you explain her testing negative in November?
I mean, I think it makes that less likely unless she had treatment in the meantime.
And another option that you wrote about in your report was something called familial HCG syndrome, as being a way that someone could test positive, have HCG in their blood, not from pregnancy, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how rare that is?
Very rare.
I read that it was about 10 cases on the planet. Does that sound about right to you? And again, if Laura had familial HCG syndrome, that would explain some false positive tests in the middle of the year, but it wouldn't explain the negative at the end, would it?
That is correct.
Dr. Deans, in your report, you talked about objective evidence of pregnancy. On the first page in particular, you said that the only objective evidence of pregnancy is Banner Urgent Care serum quantitative HCG from, well, I think that's actually a misstatement. The October 16th wasn't at Banner, but there was a serum HCG, and you've referred to that as objective evidence of pregnancy. Is that true?
Correct.
And in the absence of some other explanation, cancer, familial, horse tranquilizers, or whatever, in the absence of some other explanation,
You can drink it.
you would agree, and Dr. Medshill, I think, said, that HCG test from October 16th is objective evidence of pregnancy, right?
It is objective evidence, and one of the possibilities of that objective evidence is pregnancy.
Right. And if a woman is pregnant, regardless of how much or how little prenatal care she has, she's still pregnant, right?
If they are pregnant, yes.
I mean, a woman could be pregnant and have no ultrasound until the day the baby comes out, and she's still pregnant, right?
Yes, and the objective data would be the baby coming out of her body.
Right. And Dr. Dean, you worked, your report and resume indicated that you worked at Planned Parenthood for a while?
That's correct.
In that capacity, did you counsel women regarding terminating their pregnancies?
Correct.
And just for the record, I'm strongly pro-choice, strongly Planned Parenthood. If a woman was choosing or was thinking about choosing to terminate her pregnancy, why would she have prenatal care?
Oftentimes patients seek care first to confirm their pregnancy before they make their decision about how to end it.
But in a lot of states,
I'm sorry to cut you off.
I'm out of time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No redirect. Thank you, Professor Deans. We appreciate your help.
Thank you,
All right,
Professor
any
Dean.
Thank you.
objection to the professor disconnecting?
No.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Deans. If you'd like to disconnect, you may. If you'd like to stay and listen, you absolutely may.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
I just took a DNA.
Time check, Judge.
38 minutes, 57 seconds.
We're going to call Clayton quickly.
Clayton Echard, ladies and gentlemen, former bachelor Clayton Echard coming to trial. Let's go!
Clayton, I'm going to be lightning fast. State your name to the court.
Clayton Echard.
Did you participate and sign the pretrial statement that we provided to Judge Manta?
Yes.
Are those statements true and accurate?
Yes.
Are we asking the court, in light of our very limited time today, to consider our pretrial statement as part of your testimony today?
Yes.
How did you meet Laura?
Laura targeted me on LinkedIn.
Wow.
She asked to do real estate. We ended up exchanging contact info. She became flirtatious. Sent me provocative photo. I told her to come over, and we saw homes the next day.
Did you have sex with Laura?
Absolutely not.
Wow.
I've said time and time again, she performed oral on me twice. That's it.
Have you heard two other versions about what happened?
Absolutely. Many versions. She's claimed that she was raped by me. She also claims I was too high to remember what happened that day.
I'm going to repeat what you just said. She claimed she was raped by you and that you were too high to remember.
That's correct.
Were you too high to remember?
Well, that's incorrect. I remember every single thing from that night.
Whoa.
Did you rape her?
I did not.
You stated that she gave you oral sex twice that evening. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where did you complete?
Her mouth both times.
Whoa.
What happened the second time?
She ran straight to the bathroom.
Were your fluids ever down there, as Laura has claimed?
No.
What happened the next days?
The next day, we went and saw houses. I told her that I crossed the professional boundary. I told her that that was a one-time thing. It would not happen again. She became very agitated at that point, was crying, and asked for me to give her a chance.
But hang on for a second. She came over to your house. She gave you oral sex twice. The next day, you told her you weren't interested in her?
That's correct. I rejected her, yes.
And then 4 days later, what happened?
4 days later, she started making claims that she could possibly be pregnant.
But hang on. Did your penis ever go inside her accidentally, inadvertently, or anything like that?
No.
You're a public figure. You're the bachelor. That's why everyone's watching today. Are you embarrassed to say who you've had sex with, Clayton?
I think I'm the last person to lie about who I've been intimate with.
True.
Did you have penile vaginal sex whatsoever?
No, absolutely not.
Has that been your story since day one?
Yep.
My story's been consistent since day one.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 3.
She lied. She redacted.
Put that up on the screen. Thanks.
She hid the truth.
Did Laura start communicating with you more after she said she thought she was pregnant at 4 days?
Yes, nonstop. She sent me over 500 emails and text messages, 13 different phone numbers.
Oh,
13 phone numbers?
numbers.
How many messages?
Over 500.
Exhibit 3, is that a sample of those texts and emails that were shown to Judge Gail Ketzis in the injunction against harassment hearing from November 2nd, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 3, and Judge, you already took notice because you watched the videos.
I assume no objection.
No objection.
E3 is received.
At some point, did she start calling your mom, who's in the courtroom?
She started reaching out to my parents. She started reaching out to my work organizations, and she started reaching out to people, women that I talked to in the past. She went for everybody.
Was she claiming anything in particular?
She was claiming that I was a deadbeat that's not supporting her through her pregnancy.
Well, hang on. It was more than that, Clayton. It was a deadbeat who was not supporting her through her pregnancy of what?
With twins.
Twins.
Yes.
Did she reach out to the Sun magazine?
She did, yes.
Did she ever tell you what genders the imagined twins were?
Boy and girl.
Boy and a girl.
There it is.
Did she ever tell you, drawing your attention to some motions Laura filed, and for purposes of attorney's fees, she filed a motion to communicate on August 8th, a motion to compel communication on August 23rd, and August 29th, a few days later, an expedited motion to communicate. And then shortly thereafter, she filed an order of protection, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that she's filed orders of protection against 2 other individuals seated in the back of the courtroom, correct?
That's correct, yes.
They are on the left.
Yes. Well, my right, but yes. Your left.
Thank you. Gregg Gillespie and
Michael Mancini.
I want to look at exhibit number 7, Clayton. Is that a true and accurate copy of email communication between you and Laura from July 1st, 2023?
Absolutely, yes.
You received it?
Yes.
And she sent it?
attempted,
You
yes.
heard her testify with Ms. Arena from my office, or excuse me, with Mr. Gingras, denying that emails exchanged were from her. She seems to be blaming, I guess, Greg Gillespie for faking her emails. Do you remember her testimony?
Yes, yes, she said that, but nothing she says is true.
She's actually sent you emails with videos attached to them, and you've responded back to them,
That's
correct?
correct, yes.
All right. Specifically, exhibit number 7. I think you stated that it was a true and accurate copy. I think the caption, I'm going to try to read it on the caption, the top. I think it says, "The final opportunity to consider abortion." You remember getting this from Laura?
Yes.
Move to amid exhibit 7.
Last chance. Unbelievable. Crushing.
Yeah, no objection, Your Honor.
Crushing testimony.
Further down in that email, Clayton, and this will get awkward, but further down in that email on July 1st, which was weeks after the alleged encounter, Laura references her tight vagina.
Whoa.
Why is that both uncomfortable and relevant to court today?
Because she's stating that if I would have felt how tight her vagina was, I might change my mind, which is her stating that I never penetrated her. We never had penetrative sex.
He's got a
Wait,
hog.
the exhibit that the court just received has Laura saying that her vagina was tight as if you hadn't been in there before?
That's correct.
Well, had you been in there before?
No, no.
All right. She also sent you communications in exhibit number 7 talking about wanting to have sex with you during a trial week. What was that about?
She said that she would be the safest person to have sex with since she was already pregnant.
Hang on for a second. She told you she wanted to have sex with you because she was already pregnant?
That's correct.
How did you feel when you read that email, Clayton?
I've been sick to my stomach. All of this has made me sick.
Did you feel like she was trying to trap you?
Absolutely.
You heard the testimony with Dr. Medchill concerned that Laura was on IVF medication trying to get pregnant. Is that consistent with those concerns?
Yeah, I believe that she was taking medications.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 6. And let me restate that question. You heard my question to Dr. Medchill about IVF medications, which are used to cause pregnancy, and you share concerns that she was using those to trap you. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Exhibit number 6, Isabel. Exhibit number 6 is another email dated June 28th, 2023. Is that a true and accurate copy of the correspondence between you and Laura? You remember reading this?
I got this right here.
You remember reading it on June 28th-ish when you received it?
I do, yes.
And the title of this, can you read the title of this out loud for the court?
Having the baby if I don't hear back tonight.
Having the baby if I don't hear back tonight. Move to amid exhibit 6.
No objection.
Thank you. I'm going to show you exhibit 11. Did Laura send you ultrasounds during this time period?
Yes, she did.
Is exhibit 11 an image of an ultrasound you received from Laura?
Yes.
She's going to claim she didn't send this to you, but how do you know this came from Laura?
Because I was interacting with her from that same email address. I also took a screen record showing that it was from her email address, and that's where all my other communications have come from her.
Real quick, so on exhibit number 11, this one says, the caption on it says, ultrasound video proof, correct?
That's correct.
And the signature block on there in the picture is the exact same signature block and picture from the other email, which is also not favorable to Laura, which she claims is not hers. correct?
All the best.
Move to amid exhibit 11.
Objection?
No objection.
On exhibit 11, well, do you know where the video came from on exhibit number 11?
Yeah, from a YouTube video from 7 years ago.
Bingo.
YouTube video from 7 years ago? On that, this is the one that says smile, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This one says GE.
No, this one's a different one. Yes.
Okay, because how many are there? How many ultrasounds have you seen?
3.
Okay. This one, I think on the caption says, and here's my 100 million% real ultrasound. You remember? I don't know if my math is right. Do you remember receiving that?
Yes, I received it before. Yes.
Court already admitted it. I'm going to show you exhibit number 28.
Damn.
You recall receiving this ultrasound?
Yes, I saw this from Bonnie Platter.
Okay, I'm going to be real clear about this. Miss Owens just testified that she did not use this ultrasound in a court proceeding, but it was actually admitted as an exhibit by Laura through her counsel at the February 2nd, 2024 deposition of you, correct?
Correct.
All right, that video deposition of you, have you seen that recently?
Yes, I have.
Where did you see the video deposition of yourself? Like,
It was posted on YouTube by either her counsel or herself.
wait, Laura or her counsel posted your video deposition on YouTube?
That's correct.
How many paternity tests did you take, Clayton?
4.
3.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 36. You know what? I'm going to skip past that. That was the Dr. Medchill's. I'll skip past that. Well, you know what? Real quickly, how many versions of the HCG test have you seen?
2, I believe. Yeah, the 102 and 100.
One with
2000.
more digits
Yes,
on it?
yes.
All right. I'm going to show you exhibit number 46. Would you agree that exhibit number 46 for attorney's fees is a blog from Mr. Gingras where he acknowledges his client faked some of the science tests?
Yes, that's correct.
He's atrocious.
I'm going to show you, to move this along, exhibit number 55. Exhibit number 55 was right before your March 1st deposition, or right before, excuse me, Laura's March 1st deposition. Actually, did she show up at her earlier deposition?
No,
Dodged
she
it.
didn't.
The
Dodged it.
court ordered her compelled to attend. The court to order on attorney's fees. Is that correct?
Correct.
But at her, right before, what happened a day or two related to exhibit 55, a day or two before your deposition?
She threatened to extort me to the tune of $1.4 million in order for me to drop the deposition and the case entirely.
Wait a minute. She sent you a letter a day before trying to get out of the deposition?
Yes, she threatened me.
Threatened you with what?
Monetary means.
Is everything that we've talked about today so far, other than the YouTube videos, which are more recent, is everything addressed in prior pleadings already before Judge Mata?
Yes.
Really quickly, for attorney's fees purposes, exhibit number, well, let me get into exhibit real quick. Exhibit 29, 37, 59. These are the medical records from pursuant to subpoena from doctors for Planned Parenthood, Dr. McCool, and Dr. Higley. We move to admit they've all been.
I'm sorry, you said 37.
Correct that, sorry. 29, 37, 59.
Any objection?
Not to those. Did we talk about exhibit 54 yet?
Hold on 1 second. 29, 37, and what was the other one? Mr.
59.
59 are received. We'll talk about that one after council.
And then I'll go back. It was exhibit number 55, which is the letter that Laura sent you, suing you to sue you for $1.4 million before the deposition.
Extortion.
Now that one I'll object to. That's a Rule 408 settlement offer, Your Honor. He's offering to prove that the claim's not valid. That's absolutely inappropriate.
Extortion.
Judge,
Over objection, the court's going to receive it for the purposes of attorney's fees only. Counsel, you have run out of time.
I'm out of time?
You're out of it. So you can go sit back down.
Ladies and gentlemen, Clayton Echard.
Okay, so counsel, what exhibit were you asking me about? You said has something been moved.
54.
We just cured
that. Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Multiple
so
super
at this time, what
chats.
the court's going to do is I'll take this under advisement. What that means is I'm going to go back. I'm going to review the notes that I took today. I'm going to review the evidence that was admitted to the court, and then everyone will receive my order.
Your Honor, I've one housekeeping matter. I'm
Oh,
leaving
geez.
the country tonight. I'm not back until June 28th.
Nobody cares.
If the court issues something that requires a quick response, I'm going to be on a boat and I may not have the ability to respond.
The
So I would
Titanic?
ask either that you grant me some extension if I need it. I return back to the country June 28th. So just advising you.
Okay, and I'm sorry, counsel, when do you leave?
Bye.
Bye.
All right, so June 10th to the 28th, you will
Correct.
be unavailable.
I hope he loses his luggage.
I should have email part of the time, but not all of
I
it.
hope he doesn't pack enough underwear.
Can't really be held accountable for that, I understand.
I hope he
Any
forgets
other-
his conditioner.
Anything else administrative?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, so how this will work now at this point is I have relinquished all security to court security and any underlying law enforcement that are present. They will be escorting people out in the manner that they deem to be appropriate. If there's competing orders against harassment or orders of protection, then we can take those things into consideration. And I just ask that if the people in the gallery are able, any conversations, take them out into the hall. That would be great for our other people who are here for other matters.
There it is, folks. We're going to be going live right. We're going to stay live right now, and we're going to get any interviews we can as people come out. We're going to be going live right now with our camera. As soon as we see all what's going on out here, we're expecting security, police escort. Of course, Laura Owens' attorney called the police on one of the witnesses. There wasn't enough time there. Crazy, aggressive speed at examining these witnesses. Very credible. Clayton, of course, there. And now the stream is gone. So now we are going to be going live on my main camera. Bruce, can we open the door? See if we can get the door open here. So we're going to be going live right now. We're going to try our best to stay. No, that's good. That's good right there. We're going to stay as cool as possible here so that we don't overheat anything. We'll keep everything in the van. We'll keep it right there. So just hang out with me. Everyone's spilling out. We're going to get interviews. All right, I'm switching cameras right now. So let's switch the camera to CamLink, and I'll be outside. All right, so super chats. Thank you so much to anyone who's donated. We've of course got food here and drinks for people so they don't overheat. So we will be, of course, making sure that we take care of our friends who have helped cater, and we're going to go right outside here and immediately start covering everything that's going on. Absolute wild. Oh, could you possibly just help me with that tangle? Absolute wild situation today. Unbelievable. Hey guys, thanks for coming. What did you guys think? Was it unbelievable? Was she credible up there? No, they're saying no credibility. We'll see what the judge says. How did Clayton look on stand? Clayton looked angry. He looked good. Multiple lies. We had multiple moments. Two different expert witnesses. One a practicing professor who Gingras now is questioning their expertise after delivering 3,000 babies. Would you think a female judge will factor in a female expert gynecologist versus a retired male gynecologist? Do you think there's any...
Welcome, my friends. It seems as though we are getting to the end of the road for former Trump propagandist Steve Bannon, who
lost our stream here. So I'm back. Sorry about that. Sorry. Another thing was playing in my ear. So some audience thinks that the judge may have asked these questions, and it's not too often. I don't think that you see a judge looking to elaborate past what like cross-examine would say, but wondering why, trying to get more information before her decision. Wild stuff. Where's everyone coming from? What part of New York? I saw Boston earlier. Locals in the house. Locals are dressed accordingly. The rest of us are. Yeah, so we're getting a lot of gratitude that Dr. Medchill wasn't on the receiving end. I caught my own baby. I wasn't taking any chances there. Gingras is leaving. We wish. He might not have Wi-Fi. My hope was that he doesn't pack enough underwear. You know how much that can suck. Maybe he forgets his shampoo and has frizzy hair. That would be fantastic. So we're going to wait for people to spill out. Feel free to stay under the shade as best you can. How's the frame and everything? Are we okay? Yeah, sure. Steve, what do you think? Reality Steve, were you in the spill out room?
Yeah, it was fascinating to watch that whole thing. Like, we're talking about, well, Laura got the crocodile tears going, like, oh, we need to do this. There they go.
They're coming out right now. All right, so let's see.
Bruce,
can you possibly pull the camera out and just see what we're seeing here? Just pull it and hang left here. We've got David Gingras, the attorney for Laura Owens here.
Just wave at us.
Leaving, heading on vacation, much deserved. One of the witnesses, Jan Owens.
Oh, she's getting police escort. She's getting into the police car.
Straight into the police car here.
Nice.
We're getting citizen photography happening over here. And she was on the rails getting cross-examined by one Deandra when starts crying and they get the recess in. Absolute
great timing.
Absolute wild. Mentioned back in October that she faked her HCG test because I was harassing her. Mentioned that back in October, I was harassing her, and that's why her HCG test was faked. Didn't mention why she faked everything else. Clayton, not one to fake anything, as far as we know.
You know what I was wondering? When they had when Laura was on the stand, she said no sonogram, never sent a sonogram to anybody. No sonogram to anybody. And I was like, wait a second.
Oh, they're still here. Okay, yeah. So
sent a sonogram to me. Then never got brought
that's
up.
right.
Like,
that's right.
She said on the stand.
Well, he's saying
I still have it on my phone.
She's saying that that's fake. She's
No, but
saying
she said it to Clayton. She said any sonogram was, and then they said, did you ever send a sonogram to anybody? And she said no.
Bring Steve in. Bring him back.
And Woodnick has my email.
We have an Uber Black. Very nice. And the mom is getting into the car. Let's pray that the air conditioning's off in their car. And they are now, again, those of us. I don't know, folks. Believes you guys are all part of a bully group here, a cult of people looking for truth. I don't know if you ask me. It's just a bunch of. No. He doesn't earn my platform. He can comment on the channel like he did
No,
yesterday.
it's Gingras. Remember?
Yeah.
But it's funny. Woodnick was
called
calling
it
Gingras the whole time. It was
Wow.
awesome.
Yeah, that was a tough one. So there it is. Wish there could have been 7 more hours of testimony.
I know.
The only thing she had going for her was that the time would stop. I mean, he opens and says, I have 15 seconds, and then he does 3 minutes of nonsense, stuff that was already ruled on.
I had a feeling that Gingras's whole first open with Laura going over a bunch of stuff was just to kill time because he knew he was going to do it.
Fraud. He
Yeah.
claims he wants free speech when it pays, and when it doesn't, he wants to silence it.
Yeah.
Absolute fraud behavior. I don't know who's got less credibility at this point, a retired doctor who told us all to our face without seeing any evidence that she must have been pregnant.
Never
She
met Laura
they
before
didn't even
today.
mention she could have drank HCG, let alone, you can't prove a negative, right? So he says he hasn't seen any evidence that she ingested HCG,
Yeah.
and yet we don't know where it came from. But 1 week after swallowing 2 blowjobs,
Yeah.
she claims she thinks
Pregnant.
she feels pregnant there.
Yeah.
Audience
Clayton's
thinks
case.
that MedChill, her expert, helped Clayton's side based on the cross-examination. That's right. Dr. MedChill, when asked about RavGen, which the information from RavGen has backed up Clayton here, from everything I know, and let me know from anyone if you have any other thoughts here, if you were pregnant, fetal DNA does not go away. It doesn't hide. It doesn't go anywhere in your bloodstream. Even if you miscarry. Sometimes for there it is. Oh, we have matching hats. Nice style. Very good. She mentioned today, thank you.
First
She
time we've
mentioned
ever heard that.
First time, new information. She might have been in Los Angeles. She was probably trying to serve me, and she swung by Planned Parenthood. She was denied both.
First time.
Absolute ridiculous. She says she faked a name. She admits she's okay admitting to lying as long as it services a future lie.
Yeah.
She's the Ponzi scheme of liars. Every lie leads to 10 new lies.
Well,
She's
that's what I
Bernie-
said.
She's Bernie Madoff.
What do they
of
always say? The
abortion.
cover-up is worse than the lie. Her cover-ups are
Absolutely.
killing her original lies.
Absolutely. And again, on behalf of Clayton, who may or may not speak, I don't believe he's
Here
going to
comes,
speak live. He might
comes
join us.
the,
He might join
lawyers,
us.
I think.
Oh, lawyers are coming up. We're gonna lie here.
I didn't take the tests in Mission Viejo, the Planned Parenthood. It was LA.
Yeah. She teleported to Los Angeles.
Yeah. And that's the first we've ever heard of at LA. We always heard Mission Viejo. We always heard Orange County. And then she said no.
And this is
Legal
because
team is
in
coming
Mission,
out the door.
this is because in Mission Viejo, they knew that wasn't the type of ultrasound taken.
Yeah.
We'll get a nice little.
Never gave her fake name. The other big one was Dr. Dean's testifying saying you can't go to Planned Parenthood anonymously, which
Right.
is what Laura has claimed from the very beginning.
And Dr. Dean was the head of the department at Planned Parenthood.
Yeah.
You couldn't get a more expert opinion on the matter.
Yeah.
We have buttons and stickers floating around. Help yourself to anything. To be honest, they might be on the catering table. They're on the. Could you bring them over here? They're not there. If there's any, just pass them out.
Dave, I have some big news.
Big news.
I
Big
have
breaking news.
According to Laura Owens, my HCG test of 8 means I am pregnant.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new pregnancy found on the spot right there. I know. Anything. And she went through menopause 6 years ago. Groundbreaking science. Groundbreaking science is happening over here, live on the spot. Any other thoughts about what you saw? Okay, here we go.
Court reporters look on her face when she lied about going in and being anonymous, and then she said she
wanna
went
say hi to
under
Woodnick.
another name. The court reporter goes,
I did not. So we're saying the court reporter.
it was the first lie she told.
We
I
have
believe, and the
Clayton
court
Echard being
reporter
escorted out with a
And did
police
you see what
escort.
MedChill did when she said she went anonymously? He was going like this behind.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for Clayton for sticking up for truth.
Clayton Echard, everyone.
We love you, buddy. Good job up there, Clayton. Looking very nice. Got a good hair product, good gel, withholding, it lasting in 120 degree heat. Very nice. So Clayton, he
This
was
is key.
adamant he
This is
never
key.
had
You got
sex.
this.
He was adamant that he was nowhere near her in any possible way for conception. And now we're gonna have the judge and see what the judge says. Absolutely.
And we have no idea when this judgment is
Fantastic
coming,
stuff.
right?
Let's see if we can get Mike. Oh my gosh, looking good.
Oh, here we go.
We're in frame here, ladies and gentlemen. Mike.
Give me my bag.
Yeah. Maricini here. Come in a little bit.
Bring him in a
Just
little
get in
bit
the
more.
shade here. You look great.
I just want to say that I would have never have come forward without the support of everybody. I was terrified for years from her, and everybody's support is the only reason why I came forward. So I just hope you know that. I hope everybody here knows that. The people online, it's like the only reason why I came forward.
We appreciate it so much.
Of course.
And also, what did we learn today? Never sell your laptop. Never sell a laptop. Thanks for everything. You know, you didn't have to come. You didn't have to come. Really. Oh, hey.
Oh, here comes the attorney.
Yeah, we watched him here. Yeah. We just watched him.
Tons of applause here for the legal team. Lots of applause for the legal team.
Clayton's parents are here. Fantastic support system. Got a gift from Clayton's parents for the baby. Baby gave us a gift at the live show.
What was it?
Got some nice shorts.
Onesies?
A couple of onesies and
Yeah.
shorts and some other stuff. So yeah.
Nice.
Who did we just see though? The law team walked by. Is that who it was?
All
All right. So Mike Maricini says he wouldn't have come forward without folks like you guys who believed him. What is that? You know, it just goes to show how important community can be when it comes to things like this. A man who was terrorized, a restraining order that still exists.
Yeah.
The police were called on that man that we just saw.
Yeah.
That man that was so fortunate that people now believed him.
Yeah.
And it's not like they wouldn't have, but a Google search is a Google search.
Yeah.
And that's going to live with him.
The court videographers are here. Let's give them a round of
round of
applause.
applause for the court videographers.
Videographers are here.
Doing the Lord's work. Everyone, make sure you go support Lauren on her YouTube channel. We'll link to all of that. They did a fantastic job.
Great job by Lauren and company.
Yeah, Judge Mata's dad was in the court with us.
Judge Mata's dad
was in the court with
No
in
way.
the side room where we were.
Oh,
Judge
boy.
Mata's dad was sitting there.
She did fantastic.
I said, Harry, that's really nice. You want to be here to support your daughter? He said, oh, no, I've been hearing about this. I'm here for the circus.
Hold on, we don't need a mistrial.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we could get them some scones.
Yeah, scones. If there's any food, if anyone wants any food or drinks, it's on the other side. But have a cold water or whatever's over there. There's also stickers and things if anyone wants anything. We just heard.
The demographic. How did you hear about this case? He's like, Julie's my daughter.
There you go. Hey, that's.
And he was reading case files.
I'm sure he was. I mean, he was probably a judge. I feel like it runs in the family.
About her thoughts on the matter. I was sitting right next to him.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
He was like, his wheels were turning. He was trying to think of what he could say that wouldn't be like giving it away.
Sure. And Judge Mata has indicated from everything I've seen that she's really curious to get to the truth. She's extended how far she wants the medical records.
Yeah.
Again, the records that never showed up. Not one record that Laura signed for in her HIPAA release showed up.
Yeah.
Only the HCG test she claimed she altered because of my harassment. Back in October, 1 week into this coverage, she claimed it because it wasn't that I was harassing her. It's that I didn't believe her.
Yeah.
And I didn't believe her. So she changed the records.
That's why she wouldn't come on my podcast, because I was taking Clayton's side. And unless you take her side, it's just a lie.
She's a wild fraud. And she's only gotten away with this because nobody was paying attention.
Yeah.
And the buck stops here. It's not going to happen again. Oh, we got buttons here. Look at this. Pass them around. There's some classic buttons in there. Here, take that and pass that around. I didn't make them, but
hey, you remember the last thing that what's Woodnick's the woman who
Isabel?
Yeah, Isabel. You remember the last thing she said to Laura on stand?
Oh no, that was Deandra. Deandra was the cross.
Yeah. You remember the last thing she said to her on the stand?
No.
She basically laid it out and said, final thing, Miss Owens, I'm paraphrasing here, but basically said, under oath, the media is here, everybody's covering this. Under oath.
That's right.
Can you say that you were not pregnant by Clayton Echard? She said that is absolutely 100% incorrect. So she gave her every chance to take everything back. Not that we would be surprised. I didn't think Laura was going to sit there under oath and say, yeah, you know what?
Indeed.
I thought if
I was never pregnant.
If she would have done that, it would have been a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Before this whole circus. What do we have? Megan Fox is here.
Megan Fox is in the house.
Megan, come chat. Maybe Megan's
I
going
give-
live
yeah,
right now.
I'll give her. Oh, is she going?
We got
Oh, is she
Megan
doing-
Fox from
oh,
the
like an
courtroom.
Instagram live?
I'm not sure. I'd love to hear what you have to say. Are you on live?
I am. I'm live with Brad, but that's okay. We can talk.
Oh, you're on your YouTube channel.
Megan is live with Brad.
Oh, okay. Do you want to? Can we talk? I can hold that for you if you want to go double. Or we
We'll
can
give
wait a
her. We'll
few
give her the
minutes.
mic. You can take this mic, and someone give your phone to somebody. And they could just stand there and film.
So we saw Clayton's parents in town. We did not get a chance to talk to Gregg Gillespie.
Yeah.
Am I getting any text messages? I sent a link to
Megan, hi. Finally, nice to meet you.
Just gonna look
Yes.
real quick
Nice to
here.
meet you.
I already got a missed call, but I don't know from who.
Steve, it's reality Steve.
I'll just hold on to it.
Holy cow.
All
There you
right.
go. Here's your.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, Meg Fox,
Ladies and
my
gentlemen,
matching,
Megan Fox and Reality Steve.
the matching matriarch here. Tell us your thoughts. What did you think? Were you in the courtroom or in the spillover?
I was in the courtroom.
All right, what did you think? Body language, believability, experts.
Laura did the thing that she always does, especially when she is when there's bad facts on the stand for her. Her face starts melting down. She was doing a lot of laughing at her attorney, like talking in his ear. Yeah. Emoting. I think we might have got some of that on the still photography. But the craziest thing, Dave, was when Gingras was giving signals, like baseball signals, to his client.
And then Deandra
He
walks
did
in
a
the way.
safe. Yeah, Deandra got right in his way.
Is that illegal? Are you not allowed to communicate during the cross exam? Like, what's the general rule?
No, you cannot do that. You cannot communicate with your client on the stand. That's a no-no.
I tell you what, Gingras, it's one thing to harass us. For him to call the police, what a fucking coward. What
I
a
know.
fucking coward he is, because he knows damn well the truth. Okay, so it's one thing to argue your arguments in court, but to pull that bullshit as a free speech lawyer, what a crock of shit from this man.
You know what's
what
worse?
a weak fucking man.
You know what's worse? He didn't even call court security, and there was the entire SWAT team here. He called 911, Dave.
Yeah.
911.
Yeah.
Court security told them that he was allowed to be here. They told the
He's an absolute
police
fraud.
officers that.
Oh, the Fiverr button. Look at
There
this.
it is. We have Fiverr buttons
I'm gonna
here.
put a Fiverr button on.
Yeah, so he's like I said, he's going. All we can wish for his vacation is that the seas are choppy and that he gets diarrhea or something from the court food. Okay, so that's it. Did we have Gillespie come out yet? Must have. Will
Do we
you
have
see
him out?
if there is a chance that someone jumps on, they'll pop in. I don't know if we're gonna get anybody, but I just
I love it. Thank you for saving me a button.
you'll see if it
Very
pops
good.
in. Yeah.
I'll see if anybody.
What
pops
was the
in
question?
for the
No,
stream.
we may get some comments from people. I'm not sure. I won't stay live for too long. But the Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles, that was a big moment.
That was huge. She never said that before. Oh my gosh. So Laura now is claiming that she went to the Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles under a fake name, which is another new
I
thing.
wish they asked her what the name was.
I know, I did too. I wish that they had.
She didn't go. I'd love to know. Jane Medchill or some. She would.
Okay.
Did they ask? For
This
the
is
fake
a
name?
good question.
Oh, okay. She refused.
This
the
is a
fake
good
name. Oh, we have a
question.
question.
The crowd wants to know, was there an audible noise in the court that made Laura start having her tantrum, right? And yes, there was a very quiet, muffled laughter.
Give us the actual volume.
When it was like really like people just went like this at the same time.
I heard that the who was in the spillover room? I heard they were openly laughing at Gingras.
Oh, that's funny.
Just
I bet that was fun in there. So the spillover room was the place to be because you didn't have to behave yourself. But in the courtroom, here's the thing though. The judge was harder on Laura than she was on the gallery. Laura interrupted the judge, and the judge was like, "Oh, no, I'm still speaking. You be quiet." And then she turned to the gallery and she went, "Let's just keep extra comments to a minimum," which is funny because there are supposed to be no extra comments. And it was funny that she wasn't like, "I'll have you hauled out of here." But the only reason why people laughed, and it was like one of those moments that always happens in court where just everyone laughs. And it was because what was it that she said exactly? Oh, the minor thing. Everyone started singing minor perjury.
Yeah.
She admitted that the
Having the
lie that
babies
she
was-
told was a minor thing
Yeah.
in court.
Yeah.
Wasn't minor.
Minor misstatements. Yeah, Laura was playing dumb. Here's the strategy. When Laura was getting on the ropes, it was to get crocodile tears and ask for a recess. They were lockstep, ready to go, because the momentum was just punishing her with facts. Did you want to say anything? We have actual lawyers that were in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Here, you guys talk.
Come on, give us your impressions. She was going crazy when Gingras was making. He was going like this. I shit you not. He did this.
He was going like this. Yeah.
Very large. And then he did this. He went like this. Like a baseball signal.
Baseball signals.
I personally was.
I don't
shocked
remember.
By that. I was shocked by that behavior. If you did that in a courtroom where I practice law, you'd be in so much trouble. That's just not allowed. That is that. Yes, but
She went and stood in front of him.
She did exactly what you. She did exactly what you should do, which was get between the lawyer who's giving the signals and the person on the stand. However, a lawyer giving signals to his client on the stand during cross-examination is outrageous. It should never be allowed. I think the only reason why they didn't object to that is because, sorry. Which way?
Over there.
Oh, hi. The only reason they didn't object is because the timing. They had no time. So they had to just get their stuff out and not waste time dealing with the carnival barker.
How long do you think this trial should have taken?
I mean, there was so much
That's
evidence.
exactly why.
Was the evidence put in originally, like, so does the judge already have a lot of that evidence? So, I mean, a trial with that much evidence, it should take a lot longer than 2 hours.
Oh, the stand up and spin was ridiculous.
That was super weird, but
As
nobody
if
objected, so.
she's so tiny, so she. What does that show?
It shows nothing.
It shows nothing.
It shows maybe you're on extreme weight loss drugs. Yeah, right. Right.
You know what else? You know what else was a huge bomb? The clozapine. The clozapine was a huge bomb.
But he didn't present any records that she's on that, did he?
No, I don't know. They're in the medical records, which are sealed. Why do you think he brought it up?
Okay.
Well, remember at the very beginning, she said my fertility specialist, and she was
Yes.
advertising a fertility.com.
Yes, I know. There's been a whole lot of fertility stuff.
Fertility specialist?
She said she had fertility people on her podcast, and she did some kind of test that showed she was fertile. The whole thing is so screwed. I mean, it's just crazy.
So wait, if she has a fertility specialist, then she could have been prescribed HCG.
Well, she didn't give any records that showed that, but I think, that's up to her to turn over records, isn't it? Or give the names of doctors where she's getting this
Here's
stuff.
what I think the most powerful part of the cross-examination of her expert was when Gregg said, you didn't look at any of her primary care records. You have no idea what she was on. You don't know. You don't know what medicine she was on. You don't know anything about her history.
Right.
You don't know anything.
Right.
Right.
Where
Little
did
to no
Alex
food.
go? Oh, there she is. Oh my gosh. Alex, come here.
Yeah, come on, Alex. I want Alex to
Alex,
say something
what
about
was
the
your-
fashion choices.
What was your experience of taking photographs in the courtroom? How was that for you?
I was very nervous.
Stand over here so the camera can
I was
see you.
very nervous to take pictures because I didn't want to get yelled at by that man.
Yeah.
At all. He was like really, really, really
Vincent.
pounding me. And I just wanted to do a good job.
What
and I
frame
hope-
were you? Did you get some close-ups?
I shoved the camera all the way into her nose a
Maybe
couple times.
maybe show you some photos for.
You still see some crusty Claytons in there?
Ew. No, I hope not. Oh, that's terrible.
Well,
I hope I got a good one.
I'm
for
sure you did.
At least one thumbnail.
I'm sure
I
you
really
did.
tried
You did great.
in my profession. of
You did so
photography.
good.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah, there you go.
So I'm hearing a few things. We actually met someone today who shares a nail. What's it called? A nail style. What's it called? When you,
What?
They go to the same manicurist
As who?
as Laura,
Oh,
and said she never had a bump.
Interesting.
They didn't bring up the bump. They brought up the 102 HCG, but not the gigantic bump. There was so many things
what?
left.
We needed to call her to the stand.
I mean, no. I mean, we had a giant belly end of October. No mention of that. I cannot believe someone like a doctor who has a real life, supply, has all that science. And I love that Woodnick questioned him on science.
Yeah.
You're a doctor. You're a scientist.
Don't you need her medical records?
And then they talked about that it could be anxiety medication. So there's all this mention and diversion from Gingras about whether or not there's an injection that was done when it could have just been medicine that was never supplied by
Right.
Laura. You can't find everyone. There's no like social security code you type in and then everyone's medical history
Right,
pops
comes up. You know what I was disappointed in though? That Mike and Gregg didn't get to testify. That's it. That was disappointing that he didn't get to testify because I know Mike came a really long way, and I know that they each wanted to have their own say. And so that was disappointing, but time ran out so fast. I think Gregg was surprised. His face when his time was up, he went, what?
But in most cases, you lead with like the most damning stuff you
Yeah.
have, knowing that you might get cut off. We had 5,000 people in the chat. I just want one more time to thank everybody who's watched, donated their time. I mean, forget the super chats. People that donated their time gave a demand for lawyers to find this, for you to find this.
Yeah.
It required like a real grassroots movement of 3 people to 5, and then the subreddit would get shut down, and then people decided rather than cower and go away and find something new, we're going to stand by the truth here, and that's what led to the ongoing court case. It would have died down in December.
Do you remember when I told you, and I think I told the audience this too, that I was sure that the clerk here and all the people who work here were very aware of this case? Remember when I was like, I'm sure that they are talking about it every time a motion comes in? Well, guess what? I went up to the clerk's desk to get the video footage that they do from the court. And she was looking at me funny, and I'm filling out the form. And she goes, I know who you are.
The infamous
She goes, I know who you are. I said, you do? She goes, I'm not supposed to say that.
Whoa.
And then a police officer. Now, there were 2 police officers in the room the whole time in the courtroom, and they were really into it. They were really into it.
I mean, we have FBI that knows our names because of this.
This is so weird. One of the officers asked me for where can I find this on YouTube?
Oh my gosh. The algorithm will get you there. Don't worry.
No names, not giving anybody's names.
I want to thank to the audience on video. I want to thank those that have helped donate their time today. We've got food here that, for people, and I don't know about you. I'm sweating down
You've been outside all day.
Our generator didn't work, so we've been trying. No, we've just been trying to keep everything from overheating. But everyone grab some food and everything over there. It's going to go to waste.
The generator worked earlier today, but it just kicked it. It failed.
It's all right. But we did get we got several high donations that helped pay for the van and it paid for our transportation. So just again, thank you. I'll read I'll read them later, but we I'm sure we both got hundreds
of super chats.
Yeah.
Yeah. How are we going to do that? How do we read them later?
I don't know. I think if we kill
the stream, we can't read them.
I don't know. I'll find a way. We'll figure it out.
We can.
And if we can't,
we'll try and figure it out. Brad, go take screenshots of all the super chats so that I can read them later. Can you do that?
Does anyone have any thoughts they want
Brad,
to share?
is someone calling me?
You thought of him not
Say
calling
no.
Jan.
Brad,
I think they.
Can
they
you do that?
realized
Can you
it
take
was just gonna
screenshots of
be
the
an echo of
super chats?
What Jane has to say. What's Jan going to do? Talk about? She can't. It's not a credibility witness.
No,
There's
they're never
there's
saved.
no
They're
care-
never saved. Can you just take screenshots of them for me?
Who are you talking to?
Brad.
Oh, you're on that.
He's in my ear.
I was like, I'm not hearing that.
Brad's in my ear.
Oh, funny. No, Jan Black wasn't called. Peabody Award-winning journalist Jan Black was not called as a witness. And again, he said she was going to be a great witness. Of course, she's the one who's paying his bills right now. We'll have to see if she files an appeal, if she loses this, and how many horses it's going to take to fund that. We'll have to see. I don't know. We'll have to see if anyone else is sued. My guess is there'll be no other lawsuits till this one wraps up. But she's been known to, have multiple things going on at the same time. So, yeah, we'll have to see. Do we think this was her rock bottom? Well, we keep digging. We keep digging. You can't hit rock bottom until you address that. That's where you're at. So it might look like a rock bottom from us. Am I concerned about lawsuits? I'm not concerned, but I expect one. Yeah, I expect to be sued for emotional distress. I no longer anticipate a defamation lawsuit, as we've proven to be right the whole time. But it's my guess she's going to be so offended by the truth we've harassed her with, somebody who I've never contacted.
That's a really rough one to do, Dave. Emotional distress.
Yeah, well, look, she lost all that
You
weight.
can't
It must have been
sue
my
the
fault.
press. You can't sue the press for emotional distress on a public.
Yeah, first of all, at that weight, you're not having a period. And I'm sorry, I'm not a woman to say that, but yeah.
Gingrich said she got her period back in November. Now she says she doesn't get them. In a case, yeah. Yeah, a lot of things would be open, especially if she was. Yes, if
here's
she
her
was
deal.
claiming physical health damage. Yeah.
She comes after people in small court. We're no longer small, so it doesn't do her any service. We'll fund that. We'll get Woodnick a nice bonus at the end of the year if he wants to represent us. Or he might be tired from this case. But I mean, all of the evidence has been sourced by audience like you and everybody else. Clayton would have never found that ultrasound was fraudulent. The one she's lying out of her fucking face about. Never found what zero? What? The first victim zero. For
That's
months,
true.
she was telling me that all of the files were sealed, so stop looking. We didn't stop looking. We found it all, and that's why a lot of that wasn't brought up, because it was like, what can you argue if you're Woodnick? Now, in future cases, I think it would be fair to open the doors to that. Like if she was going to sue me, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I talked about your public court cases where I just shared that you committed
She
all these
denied
issues.
on the stand today that she even had those cases. Did anybody catch that? She said that that she has not been in litigation from 2016 until now. It's like, lady, we have the records. Yeah, that was the one she didn't want to answer the question. She still said no. No, I wasn't in litigation. Oh, is that it? Maybe it was 2015. Sure. But yeah, really upsetting. I mean, she doubled down on the ARP allegation. She doubled down on the anonymous thing, and now there's a fake name out there allegedly in Los Angeles, because we covered the entire other county
How
of
do
Orange.
we not know it? I mean, some people in the comment section were disappointed that a lot of Gingrich's arguments came from his sourcing them on Twitter.
We said that was going to happen, though.
Look, I just have this to say about that. The collateral damage is the lack of respect that everyone has for someone that they first knew nothing about. Now, he might argue, and he might feel like that's okay, like this is a small enough case, it doesn't matter. But I'm sorry, this is something that I think folks are going to look at him and just see a dirty used salesman.
I mean, that's how he comes across. I've never seen anybody do anything like that in court. He was using like baseball hand signals at her. That is absolutely not allowed. If the judge had seen him do it, and I can't believe she didn't, because he was also doing his nose. He was going like this. He was shaking his head. He was doing things. And so we've seen his behavior outside the courtroom, which is appalling. His behavior inside the courtroom is equally appalling. It's so bad when the opposing attorney has to step in front of him to stop that from happening. Is just bad.
I'm waiting on feedback from I'm waiting on feedback to see how everyone feels about this from a legal perspective. But I think, did they pitch a perfect game? Well, no, she didn't buckle and admit to lying, but I think they got what they were expecting, which is they fried her, they frazzled her, and they got her to admit to new fraud, new moments of being anonymous. And then we
that
have
HCG test, she admitted to doctoring it twice. I didn't know that.
She doesn't even know what the numbers were anymore.
She did it 102,000 now. We never even saw that one.
I think that's just shitty lawyering by Gingrich, where he confused the 102 with the 131,000.
Oh, well, it made it sound like she did it twice.
Maybe she did. She might have had different drafts she was giving to different people.
I
hard
don't
to
know. I mean, there's so many fake documents.
What are you doing tonight without specifics? Are you doing the family
Yeah,
dinner?
we got a barbecue going.
Oh yeah.
Yep, at the family's house. I've sent out a few invitations. I of course include you if you want to come.
I will see how soon I can get all this stuff moved.
If you need help, I'm here to help you.
No, I think we're good. I think we're gonna go. We'll drop this puppy off.
I see that Bruce is no tie Bruce now. Bruce has gone from suit Bruce to no tie Bruce, and he's looking.
I'm in full
He's looking
tilted
cool as a
lawyer
cucumber
mode.
here.
words from Gregg, the system is fucked up. I mean, how else
Oh,
can you
that's
put
how
it?
he feels?
2.5 years, and I've never once taken a stand to say my side.
Oh, Gregg.
All right.
Greg Gillespie. You know what, Greg? You know what? We need to have him on. Where is he?
Security had them all leave. I don't think they were forced to leave, but I think
Well,
they were
send him a
advised to
link.
just-
Maybe he wants to pop in
Everybody left with security. Yeah.
because we would like.
I know, but I feel like he wants to be able to share his side publicly, like in the court system. But obviously, let's see what else we're getting here.
I'm not sure about that.
I think the law team, it feels like they accomplished what they had time to do. I think Judge questioning Medchill and making some back and forth and also scolding the crosstalk, and
Yeah.
I think that was all. I mean, even when Laura asked to have a moment off, the judge was like, you're not running the ship here.
Yeah.
And I think that was just telling of how.
Oh, she was harder on her than on the gallery that laughed one time. Really, everybody in the courtroom behaved amazingly well. Everyone was very quiet. It was just a shared moment of laughter because what she said was so ridiculous that even the police officer next to me audibly gasped when Gregg Woodnick asked the question, "Did you have penile vaginal sex with this woman?" And the officer next to me goes,
And then she implies she hasn't had sex because she's, you know what. So
What about when she said it's not fair? You can't ask me that. It's not fair.
Oh yeah, she started having
Wait,
like
Laura said that?
I wrote down a toddler tantrum in my notes because she started to have a tantrum that my children have with me when I lay down the law and I say, no, this is the way it is. And that's not fair. It's not fair. She said that to the judge when the judge said to her, it's yes or no, or I don't know. And then she said, that's not fair. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think what she's learning is this is fair, and she's being exposed in the most fair way possible with a court system designed to defend her, and that's why it was exploited by her. And now she's learning that with a little bit of attention, just a little bit of attention.
Yeah.
And boy, does she not want this to go bigger. She's been protected by the
I
court.
promised to go take some photos with people. I'll be right back.
She's been believed with restraining orders. She's used them against everybody. She obviously didn't get a restraining order approved on me, but she still used the fact that she reached out to district attorneys and got a response as a way to say that I'm not credible. I think we've learned that everything I've said, regardless of what level of polish she wishes would exist, has been dead accurate. Name one lie that came out. Name one thing that we didn't double down on. We knew we had to kind of put like a brand on the line to say, she's going to fake a miscarriage. And when she doesn't do that, it's going to be a stillbirth. And if she doesn't do that, it's going to be an adoption she's going to go have. And so Clayton had to do the putative father registry to say, if she claims adoption, I need to know first. Absolute banana land. And she followed up every single time because she was on her heels, all because she got on her knees, right? That's sorry, guys. But so which one? The medication and antipsychotic that could cause HCG. There was moments there. Yeah, like some people said, they thought maybe MedChill helped Clayton's side by just proving, you can argue all day long that 102 could mean pregnant, but not at 5 months. Not with a full fundal height pregnancy happening, rubbing the baby, none of that shit. Fetal DNA doesn't run away with a miscarriage. It's offensive to.
What's his name? Said that they proved that they are pregnant or not, and the sex of the babies, which they were not willing to say.
Right. The best part of Medchill's testimony was actually providing credibility to Ravchen. The best thing he could have done under payroll of Gingras would have been to say, well, it's a new company, who knows? He said, no, this is great technology. It's been around, people use it, it's credible. Well, that good technology said little to no fetal DNA. How are we doing on the chat? How many folks are in the... We have over 5,000 people watching, so we're going to keep discussing this. It is our biggest live stream by at least 2x ever. Yeah, where's Lauren? Hey, Lauren, you want to jump on? Want to jump on?
We're going to try and get Lauren on the stream.
Laura, everyone give Lauren a round of applause for all the great work she's done. Absolutely incredible. Lauren, are we in frame here? Tell us what it was like. And by the way, Lauren's got a YouTube channel. I think it's already in my description, but for those that haven't, where can everyone find you to give you the love, the support?
Oh, it's Lethal Lauren 904 on pretty much everything.
Lethal Lauren 904. You were streaming in the courtroom. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. What was it like? Was your first time in a trial?
Yeah.
Thoughts on now as a psych evaluator? Tell us your thoughts.
Well, I feel like
just raise it a little bit. Yeah, there you go.
We good? Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, people don't usually let me hold a microphone this long. Yeah, so I've said this from the beginning. I don't believe that she has like any sort of symptoms of a psychiatric illness that are debilitating enough to explain away this behavior. I will say that seeing her facial expressions and watching her respond to things, I think I take back one of my initial opinions, which is that this woman is not delusional. I will go back on that. She might be
delusional based on her reaction to temper tantrum.
She seems to really believe what she's saying, and she seems in disbelief at like what some of the other people are when she was like on cross and stuff like that, and what Clayton was saying, and she's over there just chatting away at Gingers, and it seems like he was even at one point just like, dude, stop talking.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable. She was so animated talking to him. Yeah. And it looked like he might have been corresponding even with Woodnick. There were text messages going back and forth. Did you notice anything else with regards to her psyche as far as any believability? Are those types of things you can look at?
I mean, when you have like that quick of a trial, there's only so much you can get from that. So, I mean, obviously there's a lot to be said that I feel like wasn't able to be said in the time frame. So
she wanted to be the star, and she was made the star. She spent the most time on the stand.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, whether or not she believes it, she says, if it tests over 4, I was pregnant. That seems to be what she believes. If it tests over 4, and by the way, that means she can just keep on doing this. If she's not going to lose this case, that means she can keep on doing this if she believes she was pregnant. And what kind of precedent would this set in the court system if someone's able to just pee above a 4 HCG level? I mean,
you could probably do that too.
You know what? I was gonna do it to prove a point, but men only go above HCG if they have like prostate cancer, and I was like, I don't need HCG. No, but for diet medication, what they didn't include is that you could literally buy HCG infused water. Now they say, well, it's not that high of a dosage, but she never tested high.
Right, yeah.
No one's claiming she had 250,000 HCG. It was so low, and it seems as their only defense is, but then she no longer had it because then she was no longer pretending to be pregnant.
Yeah, true.
Wild stuff. Well, thanks again for being here and for doing the live stream. Yeah. I'm sure we'll have a chance to rewatch it and all that. But
yeah, I'll have to because I was too busy like looking to see if the camera was cutting in and out. So
yeah,
I need to relook at that.
Great work.
I probably missed some stuff.
No, you're fantastic.
Yeah.
Get margaritas with us later.
What time?
I don't know.
Wait, don't tell people that.
Okay.
Wait.
We won't say where.
Yeah,
well, thanks again for all you've done, and everyone can go support your new channel. It's monetized. You can send her super chats, Venmos, all those things. There's breadsticks if you want one. We got plenty of breadsticks.
I wasn't even gonna ask.
I wasn't even gonna ask. You just took one down. There it is. Yeah. And then I'll take that from you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much. All right. Well, there it is, Lauren. Absolute wonderful job as a psych evaluator. Lauren was one of the first women publicly to share her thoughts, which means a lot. Not that anyone was obligated to, but it meant a lot from the content creators that decided to cover this, Steve, myself, to finally have some women publicly to go, no. I am fully in belief that Dr. Dean found this story because of our channel, and we were able to set up an expert witness that way. Whether they want to cry that that's a bias or not. Nice sticker, by the way. Look at that. What can I show this off here? Look at this. We have and by the way, now that I've changed the name, this is like worth more, by the way. Yeah, and then OG Barrel Scrapers Club right there. All right, fantastic stuff. So I'll probably wrap up here in a second, but let's just see if we've had any other thoughts. Anyone coming in? All right, we've got Clayton coming on. If Clayton pops in, do you know how to add him? You can add Clayton I sent him the link to his email, and it'll pop in, and then you just add to stage, and it should go too. So we're going to talk to Clayton. I don't have a monitor set up for anyone to hear it, but he's going to come into the chat. You want to jump on? I just might have to interrupt you here. Hop on in with me. We have a therapist here. Come join me. And if Clayton pops in, we'll just finish our conversation. Do we have Clayton? No, we don't. Okay.
Is he there?
Nope, not yet. So yeah, like what type of therapy
I'm
do you
Amy.
do?
I'm an LCSW, so a licensed clinical social worker. I've been working for about 15, 20 years now as a therapist. And there's been a lot about this case that has been very concerning, for sure. I know Lauren has talked about, kind of at length about her diagnoses or if she's mentally ill enough to count. I think there's a lot like this sort of spectrum of what counts as too mentally ill. And if she was too mentally ill to stand trial, they wouldn't have her be
Right.
on there, right? Like she has to be
Which
aware
might be
of what's
more
going on
dangerous.
around her.
It might be more dangerous.
Well, yeah, right. But
If she was out there yelling at the sky,
correct, we
we'd
would
go,
know.
oh.
We would for sure know. Like, oh, she made it up. Is he there?
No. Do we have Clayton yet? No.
Okay, just stop me. So I think the problem with the mental illness piece of this is that there's so much stigma about having a mental illness, and people saying, oh, she's narcissistic or she's this, she's that. None of us have been her therapist. None of us know her. You can see her lies. Obviously she lies, right? But people lie and aren't mentally ill. However, there's a difference between having a diagnosis like depression or anxiety and having a personality disorder. So a personality disorder would be like a narcissistic personality disorder. It's at your baseline of who you are.
Right.
Whereas depression is something that you have. It's something that you can treat. It's a chemical imbalance. A personality disorder is just at your base. An easy one to understand is a sociopath, a murderer, a
Right.
serial killer, those kind of people.
They just don't feel the emotions they're supposed
Right.
to feel,
And they can't
but they
teach
know
it.
that they're
They
doing
can
it.
like fake it, but that you can't grow that,
Yeah.
right? So she certainly has traits of some very serious personality disorders. I can't say I have not been able to look at all of her medical records.
Yeah.
by
Is there
far.
a fear?
I have
Is
not.
there a fear that she would come after, like that psychologists don't want to speak up because she then might come after you because
Sure.
Yeah.
That's the reason I haven't.
because
said a
let me
word
tell
this
you
whole
something.
time.
We've got hundreds. I mean, the people watching are doctors, nurses, psychologists. We're getting so many experts that are watching this. Judge Mata's father. The people. I have a friend of mine who's a producer for a Netflix show says that the Bravo casting directors have been watching this.
Right.
They don't know what to do with it, but they see that this is true life baby reindeer.
Right.
And when we watch this play out today with the cross-examination, it's one thing to have 55 hours of live streams. It's another to just show how concise these weaponized emails are about the bullshit to convince him that
So-
I'm the
so
girl you
here's
should be
part of
fucking.
The thing that I think is really important about that part of it, the manipulation piece, the gaslighting piece. Personality disorders, they used to think of them like a death sentence. Like you have it, forget it, you're screwed forever. But there are certain ones, particularly borderline personality disorder. I don't know if you've heard of it. It was thrown around a lot with Amber Heard. I can't say that she has that, but she certainly has traits of it.
Sure.
And it's something that typically is formed out of trauma, like some severe childhood trauma.
I've got Clayton,
Okay,
so we'll come
Clayton's
back to that.
We'll come back.
Let me know if he's live here. I'll just go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have Clayton Echard. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dave. Can you hear me?
I can. We watched your testimony. We watched it live from the van. You've had dozens of people here cheering you on. What are your thoughts following your trial?
I think it went really well. I wasn't anticipating such a rush of emotion. From anger to just the feelings of being overwhelmed. But I got to think that it went as well as it could. So I'm obviously nervous because, waiting is waiting. I'm trying not to think about it too much, but just how serious this is and what's really at stake. I really just hope that this is the end of it all. So I'm grateful for what happened today. But yeah, there's just a lot to digest.
You had on your Instagram reel, a brave reel with Mike and Gregg, and then you had your parents here. What's it like to have the support system of those around you?
I mean, I couldn't do it without everybody. Everyone on the Reddit that has searched day in and day out and has given us hope through uncovering information which I would not have been able to uncover myself. To have my family there, it meant everything. I had one brother that was working, but he would have been there if he was able to. It meant a lot, and to see my parents, mom get emotional. It just really shows. Again, it's like I have so much love around me, so much support, and I really couldn't have done it without all of you. So I'm really eternally grateful for that, because this is something that I couldn't have taken on by myself. There's no way that we would have gotten where we were today if it wasn't for all of you. So thank you.
On behalf of everyone, I think a big you're welcome, because everyone felt like they were a part of something bigger than themselves. We saw the cops getting called today. I don't know if you were aware of that. Mike had the cops called on him by Laura's attorney. How does this make you feel? Do you feel like justice is going to be served here? Do you feel a sigh of relief right now, or are you still, going to wait until the judge's statements?
I really believe that whatever's meant to be will be, and I just am going to keep telling myself that. I mean, I have to continue to live my life and go about my day to day. I'm going to take a few hours here to decompress.
Yeah, you just got to dance it off, man. Well, I couldn't imagine what it's like to go through what you've gone through, but we appreciate you taking the time to speak to everyone here, and you did a fantastic job out there. You were believable as hell. And I hope that you feel a little bit better now.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dave. I really appreciate all that you're doing. Thank you.
Of course. Take care. Clayton Echard, everybody.
Thanks, Clayton.
Wild stuff coming in from Clayton. He basically just said that he, was appreciative of everybody, and he had his parents there and a brother, and how emotional he was surprised he'd get so emotional following, how all that went down.
I can only imagine after, a hookup that he probably didn't think was going to turn into anything.
Can you turn Steve up? Is he up high enough, or is it just me? Okay, sorry about that.
A hookup that he never thought in a million years would turn into this. And, you hook up with a girl on May 20th of last year. Do you honestly think on June 10th of 2024 he'd be sitting in a courtroom about it? And there's so many things, obviously, so many branches to this case we've talked about, but it all goes back to that May 20th night. Obviously, it's a he said, she said. Those are the only two that were there that night. You and I do not know for sure if there was penetration. I personally tend to believe Clayton. I think her credibility is a lot more shot than his, considering all the stuff that did come out after the fact. But she doesn't understand that. She even said it on the stand today. We're like, yeah, I lied, but that wasn't that big of a deal. Like,
they try to make it seem like none of those lies matter because there is a shred of evidence that she may have been pregnant.
May have been, yeah.
Just like that'd be like arguing, well, I may have had X, Y, and Z, but you can't prove that it wasn't true. But none of her evidence backs up any follow-up with her.
And something we said from the beginning. She could have gotten away with this if she would have said she miscarried beginning of July, maybe even into August 1st. But when this woman sat in a Zoom trial hearing with a fake baby bump and said, Clayton, I am pregnant with twins. Clayton is the father. I am at 24 weeks, which never even got addressed in the court today. The fake baby bump. We never even got to that
It's
today,
absolutely,
and I think that's pretty big.
Are you going to stick around for a minute?
Yeah.
All right, let me do this. I'm going to. That. All right, I'm going straight into the podcast and then just continue covering it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rush Hour podcast. It's Monday afternoon, June 10th, 2024. The evidentiary hearing between Clayton Echard and Laura Owens just went down. I'm live with Reality Steve, a.k.a. Steve Carbone, Spoiler King, following a rough weekend in Vegas at Fan Appreciation, where he cooled off to 65 degrees in his hotel room. We don't have an answer to what went down, but this episode today will be a little bit of a follow-up on the wild court case that happened today. You were in the spillover room. Tell me what you saw.
Well, we got to watch it on a giant monitor. For the first, I want to say, actually, I keep forgetting her name. Woodnick's the cross-examined Laura.
Deandra.
For about 10 minutes, it was very, very faint. Her, because remember, she wasn't sitting at the desk with the mic.
Right.
And then the judge told her, because the guy that we were in the room with, we said, is there any way you can go in and inform the judge? She needs to get a mic so we can hear her. And then she finally did, and it was great. The vibe in the room was everybody here that was in that room was supporting Clayton. So
a spillover room. So a room full in the courtroom, another room, 50 people standing out here, probably in 120 degree heat. It's 110 plus the surface
You braved the
temperature.
element. You were inside. It was nice and cool.
Yeah, our generator went out, so we were
Oh.
just dripping
Look
and
at me,
drying.
I'm dripping right now.
Yeah, Steve is dripping here.
It's
But
not 65.
these are people. Some flew in from New York,
Yeah.
Boston. People flew in from all over the country
Yeah.
because they were so invested in the story. Not because it's the greatest story in the world or the greatest injustice, but they were watching a man they had never met before, Clayton Echard, Gregg Gillespie, Mike Maricini, Matt. They were watching these guys get dragged through a system that was there in part by her just to punish them.
Yeah.
And people didn't want to be a part of letting that happen.
Yeah, I the support has been great. I mean, this is amazing to meet all these people and to sit in the overflow room and watch that. And every time Laura did something or made a face or, brought on the crocodile tears, it became, we were laughing, we were giggling.
So it's safe to say you were in the spillover room, so
Yeah.
you were allowed to make noise. You weren't in the gallery.
No, I wasn't
now,
in the gallery.
She's getting cross-examined because we all know she lied about her HCG, massive amounts of lies from ultrasound she sent you. My name was brought up multiple times. At least she called me
She called you a content creator. How about
creator,
that?
which smut blogger. I don't know. But either way, she was really on the ropes. If that was a boxing match, they might have called it at that point. She was on the ropes. She was like real stumbling on her heels, and then someone makes a comment and like chuckles. She addresses them as the JFC crew, Justice for Clayton, and then she starts crying. Immediately, her attorney asked for a recess. So they knew the second it was going to get tough, let's break this up. This is like in a basketball game, 3 3-pointers in a row, the momentum swings, call a timeout. That's what they did.
Well, I think one of the things that's interesting that I found out after the fact from some of the people out here, because some of the people out here that are around us right now were actually in the courtroom. And I think one of the things that we found out was you saw it on the feed where Deandra stepped over a little bit to block Laura's view from Gingras. Apparently, Gingras was sending motions to like
an umpire. He was sending. He was
sending.
He
her
was trying to
signals
calm
during
her
cross-examination.
down. And by the way, it's important to let her. It's important to let her dig her own grave if that's what she's going to do. Meg, did you want to say anything? We're live on the Rush Hour podcast, so they haven't heard from you yet. Do you want to make any comments on what you saw inside? Meg Fox, everybody.
I saw Gingras doing baseball motions to his client so hard and so obnoxiously. Deandra had to stand in front of him to block his view from his client. And even then, he was looking around Deandra, trying to get around.
Have you seen this before as a strategy to intercept?
Yes, I have. I have seen this, but I've never seen it to this extent. It's never been this bad. It is. And normally when it happens, the judge will call it out. The other attorney will call it out. I think that Gregg Woodnick wasn't watching him, but then I saw Gregg look at him, and David Gingras looked back at Gregg and quit. He was like, oh, like this. Like rubbing
Absolute
his face.
disgrace.
And then as soon as Gregg saw that, he gave a note to Deandra, and Deandra moved.
I mean, we're going to obviously be able to analyze this more when we rewatch the streams, but I don't, I'm not a true crime guy. I'm not a courtroom guy, but it just seems, we have to believe that Gingras knows she's lying. He admitted to it that she was lying. He's just holding on to this thread of HCG.
Yeah, you know what's kind of crazy, Dave, is that, we kind of knew, and you and I had talked about this over the weekend, that Gingras is leaving for Europe tonight for 18 days. He's gone until June 28th. He tells the judge that at the very end. I don't know if that's going to affect when she makes her decision. I've been asking people out here. They said it could be as long as 60 days before we even hear anything. But the crazy thing is, you've been covering this every day, August through June 10th, and you've uncovered fabricated lies. You've uncovered doctored sonograms, all this stuff. Now, obviously, you're going to still cover this, but nothing new can happen at this point. Everything's been presented to the judge. She can take basically up to 60 days to make her decision, yet you're still going to have to cover this. What are you going to do? Cover the trial, go over, and
I think we're going to see new lies that were told today when pushed on her Mission Viejo Planned Parenthood ultrasound, and where they say that ultrasound isn't even done there. That's a different type. They don't even do that there. She said, well, it's because I got it done in Los Angeles. So
it's the first time we ever heard that.
We see the goalposts moved over and over and over. She didn't say that during her deposition.
Never.
So she's continuing to reveal new information. What's the new information going to be? That you were never pregnant? When are we going to get to that? That's what matters. Yeah. And we saw Clayton just joined us beforehand. I'll play a clip in a minute. Clayton joined, and he said he was just surprised at how emotional he got. I mean, you can't anticipate what you're going to feel when you see a bunch of strangers you have never met before all coming together from across the country just to clap him on and say, we believe you. It sounds a little ridiculous to be here in a tent in a van. It sounds a little ridiculous that we're here. There's a lot of bigger picture stories. But to Mike, Gregg, Matt, and Clayton, this is the biggest thing that's ever happened to them.
For sure.
In a negative way that's radioactive.
Yeah.
And it stays with you. And
then Mike came on with you. He said, look, man, I was never going to say anything. I was never going to come forward without the support of the people online and the work that you've done on this. That was pretty cool of Mike to say.
To her, right? But she hides. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. She hides behind the security. She calls the cops. She calls like I said, FBI on me. I'm shocked you haven't had the FBI called on you. You've just, Steve out here.
Just waiting.
But, still marked safe from Laura Owens and any of her, police activity and whatever. Still marked safe.
Please, let's keep it that way.
I thought one of the real powerful moments of the whole trial was Deandra's last thing she said to her, where she said, hey, media's here. Everybody's covering it. I'm giving you the opportunity now to say, come clean and just say, I was never pregnant with Clayton. She said, absolutely 100% incorrect. All right.
And
Not that I expected her
the
to.
audacity of an affluent woman or anybody to know that her father receives the best medical care they can get. They're buying homes for rental properties. They're flipping horses. They're living this life where they go out to dinner every day. All of that. And she can't see a primary care provider over a 5-month span with the sanctity of life. Now, it's not even worth us arguing those facts because we know it's because she wasn't ever pregnant. Yeah. But also, and for those that are listening on the podcast, we covered this earlier. She accused me. Her excuse for altering the medical information was because she said she was harassed. Now, she didn't just send that to me. She altered her HCG levels from a 102.00 to a 131,000. She did that in October, way before, first of all, no harassing was happening, but way before we dug in with the truth. And that's just an inaccurate, if you're going to be caught lying, admit to it. Admit to why your hand was in the cookie jar. Yeah. And we'll just never get that.
The other thing we didn't get to today, obviously there's plenty that couldn't get to because Gingras took his sweet ass time, was Fiverr. We never got the Fiverr. We never got to mention. Never got to Gregg.
And Gregg Gillespie was very, you could say he's very frustrated. I spoke with him that in 2.5 years, he hasn't been able to share his truth.
He just told me just now because I invited him to the party at my parents' house, him and Mike, and I thought we could maybe sit down and do a real interview and let him say what he wanted to say there. He says that his protective order does not allow for him to do that, that this was his only chance to tell his story, which I need to confirm that with an attorney because I feel like that can't possibly, a protective order does not take away your right to free speech.
Now, what are your thoughts on the police being called on Mike Maricopa, especially after he actually said in emails, I'm going to call the police on you. Then when he got called out, he said, I'm not going to call the police on you. And then he changes his story again.
I think it's totally a stunt. He did it to cause a stir and to make Mike feel scared. That's his whole play. He could have gone to the chief of security here, the sergeant that was talking to everyone who runs the security here. That would have been sufficient. He had an entire SWAT team here that he was commanding. Yeah. He didn't do that. He called 911, Dave. Yeah. There was an entire SWAT team here in the courthouse with dogs and everything. Yeah. There was no reason for him. And he wasted taxpayer dollars.
I was going to say, people of Arizona, revolt.
Yeah,
and taxpayer money today.
That's the type of thing that might lead to the district attorneys picking this up because you've got dozens of hours of domestic violence detectives that have gone into just authenticating that Redditors aren't Gregg Gillespie. Yeah. She continues to say that Gregg Gillespie hacked into her account, the account that you and I know. She sent that ultrasound and then said, go look, here's the ultrasound. And I said, and then we caught her on it. A couple days go by and I go, is this your ultrasound? And she goes, 100% not mine. So it wasn't hers when it was no longer convenient, but I think we all know absolutely how the abuse of resources that took place here.
I mean, when she was being examined by Gingras said, did you send this sonogram to Clayton Echard? She said, absolutely not. Who did, Miss Owens? Well, I have my suspicions. I think it's Greg Gillespie. Why do you have suspicion? Well, because I heard he hacks into emails a lot, that he does this a lot, which kind of just got blown over. Like, oh, really? Now you're just accusing a guy under oath as a guy who hacks people's emails? Whatever the case may be with Greg, I don't think he did it. But the fact that she said, and then he asked her, have you ever sent a sonogram to anybody? No. I've got it right here. October 13th, she sent me an email.
Hold on. The
with the
judge
sonogram in it.
reviewed the footage from the other court hearings, including the one in front of Judge Duty, where Laura very clearly says, I did send that sonogram to Clayton. That's our son. He asked her twice. Did you send me the video sonogram you sent me in the email? That you sent that. She said yes. She said yes twice.
Okay, but then today under oath, then she lied.
She lied
Okay.
again, but Judge Mata saw that footage, so I know the judge knows.
This is the exploitation here, where you've got multiple different court systems, injunction against harassment. You have, I mean, when she sued me for harassment, her own lawyers didn't know she was pregnant or allegedly pregnant. She wasn't. So like, she doesn't want that everybody talking, and that's what's very difficult with these court systems is they're made so that you're tried fairly in each specific court. But then when it comes to looking at patterns, it can be very hard to look at those patterns.
Well, I mean, seeing that scene in the court today, it was really actually cool to witness it, be part of it, see her. I mean, I was watching from another room on a giant flat screen, so I wasn't in the courtroom like you were, Megan, but she seemed totally flustered, finding out after the fact that she was getting coached from Gingras behind Deandra. It's like,
where
okay,
does this
that makes
rank?
sense.
Where does this rank on a bachelor story or even entertainment news story?
It's not even close. It's number one. But because Clayton is not Tyler Cameron, people don't want to give it the attention it deserves.
And again, no mainstream media here, as far as I could tell. No, not even the local.
From the Arizona Republic. Where'd Jimmy go? Where's Jimmy? Jimmy, where'd you go?
No. So it is frustrating to sort of have to foot the bill as far as having to be here. I would much rather.
Is the Sun article still up?
I believe so.
The initial one.
I believe they're all up. When Clayton received a little to no fetal DNA test results, they reported a story there.
Yeah.
She, of course, contests it, but she knows it says little to no fetal DNA.
To her, that's inclusive.
I don't understand how the story doesn't end there.
You would think.
This is science. And again, science that Dr. Medchill wasn't arguing. Her expert was saying, Ravgen's pretty good science. It's good. It's what they use as experts.
How about the story ending on May 20th when there was never even any sex involved? How about that?
So
That
she
should never have
claims,
gone past that.
right? She
So
sticks to
claims,
the word.
There was fluids down there, and he rubbed against me. By the way, the tight vagina testimony was outstanding in there.
All right, so explain that for those that aren't cut up here.
If I can remember correctly, basically Woodnick was trying to pin down. This was when he was talking to Clayton, right?
Yes.
And it was just going over the emails in an email that she had sent him. Can't remember the date. She sent Clayton 500 emails, but in that email she was saying, "I want to have sex with you. You can feel how tight my vagina is." And Woodnick was like, "Okay, so this woman is telling you." Claiming to not have ever had sex with you before, even though she claims to have had sex with you before because that's why she was pregnant. But now she's telling you in an email 2 months later in July, maybe it was August, that you should have sex with me and feel how tight my vagina is.
And that's what's the interesting part. Not whether it was tight or not, but that she was describing it to somebody who wouldn't have known.
Yes, exactly.
And that's I mean, this is what's so interesting. The ways that this is similar to Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard. In the Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard case, Amber Heard had a quack expert that everyone shot all over. This guy Spiegel or whatever his name was. And then Johnny Depp's expert was a very believable, educated woman. And here we've got a retired male doctor who delivered 40,000 babies or whatever, 20, whatever he claims he delivered. And then we have a practicing doctor who's a professor who was the head of Planned Parenthood, a female. And this is where I think gender does matter. I think it does matter that a male judge, Judge Duty, was the only one that got a restraining order on Clayton. When Clayton won his injunction against harassment, like a reverse restraining order on her, it was with a female judge. And now we have a female judge who, whether she's had a baby or not, knows more about the female body and possibly when it's being used to exploit a situation, which we have here.
I think, I can't remember his name. Medchill. I thought he was terrible. And I thought the main points that Gingras was trying to get across was, okay, everything that you said was based off these documents, right? Yes, documents that have admitted to have been fabricated and forged. And then not to mention, if Gingras's defense is, hey, Look at the doctor we're bringing up here.
Yeah.
He says that she was pregnant. A doctor that's never met Laura Owens before today, and a doctor that's never examined Laura Owens herself. Why would his testimony mean piss?
Yeah.
Doesn't. He's never even met her.
And the fact that Laura's attorney tried to question Dr. Deans, this practicing doctor who's clearly she's been used recently as an expert witness with regards to she's been published in articles.
Tell me something about it. Where did Dr. Deans? When did she come into all this?
I believe, and I don't know this for sure, but I believe she communicated with our channel and started watching this. And this is where people come from. We've got psychologists and lawyers, so many lawyers watching this, and doctors.
Did you put her in touch with Woodnick?
Yes.
Deans, Dr. Deans.
Yes.
Okay.
So when lawyers, I'm assuming Dr. Deans, like others, say, hey, I'm an expert, and you know how it is when we get a lot of emails. You sift through them, and so everyone's opinionated. You get dozens of emails a day. In this case, you see the resume. I am this. Here's my pedigree. I can speak to this from a professional expert level. Yeah. Then at that point, you go, I will forward you to the powers that be.
Yeah.
And then I never talked to them since then. And it's just good to see that people. I think she's maybe based in Buffalo, New York, or something. But that people took their time to come here and volunteer their time to tell the truth.
And Planned Parenthood thing was great because once we find out that, oh, Laura, when you went to Planned Parenthood, why didn't you give them their name? Because I wanted to remain anonymous. I didn't want Clayton to find out where I went. And then you got Dr. Deans on there who says, I was a former head of a Planned Parenthood.
The head of not just a Planned Parenthood, but like she was like a high up Planned Parenthood director.
You cannot go into Planned Parenthood anonymously. You can't go in there anonymously. It's just not accepted. You have to show an ID.
So what does she do? She changes her story and says, I showed a fake ID. She said I gave a fake name.
She said that today?
She said a fake name.
Fake name.
And then they push back. And again, the reason why
what was the name? And she never gave it.
The reason why this is important is because this is the only piece of evidence that hasn't been proven to be fake, because it is the shittiest quality ultrasound you could ever find. The saturation on this ultrasound has been turned up so much that it's you're not able to connect it to anything else. It's almost like having a blank sheet of paper.
Yeah.
It might as well be something that some kid drew in the back of a menu at Denny's. That's how poor this ultrasound is. And then they press her and they say, in Mission Viejo, this isn't even the software that's used. And she says, that's because I got it done in Los Angeles.
Yeah. First time we heard that in 9 months. We heard, oh yeah, July 2nd, I went to Los Angeles, not Mission Viejo. Wait a second. But you've been telling us this whole time.
It's a complete abuse of
How many more
the
lies?
court system. But Steve, thank you so much for joining me.
You got it.
And everyone can go check out Steve. Are you going to be covering this tomorrow? Like, what are you going to?
Well, you and I are going to do a
we're going to do
20-minute
there it is.
podcast.
So you're going to
go over this again.
Perfect. You're going to hear me and Steve talk after this. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to play a clip right now of what Clayton and I just talked about following the trial. We got the exclusive interview. You can listen to that right now. Okay, and then I'm just going to sign off. So what am I at there? I'm at 19. Okay, so let me just sign off on this on the podcast. Guys, thank you so much. It's not every day we dedicate a full episode to a specific topic, but it's been a topic very near and dear to me, having been sued and had my having had my family have to deal with this literal just pursuit of truth, and having spoken nothing but the truth in court papers. And now the transcript from her testimony is that I've been harassing her, and that's why she faked this evidence. You guys have to understand it's important for me to take this to the finish line. We'll be back tomorrow with more entertainment news if this isn't your cup of tea, but I appreciate you all indulging me. Thank you so much to our YouTube audience for the over 5,000 live people watching. I'm sure it was double that at any given time. You guys have been fantastic. As far as the rush hour goes, I'm Dave Neal. We'll see you tomorrow. So you can hit the record button on that. And then I'm just going to save that for after. How many folks, do you want anything to say? Yeah, we're still live on the YouTube.
I just wanted to say thank you to all of you who tuned in today as well on my channel. Thanks for all the super chats, which I cannot get to at this point, but Brad assures me that I'll be able to read them later. So I plan to do that later tonight.
Nice. Yeah, same here. We have hundreds, and we'll just try to get to them, but we appreciate everybody.
Thank you so much for tuning in and for making this work, you guys, and for funding it and
Have you ever been a part of something that's been such a grassroots effort of support for you?
No, I think this is a first. I mean, I've been a part of covering a live trial before, even with the camera crew, but we didn't have a live audience at the time. It was kind of under wraps, still under wraps, still out there being made into a documentary. And I don't know, because there's no ending yet, so I don't know when it's going to come out.
I really appreciate you, because I remember I was in a Taco Bell when we first talked. When I get on a long phone call, I go to Taco Bell. I go drive through Taco Bell. I got on a call. I'd mute it when I want to chew some chalupa. And I remember I was nervous because I'd never met you before, and I really didn't know where the conversation was going to go because you were the first one reporting on this. But you've introduced this story to a whole audience. We couldn't punch out of our niche. It wasn't for lack of trying. We were stuck in this snow globe of entertainment news, and you really helped out. So I thank you so much for that. It's a friendship we'll have forever now.
Forever.
Now, and that's why we matched,
I love
because
Dave.
our souls knew.
Look, we're in sync.
From different political spectrums, similar hair, similar whatever. I don't know.
Hats. We even got the
style,
the wide brim hats going on.
delusion, relegated to the YouTubes because no one else wants us. Our brand of misfit toys. But thanks again.
I want to go on tour with Dave on a comedy tour, perhaps. I'll start doing stand-up.
There you go. Yeah, you'll read the super chats from the crowd afterwards. Get all their stupid
Oh,
opinions.
no, it's been great. And you know what? This story deserved a much wider audience. Shout out to Law Talk with Mike, Legal Vices, that umbrella guy, Tug, who's been in the
my
chat
gosh.
all day.
Oh, Tug's been in the chat?
And by the way, that umbrella guy is working with the audio right now. He's got it recorded. He's trying to mess with audio and make it better. So it's been a really big team effort of all these people working together.
Umbrella Guy has been very good, even off camera, just giving support because he knows what it's like to be in the line of fire from his coverage. And we really, we can't be overly redundant when we just say thank you for all the guidance in uncharted territory. And when it is something of this size, you could argue that it's worse than national news because most people don't know about it. My high school friends don't know this is going on. So if they hear I'm sued, they might wonder, what the hell did Dave do?
What did Dave do?
You start wondering what you did wrong, and you start to sound crazy. If I don't have 10 hours to explain the story, I was explaining it to my neighbor. I looked insane.
Did you know that my marathon took 4 days?
Yeah.
4 full 24-hour days to get through my streams from January.
Yeah. You talk too
days.
much. That's the point.
That's also true.
Thanks again. And I'm going to sign off, but you're more than
All
welcome
right.
to keep going.
No, we're signing off.
All right.
I'm signing
Very
off
good.
too because I got stuff to do. I got a party to plan. We got swimming pools and margaritas
There it
to
is.
fire up. So thanks, guys. Appreciate
Hey, Megan,
you.
thank you again for
Oh,
being
I can't-
Dave's YouTube big sister.
Bruce,
I
I didn't-
really appreciate it.
I didn't give Bruce enough
Bruce.
credit here. Bruce is in the hot van, sweltering, melting away, and
I
he's
might be melted. Yeah.
He's helped out on all aspects of this, not just this trial, but support from one of the first people, if not the first person to donate to my defense. To what might be more important is just emotional support. Bruce from Oregon, ladies and gentlemen. And I guess
guys.
we'll probably be back tomorrow with more coverage. But thank you guys. I really appreciate everyone in there. I can't believe this live stream stayed up. How many hours is it at? I can't believe it's still up. 4,500 people still watching. But
This is amazing.
that's going to do it for us. I'll have that Clayton clip. If you didn't catch it, I'll have it on today's podcast. And also, Reality Steve flew all the way out here, so go check out his podcast. He's going to have his own take, which is always a fun one to hear. So we appreciate him and everyone else who covers this story. I did hear from the documentarian that they are still in talks, and I'm sure after today's information and information that comes out, it'll be closer to a done deal. So all we want is the truth out there and a link we can share for people when we're accused of being on the wrong side of the story. All evidence says otherwise, and we believe evidence, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Or lack thereof. Fraudulent. All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
What a Monday, huh? I'm going to eat my breadsticks. Let me end this with a breadstick right here. One bite?
Oh, yeah.
One bite of a breadstick? There it is. We've come so far. Breadsticks, folks.
We got those breadsticks.
Thanks for that breadstick money.
We got it.